The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, honey bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm milling for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP Lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke. And Hoon, look looking to win back his fame.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it off. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch your sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch your sky, you're the greatest option now.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. We're officially on week 4, day 1 of season 2. And what better way to open up the gates for the MLSA for all these amazing teams competing, 6 teams to be exact, in a best of 3 for 3 series. First up is Ohana Esports going up against Second to None. Series 2 will be Team FaZe up against Dark Immortals. And then to finish off the day, only the squad versus Zinx in a best of 3. All live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Make sure you guys register on the MLSA Discord server as well if you want to partake in future events, as all these teams are getting prepared to compete in the NACT spring season. And speaking about this match so far, right? 2 amazing teams ready to go toe-to-toe, best of 3. Ohana Esports versus Second to None. I am going to be on the play-by-play, painting that perfect picture for these engagements. And then joined, we have a special guest all the way from Team Gosu. Ladies and gentlemen, Gosu UA is in the building to handle the analysts. How you doing today?
I'm doing good, Steph Weezy, dude. I'm so excited to come out and cast MLSA. I kind of did a EU tournament over a couple days ago, and I had so much fun. So, you know, thank you for inviting me here. Oh, look, I actually know a couple people from these teams. So I'm assuming the blue side is going to be Ohana Esports.
Red side. Red side's Ohana Esports, and the Second to None will be on the blue side.
Second to None will be on the blue side. So I did hear that there is a Fanny player among one of these people. So I will, I kind of think they might be banning out the Fanny. I do know that OSP Blazer down there, he's a really, really good EXP laner. Played with him a lot of the time, so I'm excited to see him perform pretty well. Steph Weezy, what do you think is going to happen in these bans? Do you think they're going to prioritize maybe like a tank jungle or assassin jungle or something like that?
You know, it's kind of interesting, right? With recent patches, I feel like it's the wild, wild west in the draft right now. A lot of heroes have been buffed. Heroes that have been hidden in the dark, kind of getting a little bit more favor nowadays, shining in the light. But I don't know if they'll be typically picked for the first phase. We are seeing that Arla, that brand new hero that has been kind of wreaking havoc in the jungle and also possibly the XP lane, being taken off the board. But when you do ban him, you leave a lot of openings for other metas to be picked up. We know the Kaja, solid first pick, can be flexed into XP, can also be a roam or even sometimes a jungle, depending on what composition you're going for. But looking at what's being banned out so far, you've seen that Arlight, you're also seeing that Julian, one of the heroes that got a recent buff with the recent patch, able to do a little bit more damage and have an easier time in the early phase. And I think it's a good ban, but looking at both sides right now, I'm seeing some options still on the table. Now, we do know that, like we said, the Kaj is available. The Fredrin, just getting banned out now. Definitely an excellent pick to take off. I feel like right now, Fredrin's the strongest jungler to today's date with the recent patches, right? He can pretty much do anything. He's a walking tank. He has CC at his disposal. He has sustainability, and definitely need to take him off the board. But the Joy, taking out the Joy, but allowing the Kaja to walk, I'm not sure how I feel about it so far, but we know Joy and Glue, one of the most hardest heroes to deal with if you don't properly counter them. But how are you kind of feeling so far about the draft?
Well, recently we just had a new patch come out, right? So the glue was nerfed as one of the nerfed heroes. I know the Eve is also nerfed. The Fanny ban did come out. Some of the heroes that I do think that are really worthwhile on that first pick, if they didn't really, go for any of the mage bans, we only saw a Julian ban here. So, I think an Eve first pick would have been great. A Valentina first pick would have been great. Even a Faramis, it would be awesome. And a lot of the marksmans are actually left open. Traditionally, a lot of the tournaments, they love to ban that 1-1. The movement speed, the ultimate, it's just too much to handle for most of the times. But I'm not seeing any marksman bans here, and there is no priority towards it. We did see that Lapu Lapu get picked up first pick. Again, this is one of the heroes that did receive a nerf in the last patch. So, if they're prioritizing this Lapu Lapu so early, it must mean that they are really, really good with that hero. And as you guys can see right now, a really early Kufra does get picked up. And in a lot of the games, that I actually play myself, we like to prioritize that tank in that last phase. Why? Because sometimes you'll get countered. Something like a Diggy or a Matilda can do extremely well against this Kufra.
Yeah, you make some excellent points right there. The Lapu Lapu being slotted first kind of makes you think it's a comfort pick for Blazer. But the thing about Lapu Lapu, you kind of mentioned the patches. Recently, he got a little bit of a nerf, not being as much of a menace for the early phase as he used to be, but definitely still a problem if you don't properly counter him. But something that's still walking that could have been an option for the Lapu Lapu is the Esmeralda, right? He does provide a little bit of shields on some of his skills, and the Esmeralda with recent buff to be a little bit more sustainable and also a higher CD to be able to get her skills back a little faster could have been that option. But it looks like the side of Ohana Esports is going to go ahead and secure this Martis. Now, Martis can still be flexed. It can be in the XP lane. It can also be the jungler. But typically nowadays, we see the jungle just prevailing a little bit more and being more beneficial to the team. But right now, looking at the draft so far, we are seeing early game presence on the side of Ohana. But we need to see who they're going to kind of rely on for the late game. Yes, you have the Lunox. The Lunox recently has been flexed even inside of the gold lane. Who would have thought, right? The Lunox, the Harith, being possible counters for heroes such as the Carry, which you've seen kind of dominates in that lane. And so I wonder where they are going to put this Lunox. Is this going to be a mid lane, or are we going to see them kind of do something we see overseas in MPL and possibly slot it on the gold side?
Well, so far, the Lunox, just like you said, Weezy, the Lunox can be slotted in both the mid and the gold lane. And that, that's just the pick of the Lunox. You just don't really know. So, even if we tried to guess, it would just be extremely hard. We did see those marksman bans come out in that second phase. Again, I still don't see a 1-1, being shown around here. The carry is a great ban. I would like to see maybe a Beatrix also. And the Brody's also been really, really strong in the previous M4 patches. The Melissa did get picked up by Ohana Esports. I wonder what second to none is going to take. And so far, in terms of their draft, right, they have that Kadita, they have that Chow. For me, that really shows that they want that single target pick off comp, right? You camp bushes, you get a kick, you get a wave with the dragon in, and then the rough waves comes in and hits it with the ultimate. That's one person down every single team fight. But they countered it with the Mardus, right? The Mardus has the skills where he's able to, hit that 1-2-3 slash and, invuln a lot of the CC and the damages that is coming out. So, in terms of these drafts, right, Steph Weezy, what do you think so far of second to none's draft?
Oh, this is an interesting one to read, right? You kind of mentioned that Mardus, the Mortal Coils, the anti-CC at his disposal. Really good up against Super Yuki, who does have that rough waves on the Kadita. Also the way the Dragon, how you kind of mentioned, Cho rushing it with the G Kundo, trying to get a pick-off set for the team. Definitely can be something working in Cream's favor on this Mardus, but the Hayabusa, right? We've seen it slotted time and time again. Even stated in NPL recently, Hayabusa is not really shining in terms of having the best chance of winning the match like it used to. But what he has to work against, right? He can easily go into Melissa, who slotted in the gold lane for the side of Ohana Esports. Kind of hit her with that quad shadow, Ouija shadow kill, take her down if she is not careful. And she is opting in on that Aspire, so she's not going to have a lot of mobility in her favor. So if you are going to see a gank on the side lanes, then maybe a little trouble for the side of Ohana. But looking at the roams, right? You are looking at this Kufro, who does have the die potential, that Tyrant's Revenge to be able to rush in, Tyrant's Rage for the group set onto the wall if he is lucky. And I think this is going to be an interesting game indeed. It's going to be a battle of synergy definitely between both of these teams, but I know something I'm excited about, right? We're seeing for the first time in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy the Jutsu Kaisen skin being pulled out over there for Melissa. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes over there for the gold lane.
It is a beautiful skin indeed. The skin just came out, I think, 2 days ago, and I know a lot of people have been trying to get their hands on some of these skins. I know the Melissa has a really good one. I also know the Xavier has also a good one. But, let's talk about the jungle that's happening right now. We do see that high-end drag coming on Hayabusa, and, a YSS pick, which is pretty wild from my part. Both sides are running that tank, set tanks in that roam position, so it does tell me that both of them should be prioritizing, protecting the invades, dealing with maybe some of the 1-1-2s early on, just to deny some of the gold farm. But, honestly, pretty standard draft from both sides. We don't really see a support with an assassin jungle, so, and same thing with the YSS. You really do need that front line, that set tank coming in. Now let's take a look at the mid matchup right now, right? We do see that Cho and that Kadita kind of, going hips to hips, trying to make sure that they could get a nice clear onto this mid lane. That Kufra is giving some, both tanks actually giving some vision information to their jungler to make sure, hey, where are they starting? Where are these people are gonna go now? What's their rotations gonna be like, right? And as we guys can see, lane clearing is going to be prioritized towards that Kadita. That first skill with the waves just, going back and forth is just able to clear out that mid lane. Let's look at some of the top lane matchups, right? You do see that Melissa and the Rithel going up at that top lane, Weezy. What do you think is going to happen here in this lane? And in this lane,
I'm sorry, you wait. I thought my mic was muted, but yeah, definitely on this this matchup, like you said, the Melissa versus the Irithel, you are going to see Melissa be a little bit more the aggressor, is going to have that Inspire, and also the Muddles to be able to give some more poke damage, and right now you are seeing Irithel on the back end, just kind of playing a little safe, but look at Yujiro winding up Tyrant's Revenge for the knockup, bouncing ball, and the power of Muddles prevails. Akoshi taking up first blood for the side of Ohana Esports, but wait a minute, Mountain Shock will go down by Yisun Shin, and now the Ouija Shadow kill, but Super Haze is going to take that kill and take down Melissa. Now you are going to see both of them be able to get out. And this is one of the things that Second to None does have in their favor, right? They have a lot of mobility. They have the quad shadow over there from this Hayabusa. They also have Super Haze on the Cho, not to mention an Irithel who can definitely roam around a little bit faster and opted in for that battle spell on the sprint. Where looking at the side of Ohana Esports, they're kind of lacking in the mobility department, right? They're going to kind of rely on the Tyrant's Revenge from Yujiro to get the set potential, and then they got to make the most out of it. But outside of that, not really much mobility leaning in their favor. But wait a minute, you're going to see the Ocean's Oddity rush in, Breath of the Ocean on Yujiro, but he is able to get out with the bouncing ball. Earthshaker not connecting OSP Blazer. Gonna go ahead and have to push back though, but look at Cream. Gonna get knocked up by the Breath of the Ocean. Gonna flicker out, but can he get away using the Mortal Coils? But Protagonist is gonna take down Lunox in that engagement, and that looks like 2 kills so far, Second to None of 1 on Ohana Esports.
Yeah, a lot of spells being used right there. You know, the flicker coming out from that Kufra, the Lunox, and also that Martis. And, you know, Ohana Esports just being pushed to that corner where they're just unable to even contest for this turtle. It does seem like the retry is still available from Protagonist. I want to see if he's going to be able to get that blue buff and a kill at that top side. You know, and another fight happening right now.
Huge fight. Tyrant's Rage with the Breath of the Ocean, and that is going to be 3 members down on the side of Ohana Esports. Already 5-1 lead into the hands of Second to None. But wait a minute, trying to take some more kills. Look at Cream, 2v1 situation. Super Haze is going to take him down with the power of Cho and go ahead and recall spam on his way out of there for a little boost of momentum.
Yeah, just like I was saying, you know, when we looked at that top side, Melissa traditionally with that Inspire, you know, a very damage-heavy utility spell, he should be able to win that lane against an Irithel, which just has that sprint, which just, you know, gives her an extra movement speed and a little small invade coming in at the top side.
You are seeing a little bit of an invade on the way, but Mountain Shocker over there by Yisun Shin going to give vision to the entire team of Second to None. You are seeing the Tyrant's Revenge going in, but unable to get the set. And now the way the Dragon to make the most, and the Petrify. Super Yuki going to take down Yujiro on this Kufa. Cream going to take out OSP Blazer, though, and that is going to be 1 member off for both sides. But right now, you are still seeing Second to None leading the way for the early game.
Yeah, Second to None really playing well with that pit comp type of style. You know, the Wave Dragon coming in and the Hayabusa coming in right now.
He is going to rush in. Protagonist is going to take down this Lunox yet again. And now the Luigi Shadow hit with the Tyrant's Rage. And Clouds is going to send him to the caster's desk. What a play. Talk about some synergized combinations.
A little overextension coming in from the Protagonist. That Shadow Jutsu is just unable to, you know, bounce back to his original clone. I think he just did it a little bit too late, a little bit of miscalculation with the turtle coming up, right? And the jungler just, you know, dying and coming back. I don't think they're really going to be able to have that map vision, as you can see right now. Jikundo
is going to rush in now to the way of the Dragon to connect. And can he get away? No, Muddles is trying to burst him down, but look at Super Haze, dangerously low. But Wander is going to burst down Akosi Lapu Lapu right before he can take down Super Haze on the 1 HP. And now the battle over this turtle. You are seeing some heavy presence from both sides. Raging Slash going in with the Bravest Fighter. You are seeing the Quad Shadow circling around this turtle. Yujiro is going to go ahead and take out Super Yuki on the Kadita. But wait a minute, Protagonist with the last minute retribution is going to claim this turtle for the side of Second to None. And now Wanderer going to take a turret on the top side. Cloud's going to take down Blazer, and I gotta say, a lot of engagement right now from both sides, but still Second to None able to translate even these team fights into objectives, not only taking the turtle but also taking the tier 1 turret for the top lane.
Yeah, Blazers really took a big hit over there with the Bravest Fighter stance, and Hayabusa coming in
is going to get a kill. Protagonist is going to take down Lunox for the 3rd time, and there goes that momentum boost from some additional damage for the side of Second to None on that recall spam from Super Haze on the Cho. But Concealed Play has been opted in. He is going to possibly get a set, but no, the Mountain Shocker rushing in. He is going to change his mind, and that's going to be a little bit of wasted utility, but still right now not really going to hurt them as much as they're kind of dominating so far. We need to see Ohana Esports turn this back in their favor. If not, you are going to see a quick snowball method to possibly get an early finish. Just look at the gank toward the top side. Kosi Lapu Lapu being a little bit overextended, does not have the mobility, is going to use Muddles though. Go Away has been activated, but you are seeing Wanderer rushing in, doing some damage. Now you are going to see Protagonist joining the fight and taking him down, and also Super Yuki getting the kill onto Yujiro, who did try and peel around to protect him, and right now just not looking good. 12-5. You are seeing Second to None leading in kills.
Yeah, leading in kills, 3K up in gold. Ohana Esports really, and another fight coming out at the bot side.
Yeah, they're just not taking their foot off of the gas. But honestly, Ohana is asking for these fights with the overextensions. And you are going to see the tier 1 for the mid lane go to the side of second to none.
Yeah, Ohana Esports, having 2 marksman comp, they're really trying to scale up, really trying to farm up, with the YSS, also with the Melissa. Like, they really have to reach that 15-minute mark where both marksmen have, and Shadow Jutsu
is going to rush in, and Protagonist going to take down Clouds, the jungler for the side of Ohana. Not having an easy time. He is sitting 2-1-2 KDA, not the worst, but Protagonist already online 5-1-3, leading in terms of kills for this game.
5-1-3 indeed. It does look like he has picked up his Malefic Roar, his Hunter Strike, and he's just ready to go in and burst these marksmen down. And another pick off on the bot side, the Jikundo was unable to connected, but just died underneath that tower as they end up pushing for that new objective 3-0 in terms of these turtles being picked off right now. Ohana Esports really has to try and figure out a way to farm these jungles because the later this game goes, the gold lead is just pushing far away. It was 3K, 2 minutes ago, and now it is at that 5K mark. And in terms of, some of the items that is being picked up, you do see that anti-heal being picked up from that Chow early. Kadita is able to pick up that penetration boots. Also, some of the other penetration items in terms of the magic. Lapu Lapu is able to pick up his Bloodless Axe. And another pick-off happening up at mid-side.
You are going to see that pick off going into the hands of Super Yuki, taking down Lunox, now 0-5-3 KDA. Always getting caught off a little too aggressive for that backline mage, and now the Mountain Shocker going in by Yi Sun Shin. Not really going to affect the side of second to none, and kind of be some more utility wasted for the side of Ohana Esports.
Yeah, for Ohana Esports, there's really 2 priority targets right now that they have to try and pick up in order to get somewhere in this game. One of them is going to be that Hayabusa right now being stuck underneath that tower.
Is trying to get a kill, but overstaying is welcome, and now getting bursted down. Okoshi Lapu Lapu is going to pick up that kill into the hands of Melissa with the Jujutsu Kaisen skin, and we have to see more answers like that. Wait for them to be overly aggressive and take the mistakes, but another kill again. You are going to see Super Yuki take down It's Your Girl on the Lunox, and right now not having the easiest time kind of stacking the kills for the side of second to none. You have to be careful. Only 9 minutes in, up by 10 kills, and leading by 5,000 gold for the side of second to none. And now another engagement on the way. The way the Dragon connecting, Muddle's trying to hold them back, but is it enough? You are going to see Akoshi dash into the tier 2 turret. Mountain Shocker going down for some chip damage to the whole team of second to none, provided over there by this Yi Sun Shin Clouds. And now Cooper winding up, checking the bush, not able to find anybody there, but going to go ahead and give some vision onto second to none.
Yeah, second line does look like they have a lot of information, just spotting out the enemy red side, making sure that there's no one in these bushes while they get this Lord probably uncontested right now. And, you see OSP Blazer just body bagging some of the damages coming in. The Yi Sun Shin has picked up his 2 of his core items, right? And he's really going to be able to do a lot. Tyrant's Rage coming out.
You're going to see Super Yuki get a kill. Unstoppable takes down Akoshi on the Melissa. That is going to be their marksman for the side of Ohana, and this is going to be a great time to take this turtle. Protagonist not wasting any time is going to go ahead and pick that up for his team, and now the concealed play. Super Haze with the Jikundo. Wanderer taking down Cream. The way the Dragon connecting. Airborne! But wait a minute, Cloud's trying to escape. Protagonist with the quad shadow is going to take him down, and now Super Yuki is going to push in the tier 2 turret for the top side. The map opening up to the side of second to none already as we trickle into the mid game, leading the way 20-7.
There's so much fights happening from Ohana Esports, just pick off after pick off. As you guys can see, Lunox did get picked off by that Hayabusa right there. Ohana Esports really needs to try and reset, try to gather some of its members and try to defend these towers, because if they really don't do that right now, they're going to be losing a lot of that inhibitor towers. Second to none right now, grouping up at that bot side. There's 3 mans down there. The Cho is already ready up for that dragon, Way of the Dragon, and it does seem like they are choosing to back off of this Lord. It is just the first Lord, so there's not really going to be too much in a fight.
But they are going to try and go and get a little bit of a contest. Blazer going to take down Cream, the jungler for the side of Ohana. Wait, actually, no, the XP laner for the side of Ohana. And that is going to be one member off of the table. Looks like they are going to try and take some of these inhibitors. But wait a minute. You're going to see Super Haze being very greedy. Lunox going to burst him down with the brilliance. And I got to say, 22-8. Ohana definitely needs to play safe. They have their backs up against the wall, but something that we are seeing second to none be is a little greedy. And when you are greedy, this is what teams who have their backs against the wall are kind of banking on. They're holding out their hats, waiting for you to drop some of these greedy coins in there to stack it up and even out the odds. And now you are seeing the bravest fighter trying to rush out. Blazer taking some serious damage. Gonna use a raging slash, but wait a minute. The coach is gonna take him down with a paddle of muddles, and also gonna take him down with that Jujutsu Kaisen skin, man. I'm telling you, I just bought these skins today, and it was like 5,000 diamonds per. Definitely gonna break the bank.
Yeah, these skins are indeed beautiful. As Weezy was just saying earlier, you know, second to none really has to show a little bit more discipline before, as you guys see, another topside fight.
You are going to see Protagonist getting a kill, but now going to be bursted down himself in response. Lunox picking up that kill, shutting him down, but now you are seeing a little bit of a response with second to none. Irithel rushing in with Super Haze, but decides to not go further than that, as that was a 2v4. Definitely not the fight you want to take.
Yeah, right now, second to none really has that snowball going for them, although they need a little bit of discipline. We do see that Irithel pick up that Malefic Roar, also the BOD on top of that Hayabusa, and Super Yuki is able to pick up that Lightning Truncheon, along with the last penetration item, Divine Glaive. You know, the three members, again, for Ohana Esports, they really have to try and pick off is going to be that Super Yuki on the Kadita. The rough wave is just too much. A lot of bush pressure, a lot of map pressure. You know, she's just going to be camping in one of these lanes. Protagonist on the Hayabusa, again, with the BOD and the Malefic Roar. He's just really going to be able to burst a lot of people down with his Shadow Kill Jutsu. And right now, you know, the Lord is spawned up. This will be a Luminous Lord. In terms of the gold lead, right, we do see 5K and a conceal play being happened.
And speaking of Super Yuki, over there with the Rough Waves, able to get a monster kill, takes down It's Your Girl, and now make that another, as you are seeing Airborne Yujiro flying up, and it looks like Cho was able to pick up that kill for the side of Super Haze. Protagonist gonna take the next objective. Luminous Lord in the favor for second to none, and now on the aggression, they are gonna fight on a Cream 4v1 situation, unable to get out, and Wanderer is gonna pick up that kill. Blazer also is gonna take down a Kosi, leaving only Clouds by himself to defend against the full team of second to none, and a Luminous Lord making his way up the mid lane, and I don't know if he can contest them. Wait a minute, Rough Waves from Kadita gonna push him back into the base, and ladies and gentlemen, second to none takes game one.
Victory!
Second to none does take that game one. You can see Protagonist with that MVP, you know, building up all three of his core items, farming extremely well this game. Super Yuki also did an excellent job. I think it was a 8, 1, and 3, able to pick off so many different targets inside those bushes. And Blazer, you know, also body bagging a lot of the damage we did see on that first turtle, sacrificing his life for these objectives. Wanderer farmed extremely well in his gold lane, was able to push out that Melissa with Inspire, so it does show Wanderer is extremely good in that gold lane. Now let's take a look at some of these stats coming up right now. The team fight participation is a little bit low coming in from second to none, but that's only because every single target, every single unit on that team is really just able to pick off, right? The Hayabusa with his ultimate, the Rough Waves coming in from the Kadita, you know, they're just really able to get these solo kills objectives. In terms of some of the damage dealt, right, you do see that it is relatively even across the board. Wanderer is able to grab up a lot of these tire hits, so is Blazers. And, you know, let's take a look at Ohana Esports side, right? The YSS is able to get a lot of damage at that 31% mark with one of the highest kill participation, but it just does seem like they're just not able to close out this game. They're just not able to even get a small snowball with that 2 marksmans coming in. So, you know, good job, Ohana Esports, but, you know, maybe next time let's try to draft maybe an assassin in the jungle or even a tank, so, you know, you could really scale up into that 15-minute mark. And, you know, congratulations to second to none.
Definitely congratulations indeed. A second to none, living up to the name, literally second to none, is going to take first place in match 1 of today. But that is only the game 1 out of this series, as both of these teams are competing in a best of 3, and we can't wait to see what they bring into the next match. Are we going to see Ohana turn the tide back in their favor, take game 2, and be able to finish us off with a game 3 reverse Uno card sweep, or are we going to see second to none get the first sweep of the day for series 1? As ladies and gentlemen, we are currently on 3 series of today, and on the first match we are seeing Ohana versus second to none leading the way 1-0, and I can't wait to see where this match goes. So definitely don't go anywhere, grab some drinks, get some popcorn, and we'll be right back with you guys for game 2.
can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure.
I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the crowd. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more. Exactly.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy. Man, talk about a turnout. A 14-minute finish into the hands of second to none for game one, taking out Ohana. But now we are going to the next game of the day, and both of these teams are already embarking to the Land of the Dawn. We have Ohana Esports up against second to none. Let us know who you guys are voting for as the polls are up. We did see second to none having the first win, which means they are going to have match point for a possible sweep, but you can't count Ohana out, right? They need to find a little bit of a way to take advantage of the early game and not get pressured for the early finish on second to none. If they can figure that out, I think they may be able to drag this out to a game 3, but if not, we may be able to see second to none get the first sweep of the day. Joined on the desk, we have the on-point analyst, also from the MLSA staff, Master Rim is in the building, and I will be your play-by-play. How you doing today, Rim?
I'm doing great. Thank you. Thank you for asking. You know, I watched the second game. A lot of strong things was let through in the draft here, right? We did see the side of second to none go for that more aggressive pick-off composition, right? And man, did they execute that well. I really hope the side of Ohana Esports has some insurance there, right? They got to go get some swimming lessons after how they experienced this Kadita with those rough waterways, right? That's why it's important to learn how to swim if you're caught up in that situation, right? But speaking of things being caught up, right, we did see them pull out that Chow with the Way of the Dragon last game, which was their main initiator, right? And they were able to execute their draft beautifully in terms of the rotations that was coming in. And then you had the Hayabusa, which, as you mentioned, is one of those assassins that kind of formed his way back in the meta, right? He's been non-existent for about a few seasons now, and we're kind of seeing what he's capable of in recent times, right? But also the patch, right? We've seen a lot of heroes be revived in terms of like that EXP lane. We saw the Esmeralda being one of the answers for that Lapu Lapu again, right? Before his pre-nerf, he counted her in lane, right? But now she's kind of reminding us why she's one of the queens of the EXP lane, if you may, right? But we are seeing some strong things being banned out for the side of second to none right here. We see the Fanny being banned out, which is always a good choice, right? A good Fanny can really dominate your entire team and basically carry the team that it's on for that first like 5 to 7 minute mark, you know, to help them scale up in that early game, right? We do see this Fedrin as well being taken out, one of those CC based heroes, right? He's good in the jungle, he's good at securing the objectives just because of what he has to offer, right? But Rizzy, looking at the bans right now, there's still a lot of strong things open that the side of Ohana Esports can pick up for you. What do you think that they should try to prioritize?
Oh, well, the Kaja is definitely still available. I'm a big fan of that. It opens up the opportunity to be able to play an assassin and also deny the assassin pick from second to none. And I think they have a Fanny player, Randy, matter of fact, over there on Ohana. But the Fanny was taken out, so would have to be more that Hayabusa or also that Ling. But definitely something that could be a flex role, right? The Julian has been banned out. The Fredgen, two great flex players, but the Kaja is still on board. Not to mention the Joy. The Joy can be flexed as well. It could be an XP lane. It could be a mid lane. It could be a jungle. You name it, it's there. And really, the only thing you have to worry about is the suppression. But with Kaja being on the board, I'm not really sure Joy is the first best answer. And it looks like they are going to go in for this Cho again. But this is not going to be Cho on the side of second. And this is going to be Cho on the side of Ohana this time around. Kind of deny the side of second and none picking that up.
See, the Kaja is open, right? But I'm gonna fear for the first team that picks it up because the Valentina is still open as well. And if you have that Kaja going up against that IMU, she's able to steal that Divine Judgment, and it's gonna make it harder for that Kaja to engage, right? Because if he goes in for that Flicker ulti combo, she can easily snatch him up instead and have her team burst him down, or she could even be the one to burst him down once she secures that Lightning Trunshan and Clock of Destiny combo, right? So that's definitely something that either side could capitalize off right now. Like I said, if one of them teams slots this Valentina pick, so much things that's gonna go on the board, and there we go. Yuki locking in the Valentina, right? So I think they're already going to win out this first half of the draft, right? She already does have the Way of the Dragon going for her, so she can execute that combo as well. But speaking of things to be executed here, Wanderer picking up this Brody, that Torn Apart Memories have the ability to secure some finishing kills here from the burst that's going to be coming in from Yuki here, right? So I do like their picks. It's very independent in lane, right? They don't really have much counters, and even up against some of their stronger counterparts, they still kind of hold their own in lane. They can't be pressured too much, but they also have the opportunity to apply that pressure themselves.
Speaking of pressure, you are going to see this Hayabusa be slotted in. We were talking about assassins possibly being picked up. Akaja is still on the table, and they have not picked the roam for the side of second and none. And I think this is the chance for them to slot that in. Maybe even put like a Grok in the XP lane to even out the CC in their disposal. But there is a lot of dash potential right now for the side of Ohana. They have a lot of mobility. Even a Phoveus would be really good against this composition, kind of wanting them to kind of slot that in. But no, looks like they may go for the Grok. Now, not going for the Kaja. I'm not sure if that's the best answers. They are not going to have that suppression in their favor. And it looks like they are going to go in for this Kufra to the hands of Super Haze. And I'm wondering how well it'll work out. At least one thing that he does have is a bouncing ball, right? To kind of negate any heroes that have those dashing capabilities. So that might be their game plan to limit the dashes that you are going to see Ohana pull out. And now, speaking of dashes, a hero known for the dashes over there in that Zaman Forest, Harith has been taken off of the board. And you are looking at Wander with this Brody for the gold lane is going to be more dominant. I think Brody is one of the few marksmen who can go toe-to-toe with pretty much anybody in that lane, and you have to be careful on who you opt in. And that's going to guarantee him that early to mid damage with that Brody being in their hands and maybe being able to pull it out to the late game if they do play it right. But looking at the side of Ohana, we need to see who their late game presence will be. We see a lot of early game utility, but nobody to really close this game out. So the question is, who are they going to pull out in the gold lane? As you are seeing the side of Ohana finish up their bans, taking out the Harith and also taking out the Atlas.
Well, the Beatrix is still open, right? She does have the ability there to go up against this Brody in lane. We also do have the Claude, who's walking on the board as well, right? And they do, if they want to keep up against this composition, having as much utility and mobility would definitely benefit them in the long run, right? He will have the ability to burst down Super Yuki or even Wanderer as this game goes on, right? But are we being trolled right now, Yuzi? Should I acknowledge what they're hovering over right now?
Don't do it.
Maybe
Don't
not.
do it, Rim. Don't fall
Maybe
for it.
not. It will be crazy though, right? But there's still some options for them in that gold lane for the side of Ohana Esports, right? The Lunox is still open, and we've seen teams run that double mage composition, having a more utility-based mage in that mid lane, but having her go up in that gold lane, right? So they can pressure that, and it'll work, right? I think it'll work pretty well with Mel there on this Chow. That's going to be able to allow him to combo and kind of scale off, right? But we are seeing Randy locking in this Esmeralda for the EXP lane. However, I'm not sure how I feel about that. since the side of Second to None does also need an EXP later, and the Doroth, her direct counter, is still on the board, right? And I think with Second to None's overall draft right now, they can go ahead and slot that in, and it'll work out pretty well in their overall team fight composition, right? They're gonna have this immobilizing coming in there from Blazer, right? And not only is that gonna help Super Haze be able to jump on top of that and combo together, it's going to allow the backline to get in there to secure those kills, right? So I do think they can lock that in to finalize their draft, and I would agree with it, right? We did see, like I suggested, them picking up the Claude, keeping that mobility to kind of go against the dive coming in from the side of Second to None. So I do like Ohana Esports overall composition. I think it's pretty balanced. They have escapes, they have the engages. It's just going to come down to how well they're able to do in the laning phases early on in the match.
Yeah, you make some excellent points right there. When you lock in that Esmeralda prior to the XP lane on the opposing side being slotted, you're opening up the opportunity for them to counter you. And right now, looking at the Esmeralda, that direct counter that we've seen time and time again from previous seasons, Dairoth is still a possible pickup. And I'm wondering if that is going to be the option for Second to None, as they've been hovering over this Grok for a little minute, even earlier in the phase. And Grok still technically does work, but there's a lot of dashes to go up against him. You have the Hayabusa, you have this Kagura over there with the Yin Yang Overturn, you also have Cho with G Kundo, but no, they're going to go ahead and take up this Kaja, and this may be a Kaja in the jungle, which means, wait a minute, are we going to be seeing the Valentina get slotted around? I'm wondering what's going on right now, as we have an Xavier and we have a Valentina, both of them being options, and right now with them dancing with this Retribution, I'm just going to wait till the match gets slotted, because I feel like they're going to change it last second yet again. But I got to say, it's definitely an interesting composition. They opted in for a support and also a roam. Not something you typically see. If you do see the roam or the tank, it's usually going to be a Grok or something in the XP lane, but not the Kufra paired up with a Kaja. But this is going to be a Kaja jungle, so he's going to have a little bit of a slower clear, but he does have that Demon Slayer jungle emblem to work in his favor. But they are going to have to be careful, because that's going to make them slightly more squishy, right? They have a marksman, 2 mages, and a support. So they are going to have to watch out for that. This is going to be that jungle tank build probably for this Kaja moving forward. But ladies and gentlemen, as we are jumping into the game, this is Ohana Esports going up against Second to None. Second to None already having an advantage from taking game 1 and maybe a possible match point to close this out. But they do have the squishier composition. Overall, we are looking at Ohana Esports having more of a solidified draft, which means they will be able to have an easier time with the sustainability if they do play their cards right. But who are you guys voting for taking game 2? Are we going to see Ohana even it out and take us to game 3? Or are we going to see Second to None finish it off with a sweep? Joined on the desk when you have the on-point analyst from the MLSA staff to kind of break down these heroes. And I got to ask you the same question, Rim. Who are you kind of voting for with the draft before us?
I think in terms of on paper and practicality, I'm definitely going to have to give it to the side of Ohana Esports, right? They do beat off Second to None in terms of like that jungle clear, their rotation speeds. And speaking of rotations, we're already seeing an engage happening here.
Heavy engagement on the way. First blood going into the hands of Randy, taking down protagonists on this Kaja jungle. And now Blazer going to take down Claude. 1 for 1 on the board, but they were able to take out the jungle. Both junglers actually fell in that engagement, so I would call that an even trade.
Absolutely right, and that's what you want to see, especially here in the early game, especially once one of your members fall. You want to be able to take something with that, whether it's some tower gold, whether it's a death yourself, kill yourself, sorry. You don't want to die. That's the opposite of what you want in the early game, right? So you want to, play it safe a little bit, secure something, and then back off, right? But I do think as this game scales on, Second to None is going to start having an easier time, right? They're going to have more aggression because they do have that Kaja. They also have Super Haze on this Kufra. And once Kufra is able to set here, it's going to be trouble, right? And speaking of trouble here in the bot lane.
You are seeing Mel dance around the 3 members of Second to None, getting out of there with the mobility of Joe. And right now, both teams trying to take the aggressive stance for this game. Wanderer going to go ahead and use that flicker to get out just in time with that Brody, but wait a minute, you are going to see a little bit of engagement for this push. But looks like both teams not able to prevail. Take dangerously low. Kaja, protagonist, joining the fight with the Ringo Order. And looks like Ohana is going to disengage from this fight and shift their focus back to the jungle.
No, that's a smart choice, right? They already had the Brody. You have to waste some utility there to escape. So it's definitely in their best interest to practice some discipline right now, especially with Clouds. They're on this assassin jungler, right? They have to play it safe. It's important for him to stay alive here. But speaking of staying alive, we're seeing a lot of damage being dished out.
You already see the bouncy ball from Cooper. Randy picking up a kill, takes down Blazer on the Valentina. Now, the way the Dragon knocking Super Ace airborne. Tyrant's Rage gonna connect onto the stun for the wall. Mel taken dangerously low, gonna be bursted out by Super Haze on this bouncing ball for Kufra. And now look at Super Haze also trying to escape, but Clouds finishing him off with the Ouija Shadow kill. And that is gonna be one member down for both sides. Both Roams knocked off of the board, the Cho and also the Kufra.
Now, usually we've seen the first neutral objective be taken out by now, right? But both teams kind of not having that perfect opportunity to go for it because of these engages here, right? And like I said, I think second to none is going to have an easier time, right? They do have the more aggressive composition, and this Xavier, he offers so much in this early game. And as much as the game continues to scale on, right? But speaking of scaling on, we're seeing second to none try to proxy this first neutral objective.
Looks like they are going to try and get it. Look at Kufra winding up. Time's Revenge. Tyrant's Revenge into the wall. But wait a minute. Dawning Light. Protagonist is going to pick up that kill. Take down Randy. Now the way the Dragon. Knocking Super Haze airborne. But he is going to be able to escape with barely any HP. And now Mel may pay for that as they are rushing in for the kill. Protagonist able to seal the deal and take him down on this Cho. And that was 2 members falling from that engagement. And now second to none has taken the kill lead.
Now, I'm not too sure. Is that flame shot on this Guru or is it execute? Looks, I can't really tell on the cooldown here, but if it's flame
execute.
shot, I do.
It's execute.
Okay, great. Okay, great. Because I'm not a fan of the flame shot on Kagura. I think the execute helps her secure that combo and secure kills a lot faster, right? But speaking of being able to secure some things here, we are seeing a little setup on both sides, applying heavy pressure in the bot lane. Kufra jumping in.
Is going to jump in, not able to get the set though, and now both teams going in. You are going to see Protagonist knocked airborne with the way the Dragon back to his team though, and that's going to be a lot of wasted utility from both sides. But on the top lane, you are looking at this Valentina kind of go toe-to-toe with this Esmeralda, but back on the bottom side, Mel unable to escape. Super Haze with the bouncing ball is going to trample him down. You are seeing the Blazing Duet going in by QO. Is going to use the Battle Mirror image last second to get back into the tier 1 turret on his side. But look at second to none, still trying to find a way in to get a possible kill, but no, they are going to shift their focus back to the mid lane.
Absolutely, right? And while they're shifting their focus, let's shift ours here to some of these items as we are approaching that 5-minute mark. We do see Yuki locking in that Clock of Destiny with that cooldown reduction boots. He's going to be able to skill and be able to spam those skills more effectively. But speaking of spamming skills here, Weezy.
Fine judgment with the suppression, but Mel able to get out with Jun Poo over there on that show. And now the way the Dragon connecting. But wait a minute, ring order going in by Kaja. Both teams heavily low. Protagonist picking up the kill, takes down Mel on the Cho. Make that a double. Wait a minute, Super Haze is going to take down Clouds. This Kufra is on fire with the KDA. And now going to pick up a double. Super Haze is going to burst down Amelia, but not before Amelia takes him down inside of the tier 2 turret for the mid lane.
And it's like I was saying, right? So much being offered coming in from Super Yuki on this Xavier. The immobilizers going down, the damage going down. There's just so much working out for the side of second to none right now. But not only is he immobilizing the enemies, but he's giving his team that additional movement speed, right? So you count an increase in your team's mobility, the CC, as well as the damage. That's a broken hero right there, right? And he can spam these skills constantly. But speaking of things not being constant, Valentina being taken out in the top lane, which is a good trade in my books, as they are going to secure the second neutral objective here for the side of second to none.
You are going to see Kaja go ahead and pick up this turtle for second to none, giving them a slight advantage in terms of economy, up by about 2,000 gold. But you mentioned that Esmeralda taking down that Valentina is now going to also take down the tier 1 turret. And that is going to be an objective in the hands of Ohana, but the fight in the mid lane, Dawning Light raining down the suppression from the Divine Judgment. Super Haze picking up another kill, takes down Mel. Can we just mention the fact Super Haze is running this Kufra, and he has the most kills in the entire game, sitting at a 5-2-4 KDA.
Are we still in tank meta? Is tank still that strong? That Kufra's being the more dominant force in this match. But speaking of dominant forces, the Falling Star Moon
is going to connect, but not before they take the blue buff into the hands of Protagonist, and now he's going to make his way back to his jungle.
Now, Ohana Esports, they do have this Claude, right? He hasn't taken any debts right now, which is pretty good, right? Even though Wanderer did go ahead and secure that 2 assists right now, once he comes online and he's able to build into that proud trio that we do know we've been building on marksmen right now, that blazing duet is going to start dealing a lot more damage, right? They also have this Kagura. Her burst potential as this game goes on is going to be something to look out for. But Weezy,
you're going to see the way the Dragon Connect, torn apart memories to seal the deal. Wanderer picking up the kill, takes down Mel on the Cho, but wait a minute, you are going to see the Mystic Field, unable to get the stun. Cooper winding up, is going to rush into the tier 1, but unable to hit the mark, and Amelia going to capitalize and take him down inside of the tier 1 turn, and that is the roam off the board for the side of second to none. But wait a minute, the recall just in time as protagonist rushes into that bush, trying to pick him off with the Ring of Order, but now the Ouija Shadow kill, you are seeing the side of second to none sharing that damage, and this is going to give him the opportunity to take this tier 1 on the bottom side.
Now, really fair as this game goes on, right? As we do know, when you slot in that assassin in your jungler, as your jungle, they kind of fall off in the late game, right? And looking at the side of second to none, not only do they have sustainability in their kit, they do have heroes that's kind of able to build more defensive but still deal damage. And speaking of damage here,
Cloud's gonna pick up a kill, takes down Blazer on the Valentina, now running for dear life. Mel bursted down by Wanderer yet again. And wait a minute, Ring Order in there by Kaj, and you are seeing second to none kind of grouping very heavily together. Now gonna go ahead and make their way toward this Lord to take this objective.
And that's what they're gonna need, right? When you have the economy at your disposal, you're definitely gonna go ahead and try to secure these objectives, right? We do see this Esmeralda having that enchanted talisman as well as the dominance ice. And I want to shout out this Esme, right? Even though Ohana Esports is in the back and she's the one that's kind of opening up this map, as we do see her finding trades off there on the top side, right? I spoke about this Claude. He did go ahead and secure that golden staff as well as that demon hunter sword, right? Once he finishes that tree items there, he's gonna start dealing some damage. We are seeing Xavier building into his burst right now with that lightning truncheon. He has the cooldown reduction. He's gonna be able to spam those skills and poke a lot more, right? Speaking of things though, Brody having his core items being built in, he's going in for that Blade of Despair right now to go ahead and secure his early game as he goes to scale into that late game, right? But speaking of scaling here, Esmeralda in a bad position.
You're gonna see the gank on the way, immobilizing him in the top side. Can't get away. Falling Star Moon for the escape. Torn apart memories though, taking him to the caster's desk. Down goes Randy on the top lane.
Absolutely right. Once you're an Esmeralda, you think you're kind of unstoppable, but no. Once you have so much core items on the opposite team, you can easily be bursted down, right? But Ohana Esports, like I said, they do still have this Claude who's able to get some free farm here on the map, right? So he's still starting to scale. Like I said, he hasn't taken a death yet, which is pretty good for the side of Ohana Esports. Their win condition right now is going to be trying to layer these skills, right? They have this Chow here. Look for the pickoffs. And speaking of pickoffs, Brody
is going to get picked down. Amelia taking up that kill. Down goes Wanderer, kind of caught out of position. And this may create the opportunity that Ohana needs to shift this momentum in their favor. But the way the Dragon knocking Randy airborne, protagonist is going to pick up that kill. And wait a minute, you are going to see Mel rushing in. Super Yuki taking him down. And right now, both members kind of falling. You are seeing Kyo pick up a kill. That is Claude taking down Xavier. Now the Ouija Shadow kill going in. Blazer going to take down Amelia. Valentina picking that up, takes down the Kadita. But wait a minute, what is going on? The Kagura out of the board. You are seeing the Terrify over there on Kyo. Is going to get away with barely any HP, but look at the quad shadow from Clouds. Look at Super Haze deciding to use the Tyrant's Revenge to kind of dash out. But Kyo, far behind enemy lines, he's going to have to make the most out of his mobility. Does have the Battle Mirror image, but needs to work around finding a way to escape. It's going to go between two turrets. This is like the Need for Speed Hot Pursuit right now. And the question is, can he get it done? Wait a minute, he is still going through. He is going to go ahead and dodge the dawning light just in time. And ladies and gentlemen, Kyo has made it all the way back home.
Absolutely, and so is this Valentina as she falls to that falling star moon, right? She's gonna go night-night for the rest of the night here. But speaking of things here, we are seeing a lot of poke happening as this Lord is about to spawn in, and this is kind of where the dance begins, Weezy.
You're going to see the way the Dragon connect, the suppression for the Divine Judgment. Protagonist pulling in Mel, and now the Tyrant's raised to push him into the turret. Can they take him down? G-Kundo! But no, the Ring of Order having other plans. Unstoppable Protagonist taking down Mel, and now, yet again, you are going to see second to none pulling the aggro for this objective, and they will be able to possibly take this Luminous Lord with no contest.
Now, I do think, Amelia, you could have saved him here, right? You could have put that first skill on to get that slow, so he could have had an easier time to escape, right? But the deed is done. You let him die right there. I'm gonna, we're gonna talk about that after the match, right? But speaking of things to talk about, right? I did mention this Xavier. He's starting to build into that burst, which he did go ahead and secure, and this is where he starts to shine, right? He's gonna have the burst coming in. He has the cooldown reduction as well as that mana regen, right? Which is what you need as Xavier. He's one of those mages that kind of it's in his kit to spam his skills to be able to get that job done, right? But speaking of getting that job done, Cloud securing those true items, and we saw him putting a lot of focus there in that back line, being able to dive on top of this Xavier with that blazing duet to get him his first death on the board here. But speaking of deaths here, this Lord looking for some trouble.
Is going to crash into the tier 2 turret for the mid lane, and now the Divine Judgment, the mobilization for the Mystic Field. Super Yuki closing down Mel with the Dawning Light, able to pick up a kill, bursting out the roam for the side of Ohana, and also taking the tier 2 turret for the mid lane. Right now, you are seeing second to none leading in terms of the map, and also by kills up by 7, and leading in gold by 6,000.
Now, this is where the Xavier, I'm putting a lot of attention on him. This is where he shines, right? He's able to just poke from such a safe distance and deal so much damage. And speaking of damage being dealt here,
Amelia picking up a kill, takes down Blazer. Magic Sentry activated. Super Yuki taking down Amelia. Kyo taking down Super Haze. You are seeing the Dawning Light raining down, not able to connect to anybody, but the Ouija Shadow Kill, a little bit of a different story, but bursted down by Wander on the retreat. Talk about some kite damage, but wait a minute, immobilized inside of the Mystic Field. Randy gonna have to pick his fight in the best way he can. Needs to kind of go back. He does not have the advantage right now, but look at the damage. Kyo joining in with this Claude as we are going into the 14-minute mark, slowly between that mid to late game, and this is where Claude gets online, so you are going to have to keep your eye on him, definitely protecting the back line. He's going to be the saving grace to Ohana, turning this match back in their favor.
absolutely right. And this Esmeralda here, Randy's definitely gonna put some more pressure, which I do think she'll be able to do once she picks up that ice cream wand. There it goes, right? So that's gonna be an additional utility coming in for this out of Ohana Esports, right? Put a lot of pressure on this Xavier, bait out some of his utility. And speaking of utilities being baited,
Amelia gonna take down Blazer with the combo assist of Cho. Wander gonna take down Mel to respond, though. One member off the board for both sides, and you are seeing second to none maintaining their pressure in the mid lane. Cloud's gonna go ahead and dash back in for some chip damage over there on this Hayabusa, but look at Randy in the bush, has been spotted out. Super Yuki gonna hit him with the Mystic Field and the Dawning Light, taken dangerously low, and Wonder gonna seal the deal with the torn apart memories, making him a memory. Down goes Esmeralda. Randy.
now they cannot be giving the side of second to none these opportunities, right? I definitely do. Speaking of opportunities, are Kufra looking for one, but he's gonna go ahead and miss. Shout out to Clouds, being able to navigate that ultimate there. But second to none, in a good position to go ahead and pick up this Lord that would potentially be uncontested, right? They do have the number advantage here. And speaking of advantages,
You already see the fight over the Lord. Protagonist looking like the antagonist out there is going to secure it, and that is going to be the objective into the hands of second to none. And with this Lord and the side of Ohana only down to their two last inhibitor turrets, may be a possible finish if they can sink these lanes for second to none. You are going to be on the back, and Ohana needing to play a little safe and wait for this engagement, but no, they are going to possibly take this fight as Cho's going to rush in. The way of the dragon onto Kufra is going to eat up all of that damage, not the person you want to waste your utility on, and this is going to give even more of an advantage to second to none.
absolutely right. But speaking of advantage, I think they're gonna take this. Nope, he's gonna go ahead and escape here. But speaking of escapes,
You are going to see Blazer take down Randy, who was grabbed up by that Divine Judgment of Protagonist on the Kajin. Look at the Luminous Lord on the top side, making his way into the base. Now you are seeing the Quad Shadow from Clouds, taken dangerously low. Amelia's going to pick up a kill, takes down Blazer. Luminous Lord is making his way into this Nexus. Is going to be bursted down from the side of Ohana, though. Kufra winding up. Is going to go ahead and opt out of this fight, but they were able to take the inhibitor for the mid lane.
Now, I do like the targeting coming in from this Kagura here, right? She's playing her cards right. She's getting that initial poke in before she fully engages with that yin yang overturn, right? So once she focuses Wanderer here on this Brody, because we see the side of second to none grouping up, right? For these engages here. Looking at her items right now, she has the Divine Glaze. She just locked that in actually. So that's going to help them scale up pretty well in terms of the burst potential that they have going for them. We are seeing Claude full build having that Malefic Roar to add some more of that penetration, to deal some more damage, as well as securing that Athena shield to kind of mitigate some of the damage that's going to be coming in from from Blaze here on this Valentina, as well as Super Yuki, right? But speaking of damage, Wanderer being able to pick off this Chow, and that's just going to set the side of Ohana Esports back a little bit more, as they do lack their engage right now, so they're definitely going to be in a tough position, right? But like I said, as long as Kaio there is able to not be picked off, I do think they have a lot of responses, right? We are seeing second to none having a more balanced composition and more balanced build. But speaking of things being balanced here, Blazer
is gonna try to pick up a kill, but the IMU for the reverse Ouija shadow kill, and now Cloud's still gonna burst him down. Not enough by himself on the 3v1 situation, being a little overly aggressive, and that is gonna be Valentina taking off the board, an advantage for the side of Ohana, as they were able to take out the back line, one of the back lines, for second to none with 24 seconds until this Lord spawns in.
I'm seeing them setting up. I like the positioning coming from the side of second to none. Xavier using these dawning lights to just deal some damage and open up the minions a little bit, right? But speaking of damage here, they have to be careful, as the side of second to none still have their burst, but we see a concealed play coming in potentially here.
We're going to see Mel kind of grabbed up by that suppression over there by this Kajin. Now the dawning light, he is not going to be able to escape from the torn apart memories. Wanderer picking up a kill on this Brody, and now the Lord taken to about half health. Huge objective for both sides. Kill resting with the Blazing Duet, takes down Wanderer with the killing spree, and you are seeing Super Haze kind of running back, needs to go back. He's very low. Protagonist, same situation, but proccing the immortality and hitting the Winter Treachery and the suppress the dawning light, but Kyo is gonna go ahead and take him down. That is a mega kill over there for the Clyde, and now Ohana able to turn the tempo in their favor, is gonna take this luminous enhanced Lord.
Now we are approaching that 20-minute mark, right? And as like you said, that's where Claude and your marksmen basically start to shadow. We did see him being able to find that back line to get some pickoffs there. And as long as they keep up with this targeting, they'll be able to not only get the pickoffs, but potentially take this game in their hands, right? And we are seeing this as Mervelda here gonna be caught out of position, and she's gonna get bursted down, as we do see this as this Valentina being full build, right? She does have that burst as well as that magic penetration at her disposal as well. So the side of second to none being able to have a better chance of defending this Lord Bashir, as they do have the number advantage, right? That's a little less for them to worry about the Blazer. He has to be careful with his positioning right now. But speaking of positioning, the side of second to none gonna go ahead and be revealed in that place there. But speaking of positioning, Blazer
gonna be hit with the Way of the Dragon, knocking him airborne, and Kyo gonna pick up that kill. Unstoppable. Claude definitely getting online for the late game. Clouds is gonna take the tier 2 turret for the bottom side, or actually for the top side, as he does have that Lord working in his favor. And now they may be able to also take the tier 2 for the mid lane, which is gonna leave the side of second to none now on the back end, as we are at the 20-minute mark, full late game. And right now this is gonna boil down to who has the best synergy and who has the best composition. And you are seeing Ohana kind of leading the way. They did get that Lord bursted down now, and they have two options. Do they stay and try and take some of these inhibitors and possibly get picked off, or are they going to play the patient game and wait for second to none to be the aggressor and possibly get a pick off there, as Lord is going to be spawning in the next minute?
I definitely think they should wait for the side of second to none to be more engageful, right? They do have the composition to kind of burst them down. And once second to none does engages, that would leave the backline open, right? That is a Super Yuki on this Xavier, as well as Wanderer, both heroes that's kind of going to be poking out from the back, which is just going to give Claude an easier time while they're distracted, right? Doing those poke damage to get on top of them with that Blazing Duet to burst them down. So I do think they should play the patient game, find a pickoff where they can, don't put themselves in a comfortable position for the side of second to none to burst them down, right? We've seen this Kaja protagonist using that divine judgment to find his pickoffs, right? And the side of second to none immediately answering that. So if they look for a pickoff here, that's definitely the game that they have to play, right? But speaking of games to play here, Way of the Dragon
is going to go ahead and knock protagonist back to his team. That is going to be a little bit of wasted utility from the roamer on Ohana Esports, who's not having the easiest time. Currently 0-13-9 KDA, and needs to kind of be careful on the placement of those ults, as that creates a separation for a pickoff. But when it's wasted, a team like second to none can make the most out of that situation and be more of the aggressor. But we are seeing Lord spawning in, and now you are seeing Ohana make their way inside of the Lord pit. But look at Super Haze is going to rush in, knocking hand, providing the suppression. Down goes Hayabusa. Why were you there? That is the jungler out in a huge chance for second to none to take this objective. But look at Esmeralda, split push on the top side. You are going to see Valentina make her way up there to try and stop her, but not before she takes the inhibitor for the top lane. And now Dawning Light raining down. Luminous Lord about 25% HP. Gonna go ahead and knock some of the members airborne. Super Haze is gonna take down Amelia on this Kadita. You are gonna see, or Kaga actually, you are gonna see protagonist hit the Retribution. Kaja picking up this Lord for the side of second to none. But wait a minute, engagement going in. You see the full recall over there from second to none, going back to the base to contest and not allow Ohana to make their way into that Nexus.
Now it's a good trade, right? They were able to open up the base for a second to none while they did lose out on that Lord fight. So it's going to give them a little bit of an easier time in terms of defending, right? But aside of second to none, they have this enchanted Lord at their disposal, and they're going to go ahead and proxy these lanes. But I don't think it's going to be quite synced in time, right? So there is going to be an opportunity for the side of Ohana Esports to potentially defend this Lord, right? But in the same token, we did see that Esmeralda getting picked off there, and the side of second to none not letting go, as they do have the upper edge in this game here.
Yeah, they definitely had the upper edge, but a little bit of a difficulty. Had to switch the screens real quick. But I gotta say, right now, second to none definitely needing to play a little safe, but it looks like they were able to take it down. I don't know what happened. The game had a mind of its own, but it looks like they were able to take that win. I think too much energy is what the problem was. But overall, definitely a great game indeed, and I gotta give it to second to none as they were able to take that victory. And it looks like everything's back to normal now, but yeah, that was a weird situation. But looking at second to none kind of leading the way, they were able to get the sweep over on to Ohana, who did have a good turnaround. They were almost able to take that into that favor, but after that Hayabusa got picked off, they were able to take that Luminous Lord. There's really nothing much you could do. 20 minutes in, and then enhanced Luminous Lord on your side. You could pretty much check that box off for GG's, and I got to give both teams a good game indeed. And Rim, I appreciate you casting. So sad that we were cut off so rudely by MLBB at the end, but hey, I guess sometimes things get a little crazy in the land of Dawn. But that's just it, ladies and gentlemen. Definitely a special shout out to both of these teams who did compete, but second to none, living up to the name, literally second to none, is gonna get the sweep over Ohana. And now, looking at the schedule moving forward, we are gonna see FaZe go up against Dark Immortals. FaZe, a team I currently coach myself, and this is either going to go one way or the other. They're either going to get yelled at tonight or we're going to celebrate, but they are going to go up against Dark Immortals, another fan favorite of mine. We've been seeing them compete since Season 1 from that Immortals franchise, and definitely one of the best for that franchise itself. And now, the final series of the day, we are going to see also Coach Deku's team go up against Zen X, a team that one of the first to register in the NACT spring season. So I'm excited nonetheless to see all these teams compete, as this is live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and I appreciate everybody tuning in across the land of Dawn. Definitely don't go anywhere. Get some popcorn, get some drinks, maybe stretch a little bit or yell at Mobile Legends for freezing on us last minute. But we'll be back with you guys momentarily for Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. We shoot for the stars, promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, you take your aim, you know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I cut the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now, I just wanna make it better. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplish all of my goals. And I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team from Philippines.
Definitely RQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke. And Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't ever stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And the game is take your hand, you know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times, I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it bound. Don't let me down, don't let it up. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're a man of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
No. So turn it up, turn it all the way up.
All you get your hands up, all you raise your hands up. Listen to what you feel and say. We gon' turn it up tonight. We gon' turn it up.
Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and Series 1 already been taken down. We are going to see second to none prevail over Ohana Esports, and now, looking at the schedule going forward, Series 2 is going to be Team FaZe up against Dark Immortals for a best of 3, and then the finish off the day, we are going to see only the squad go up against Zen X, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel, so definitely make sure you guys are tuning in, and also make sure you guys register and join our community on Discord, as this is where we have a sneak peek at all future events for the MLSA as we prevail through 2023. Speaking about prevailing, On to Series 2, we are going to see Team FaZe up against Dark Immortals. Team FaZe, a team I currently coach myself, and a team I'm prepping for the NACT Spring season, which we will be casting in alongside Eunice, who is also on the desk today. And also Dark Immortals will be going up against them, that Immortals franchise. Dark Immortals definitely one of the best inside of that trilogy as well. And I'm excited to see where this game takes us. Join on the desk, I do have Raz and Eunice to kind of break down this draft, and then Eunice will prevail with myself into the Land of Dawn for the actual game to paint the perfect picture as these two teams try and claim victory for match 1. How you guys doing today?
I mean, I'm doing fine. I'm excited to see FaZe versus Dark Immortals, knowing that Wheezy is running FaZe actually. So pretty excited to see what you have brought to Land of Dawn. But I do also know that Dark Immortals is one of those teams out there that has been stuck around in MLSA. So I do have Raz with me. And Raz, how are you feeling today?
I'm feeling very happy, very energetic, because these two teams, they're well known in the Land of Dawn, especially in the MLSA. But we do see, as you said, FaZe is Wheezy's personal owned team, and Dark Immortals is also led by the Immortals franchise. But, from looking at these two groups right here, these two squads, have you personally played with any of these team members?
I have not played actually with any side of Immortals, but I did have the chance to play with almost everybody on the side of FaZe. Actually been invited to a lot of fives. We had some good games, so I'm actually pretty excited to see what they have slotted here for this game. But on the side of Immortals, I do see Glue actually getting banned out. We do know that on the side of FaZe there is a good EXP laner. Don't remember who. No, it's King Kong, I believe. That's the EXP laner. Weezy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure King Kong is your EXP laner, right?
Yes, he is.
Yeah, so I do know that he does play a pretty good EXP lane, so Glue is banned out for the side of Immortals, but even with the recent patch note, I feel like Glue is still okay. I feel like it's okay in certain situations though, but I do see FaZe banning out Frederick, knowing that Frederick is a menace into that jungle area, knowing that he is a walking Petri, just how Deck and Ram likes to call it. And I do see Arlot getting banned out, the new champ that has arrived in Land of Dawn in the recent patch. But Raz, what do you feel about Arlot? I don't think we talked about this on MLSA yet, getting deep into Arlot, but I'm pretty sure you know his skill sets, right? And I'm pretty sure he is disgusting. Especially, I heard a lot of Fanny players having a little bit of trouble playing against Arlot jungle lately.
Yes, because going against Arlot, he is very menacing in jungle and as an EXP laner, because his mechanics is once he can hide in a bush, basically. Once you go near him, once he gets his passive on the mark, he's able to dash towards you with that vengeance. It's very scary. And once he's able to stun you, suppress you, he's able to dash again. Multiple dashes, able to go in and out of a situation, and it's just very a menace on the field. And we do see, Team Dark Immortals able to ban out that Eve. She did recently get a bit nerfed, but that was only to her ultimate. It did not affect her other skill sets. But she is able to slow down the enemies. Just overall, just still be a menace in late game, but just for her ult cooldowns a little bit longer. But if you're able to prioritize a good team fight, able to save it for the right time, she can still be a good part of a team fight. And we do see, batting out that Valentina, as we did see from the last year, she was a menace, that burst damage, especially with the IMU. Because if you can get a good IMU off of any of these teams, it could be very deadly for the opposite team. How do you feel about this Kaja ban? Because, he is a menace on the field, but how do you feel about this Kaja ban?
I mean, currently Kaja is one of those meta roams, still even everywhere. I did have the ability to actually cast the EU tournament over the weekend, and they did ban out Kaja actually almost every single match, except for a couple of the last matches where they did let Yves and Valentina walk actually. So Kaja with the single target suppression, the divine judgment, really gives a lot of pressure towards the enemy team no matter whose side's on, right? Kind of like a Valentina getting picked up. You can't really just Kaja in general, right? The push that the Kaja gives when it comes to these team fights, being able to individually pick off who he wants to specifically ult, compared to like Atlas, Fatal Links, or like Lolita's Noon and Blast. It's an AoE CC, right? But with Kaja, it's a single target. But I do see Bomba on the side of Immortals picking up Julian, knowing that Julian's also, it was one of the slept on fighters, but with the recent patch, his damage towards the mid and late game, I mean, I've played against Julians. I've had Julians on my team. I had to play Julian actually a couple days ago, and he is pretty strong right now. So I'm gonna have to give it to some Dark Immortals. But with the Kaja being banned out and Bomba locking in Julian first, it kind of gives FaZe a little bit of an open slot with these heroes. And speaking of open slot, I do see Joy getting picked up, knowing that there is no single target suppression specifically towards a Kaja. There is still Franco open, there still is Chow, right? But I do see King Kong on this Joy and Diz actually picking up this Brody, and I've seen Diz actually play in the marksman area. I did have the chance to play with him a couple times, and his marksman pool is actually pretty wide, knowing that he plays a really good Beatrix as well and a Moskov. But knowing that he's on this Brody, those turn apart memories will probably make the side of Immortals really into a memory for the side of FaZe. But let's talk about the draft towards Immortals. I do have a Melissa and an Esme and Raz. Looking at this draft right now, it's not completed yet. We do have the 6 bans about to be locked in from the side of Kyle, knowing that he's a jungler for the side of FaZe. If you just had to kind of like break down the utility sets, the team fight potentials, and like how everything's gonna work out, what are your thoughts right now? Just looking at the 6 picks that are getting picked up by both sides.
Well, you did say, we did see that Joy open and also that Brody. There's not really much of a single target suppression. As you just said, Franco is still open, Chow's still open. As you do see, Kyle with that counter against that SML, that is a good counter, but also if he's CC'd once, he can be very deadly for team fights. So my own opinion, if I was Team Immortals or if I was Team FaZe, I would ban out those single target suppressions, so like Franco, Chow, as we do see them not picking up the roam yet. So in my own opinion, I will ban that Franco, because if we do see any, I don't think any of Team Dark Immortals has a good Franco, but who knows? I don't know these teams very well, but who knows? They're reading my mind right now. I just did see them banning that Franco. And we also do wonder that Team FaZe does not have their mage, does not have their, I believe, their roam still. But we do see Dark Immortals banning out that Atlas, because Atlas's Fatal Links can be a menace on the battlefield if played right. So, but looking at this draft right here, Eunice, who will be, because we both know we both are mage mains. Looking at this team comp, who would be a good mage against Dark Immortals?
I mean, knowing that there's a Julian and a Esme and a Melissa, I'm really... It can all depend, because we do have Bomba and God Bless coming in from the side of Dark Immortals, knowing that they're more up-close marksmen. They do have a little bit of range, enhanced first skill on Bomba, and just all the skill sets of Melissa really is a menace, and especially her ultimate, go away, is really going to be a really big issue for the side of FaZe, that they try to really get up in her face. So when it comes to the mage picks, right, if I had to draft a potential mage for the side of FaZe, I would look for a little bit more AoE ground control mage, knowing that there's a lot of mages that can go really up front towards the Melissa and Bomba, but knowing that you really have to be careful when it comes to positioning for the side of FaZe, knowing that there's Jay on this Esmeralda. So let's theoretically say like they slot a Farsa, for example. Good AoE. Feather Airstrike is really going to give a lot of ground control when it comes to those ults, but we do know that Jay can just easily jump into that back line for the side of FaZe and kind of just zone out the Farsa pretty easily, knowing that Jay will probably build damage with the current patch note that came out, and her shield is easily buffed. So if I really had to pick a mage here, I would go more towards the burst late game mage, but more stability towards the early game, knowing that they do have a little bit of early game advantage and a little bit of damage coming in from the Melissa and Jay, knowing that they're kind of able to scale pretty easily and kind of sustain, right? But do you see Jumo actually picking up the Fanny? And I know Kyle actually plays Fanny, so I don't know, letting a Fanny walk with Kyle being one of his main assassins. I'm gonna just let Immortals kind of be careful with Kyle on this Fanny. But speaking of Fanny, I do see Soy locking in Ruby, and is it? I thought that said AirPods for a second. It's Amos locking in the Martis, the Decimation, the Mortar Coils are really going to kind of shove the Fanny and pretty much everybody on the side of FaZe. But we do see a roamer missing right now, and Raz, you want to take a wild guess on what FaZe might supposedly or potentially lock in as their roam, knowing that Kufra, Franco, and actually Atlas is currently all banned out right now?
You know, looking at this matchup, in my own opinion, I feel like Akai can be good, you know, zoning out that turtle, you know, with this heavy spin, you know, because you do see the Julian, the Melissa, Martis, able to jump in if there were, you know, going after turtle, you know, be able to provide that zone will be really, really good, you know, but that's my own opinion because I'm not really much of a tank user. So that's just like, you know, one round. Or, as you just see right here, Super Proxy did pick up that Lolita, which is really good. That Lunum Blast can be really good for team fights, you know. But everything is just, you know, really, really good. As you do see, you know, as you said, Team FaZe did pick up that Fanny, you know, but I guess it's a walking Fanny. Who knows, they might do a little switcheroony as they're doing right now, a little switcheroony here, adjusting their picks. But just looking at this team comp, what team are you in favor of? Who do you think will pick up this win?
I mean, I feel like it all depends on the scaling towards the late game, because we do know that obviously Fanny is going to be a pretty big menace, that he is going to run the high and dry in the early game. So a lot of damage is going to come in from Kyle, but knowing that there's a Melissa, there's a Julian, and they're going to all scale towards that late game. But I mean, looking at these two teams, have really had to give to the books, to the mechanics, just the draft in general, right? I am going to favor the side of FaZe only because I do know that they both have good marksmen and they have a pretty good draft. But when it comes to late game, no matter how fed this Melissa is, Proxy on this Joy with Vengeance is going to kind of body bag the Melissa. But we are heading into Land of Dawn. This is going to be the first match, Dark Immortals versus FaZe. We're going to head in here and we're going to start the laning phase process. But Raz, thank you for drafting with me in the first couple minutes for the side of, on behalf of Wheezy. But we're going to get into here. We do see the mid lane kind of brawl starting, the same with the goal laner, right? We do see Brody up against a Melissa, knowing that Brody might have a little bit of struggle, knowing that, God bless, on this Melissa is going to have a little bit of lane push and clear towards the early game. But hold on, looks like Soy is really kind of zoning out Jumo on this Lolita, and this is a Joy mid, so this is a very interesting draft coming in from FaZe right now.
Yeah, definitely an interesting draft, as you are seeing that Joy be slotted in. They don't have any suppression to kind of stop her, but we are seeing a request for a pause over there from Martis. That is going to be the side of Dark Immortals requesting that. So we are going to go to a temporary caster's desk, and I got to say, what do you think about the draft so far? You said you were voting more on the FaZe side. If I had to say myself, I actually helped them draft, so a little bit of that cheat code. I opted in for the Joy mid. Now, something you don't traditionally see too often, but Joy's one of those heroes who can be flexing without having that Kaiser or the Franco to stop her. And also, if y'all notice, the Kufra was taken off the table. There's really nothing to kind of stop Joy in her tracks, no matter where she's at for either lane. So I'm excited to kind of test it out and see how this Joy mid works. But I gotta say, I think Joy's strongest position probably is in the XP lane with the Vengeance. So we'll see how it goes jumping into this. But I'm looking forward to seeing how both of these teams compete. This is going to be match 1, series 2. Team FaZe, a team that I've been working with since a little bit earlier this year, working on getting them ready for NACT spring season. Dark Immortals from that Trilogy franchise, definitely getting ready as well. So definitely going to be keeping my eyes on both teams moving forward. And I got to say, the draft was definitely interesting. It was a little challenging on Dark Immortals. They're keeping up the pace up there, but I think it's going to be one of those battles that boils down to synergy.
Yeah, I did see that, and like I said earlier, right, the Joy is going to end up body bagging the Melissa, which is why I favored your draft, actually, because if there was any other EXP laner drafted, maybe a Lapu or like a, I don't know what other EXP laners that was open in that potential. There was also a Grok open as well. The Melissa is going to actually kind of melt down those players no matter how tanky they build towards that late game. And Joy coming with that vengeance is really going to kind of shove the Melissa towards that late game, knowing that she also has Inspire. And with that Trinity build attack speed coming in from the marksman, I feel like it's kind of a little bit of an upper advantage knowing that Joy can just kind of stand in front, screw the EXP laner. I'm going to kind of turn on my vengeance and kind of shove you out of my face real quick. And I feel like that just gave that a little bit of an upper advantage. So that's why I did favor your draft. But I can't really snooze on Immortals either, right? They do have that early game composition coming in from the marksman, and especially the EXP laner Jay coming in with this Esmeralda, knowing that I mentioned this earlier again, but the patch note that came out for Esme is going to be more towards the damage area. So I feel like it just depends towards that mid-late game spike, knowing that both teams really do have a strong draft right now. So I can't really say too much, knowing that I kind of have to see where that mid-game goes. But Soy's looking for a potential engage, and Kyle using these cables.
He's going to run into the wrong bush, but able to possibly get out. Wait a minute. Heavy pressure onto him. Kyle's trying to find the cables, but unable to get there in time. And I believe that's the Valentine special skin right there. I was going to say, I haven't seen that one on on Fanny before. We do know one thing about Super Kyle, though. He is a Fanny main, and definitely going on his comfort pick. You have to watch out for that. He's going to try and pave the way for the early game. But we got to keep our eyes on Rock Bomba on this Julian, right? Julian, one of those heroes who got a recent buff. Not to mention, he is running the Jujutsu Kaisen skin, so I'm definitely going to be watching that. And also Ipos, who is running this Martis, who's going to have an easier time with the neutral objectives, especially if members do get low, as he has the capability to burst them out with the decimation. And looks like he is going to be able to pick up this turtle with no contest, but Super Kyle getting a little bit of an invasion onto his blue buff. Not going to be able to get that energy. He's now going to shift his focus to the opposing blue buff instead. But look at King Kong, dangerously low. Jay going to rush in and thinking about counters. Looks like Esmeralda having the easier time is going to burst him down, picking up first blood for the side of Dark Immortals.
Yeah, a little bit of a hassle coming in from the side of FaZe, knowing that Kyle was actually unable to get her blue buff. Hold on, Proxy coming in with the electrifying beats here, Wheezy.
Yeah, definitely coming online, doing a lot of damage nice and early, but not able to pick up any kills. But you are going to see Fanny, Super Kyle pick up that blue buff, and now Super D's over there being more the aggressor for the gold lane. Torn apart members going in, but unable to get the final kill. And now Rock Bomba, Soy rushing into the bush, going to try and pick him off. You are going to see Rock Bomba rush in. He's going to go ahead and use the enhanced change for the knockup. Super D's taken to about half HP. Now having to play a little safe, as you are seeing Dark Immortals trying to pressure the top side.
Yeah, we do have to focus on a lot of pressure, right? Talking about pressure, we do see a Melissa and a Brody, so you do want to kind of get them pretty early, kind of get them pushed and shoved into the mid-game spike, knowing that Dark Emeralds did pick up the first objective, but looks like King Kong's kind of zoning off this Martis right now, and looks like he's about to get caught potentially, but hold on, Kyle's swinging in.
You're going to see Kyle take on Ipos, but Ipos is going to take down Miswa over there on this Dyrot, who's having a very hard time coming online early. He's sitting at 0, 2, and 1. And right now, Esmeralda not really having any penalty up against this counter. And this is not what you typically see. But moving forward, we are going to see Joy kind of swap over to this lane and kind of cut off these minions, not allowing this Esmeralda to get any additional farm.
Yeah, good cutting coming in from the side of FaZe. Proxy coming on this Joy, right? A lot of mobility, a lot of movement speed coming in, and being able to kind of rotate around the map really gives the potential and a lot of utility coming in from the side of FaZe, especially having the EXP laner, even though Tyrant is sitting at 0-2, right? Not too good of a KDA coming in from the first early game, but Joy is kind of able to kind of micromanage and macromanage actually all of these lanes in the mid lane, the bot lane, and the top lane, being able to kind of rotate around. But looks like Immortals is going to get a little bit of rebound. Kyle's swinging in here.
He's going to rush up, pick up the kill, and now needs to get out as you are seeing Rock Bomba and Soy join the fight, and talk about a dive, able to get in and get out without being taken down at all. And now you are seeing the side of Dark Immortals make their way toward this turtle. On the aggro now till down to about half HP. Soy getting a little bit of that damage, that armor being broken over there by King Kong on this Dyrot. But look at the turtle being picked up by Ipos. Another neutral objective in their favor. Numenon Blast canceled out last minute. And that is what happens when you run to the counter of Ruby. But speaking of Ruby, Super Proxy is going to take her down. And now you are seeing Jay having to go back inside of the tier 1 turret for the bottom side. But neutral objective did go to Dark Immortals, but still FaZe leading in kills 3-2.
I mean, I just want to also point out that this Esmeralda has been actually tanking a lot of things, right? Even though she did just get caught out by Kyle, and this Fanny was kind of able to lane against a Dyrith, and like you said, you don't really normally see this counter hold on Diz just to get a pick up of Melissa, which already puts the goal lane a little bit disadvantaged, but we do see that 2 objectives have been picked up by Side of Immortal. So let's take a little real quick look at these items, knowing that Esmeralda did pick up the Enchanted Talisman, a little bit of sustain coming in, but Melissa is coming in with that goal lead, and hold on, Soy 2 is looking for a little something. Bomba coming in with the chains here, but not so much looking too much of pressure right now. I know that the marksman is down for the Side of Immortals, but we do see that Julian did pick up a Genius One, knowing that that Genius One is going to scale towards that 10-minute mark when the first lore does pop in, but Brody locked in Heptases is going to start doing a little bit of work, knowing that Joy also did lock in Genius. So a lot of first core items have been locked in, but hold on, Kyle coming with a little bit of cables here.
He's going to try and get a pick off onto Sorry God Bless, now making his way back into the tier 1 turret behind it after, but this is going to create the opportunity for Super D's to take this lane, and he is going to go ahead and secure the tier 1, but now you are seeing the flicker to escape as Martis rushing in with the Mortal Coils. Ruby does have the Arm Infinite, but they are going to go back in for this fight. Is this the right decision? D's going to take down Ipos, down goes Martis, and right now Brody is on fire, but wait a minute. You are seeing the enhanced change for the knockup Super Proxy using the Vengeance, now being bursted down from Muddles. That is going to be Melissa picking up the kill. Newman on Blast winding up for the stun, and you are going to see Jumo pick up the kill to respond. Down goes Star God Bless, but wait a minute, Rock Bomba taken out by Super Kyle on the push behind the tier 2 turret, and now Esmeralda falling Star Moon. Super Kyle dangerously low is going to have to cable out of there. But right now you are seeing FaZe leading the way in the early game 7-3, and also taking the tier 1 turret for the top side.
A lot of pressure coming into the goal lane. Looks like that Dyrith is doing worth by also pushing up. King Kong was able to get that tier 1 turret in that bot side, and Morris was losing a little bit of objectives, right? They are coming in with these neutral objective turtles. They were able to secure, but we do have to focus the big objectives. But Proxy coming in with electrifying beats, kind of disturbing the peace here on Apos.
You're going to see Apos pick up yet another turtle, and now the engagement on the way. Soy dangerously low, taken out by Super Proxy with the electrifying beats. The go away, trying to hang in there with Muddles, but King Kong bursting down. Sorry God Bless on the Melissa, but Decimation has been activated, taking out King Kong, picking up a double. Down goes Super Proxy, a triple. Down goes Jumo. Talk about a response.
Yeah, talk about response, right? The decimation really is a punish for anybody who's kind of low right there. So Ape was kind of munching his way down with all the members on side of FaZe was really low. And Melissa, even though she really did say go away, they did really bring back the revenge coming in from Apos with the decimation, kind of killing everybody in his track. But we are getting to the 8 minutes time stamp here, and we do see these items really have been picked up pretty fast. But hold on, Kyle's still not done, looking for a bit more, but he is going to go away. But Jay coming in with Falling Moon here.
Is going to try and get a possible pickoff, but no, nothing much going to happen in the mid lane. It looks like both teams are going to shift their focus back into their jungles.
Yeah, so they do need to start farming and kind of prioritizing all their economy before this Lord comes up in about a minute or so. But we do see that Julian is starting to lock in this clock, knowing that it's going to scale. We do see Melissa coming in with a Trinity build, almost done. We do see 2 core items locked in, the DHS. Demon Hunters are coming in with Corrosion, so it looks like she's going to end up building probably Golden Staff or maybe a Wind of Nature coming in, knowing that there's a lot of physical attack speed coming in from FaZe, knowing that Brody and the Dyroth is going to start doing some damage, and really has to be careful with that Fanny, knowing that she did just lock in Heptases and Malefic, so she is going to hurt, knowing that she is also running high and dry. And towards that early game, we did see the punish coming in from Kyle, kind of continuously killing all the people in the goal lane side of Immortals, and King Kong was doing a really good job defending his lane, knowing that Esme did cut multiple times, but the turret is still not punished for the side of Immortals. And right now, everything's looking okay. The items look decently well, but the Lord has been spawned right now. First Lord has been spawned. Objective is now in the hands of both sides, but I do see that Immortals has a little bit more ground control compared to FaZe. So the EXP is still on the bot side, kind of trying to split this turret, knowing that he's probably going to make his way back up as he is right now, knowing that the Lord is up there. And this is a first Lord, so not too much, right? Might lose a couple towers here and there, a little bit of objective focusing, a little bit might be a little bit of hustle for a side of FaZe, knowing that they did lose the objectives in the early game, but looks like Kyle is kind of trying to swoop in, trying to kill in that Melissa, but hold on, Proxy's doing some work here, but looks like he's gonna fall back, and I do feel like they have to be careful when they're fighting this Lord, but Juno is stuck in a really bad position, and Jay coming in with Falling Moon here.
Is going to try and get a pick off. You are seeing FaZe on the retreat now, kiting a lot of that damage. May create the opportunity for the side of Dark Immortals to push this Lord, as you are seeing them have the stronger presence. But wait a minute, Super Kyle in the bush is going to be spotted out. Now has to find a different game plan. But you are seeing King Kong put a lot of pressure in these lanes, forcing the split push potential. And now looking at Melissa is going to make her way up there for this fight possibly. But wait a minute. You are seeing some heavy aggression in the mid-river. The question is who will be able to take the first blow. You are seeing, right now, Dark Immortal is playing very safe. Ruby does have the I'm Offended. If you're not careful, if you do reach inside of her range, she will be able to kind of group the team up for a potential pickoff. And they do have a very good CC combination working in their advantage for Dark Immortals, right? They have the Julian, who has the enhanced change for the knockup. They also have the Ruby with the I'm Offended. And if you can get caught in that duo combination of skills, it can definitely cost you your life, as you are seeing FaZe kind of having a hard time trying to fight this out. But there goes the I'm Offended. We talked about it. Super Kyle trying to hold off the minions, unable to burst down the last one, but looks like they are going to go ahead and take the tier 1 turret for the mid lane for the side of Dark Immortals, opening up the map in their favor. Jay going to take down Jumo on this Lolita, and now Dyroth needing to join the fight, needing to get a pick off, now not able to as they are stacked up, and if he takes that fight, he may be walking into an upscale battle. But Proxy is going to rush in, is going to proc that Vengeance. Super Proxy going to take down Sorry God Bless, gets the back line, and gets out just in time with the Imprism Strike. With the flicker to the right side, is going to find Soy. Now dangerously low on this Ruby, is going to push back, and you are going to see still FaZe trying to find some answers, but the map has opened up in favor of Dark Immortals, able to burst down that tier 1 for the mid lane.
Might have been a really good Lord fight there. Knowing that everyone kind of got dropped low. They did lose a member here and there from both sides, but they did end up prioritizing these turrets, and the waves are still getting pushed on the side of FaZe, right? Dark Immortals did lose a lot of turrets in the early game. They did get neutral objectives. Yeah, I'll give it to them. They did have a goal lead as well, but FaZe is really working towards a macro side of things. So that they have two turrets actually in their favor. It's just a mid lane that is still up for the side of Immortals, but the Dyroth, King Kong putting a lot of work actually split pushing all these lanes, kind of micromanaging his lane, but hold on, Jay coming to Falling Moonstar here.
You already see the falling Starman going in, but something that FaZe, I guess they do have Jumo who has the dominant size, but Miswa didn't opt in on it when he was going against the Esmeralda, which gives her a slight advantage on that 1v1 when they are fighting. Even though he is that direct counter, if you don't go for the counter items, it is going to give her that advantage for that sustainability, but you are going to see the lanes being pushed in. You are going to see Melissa join that fight, which is going to push her out of the Lord Pit, and now a chance for FaZe to possibly take this. But wait a minute now. Sorry God Bless joining the fight with Muddles. Proxy trying to rush in and now needing to get out as the burst damage is too much and the decimation going in. iPulse finds a mega kill, and now with this decimation in effect, he may be able to take this Lord. You have to be careful. You're very low in HP, but Kyle swooping around, takes down Sorry God Bless. Now needs to get out. You are seeing the Mortar Coils trying to CC him in that chain crowd control. King Kong taking out Rock Bomb on the Julian, and now looking at the Lord. About 25%. Numeon Blast going down, taking out Soy on the Ruby, and now the Corrosive Strike going in from the Brody. King Kong taking out Eiffel, shutting him down, picking up a double, and Super Kyle is going to pick up this Lord for the side of FaZe.
I like how FaZe was kind of taking their time when it came to fighting that Lord, right? It looked a little bit not in the favor of FaZe, actually, knowing that when Martis did unlock the decimation, after killing, don't know who got killed off first from the side of FaZe. It was actually Proxy. After the Vengeance got all released, looks like Proxy did get caught out with the decimation, but after that, right, FaZe was being really careful, and looks like a possible setup, but looks like they're gonna go back and kind of let the Lord do its thing. Diz is actually coming in on this Brody, actually being very careful. 206 on the board for the marksman on the side of FaZe, and Melissa's looking at 155, so a little bit of a struggle coming in, but looks like FaZe is gonna start shoving these lanes. That the Lord is actually gonna get bursted down on that top side, so the inhibitor turret is still going to be standing, but Diz is actually doing a little bit of work, kind of putting Jay a little bit low, and Bomba started popping that lantern, but Jumo might look for a potential setup here.
Looks like FaZe is going to go ahead and secure that turret, but the I'm Offended by Ruby grabbing the team FaZe. Jay picking up a kill, takes out Jumo. Eiffels getting a double, takes out Super Proxy, and also taking out Super D's, the backline marksman. Talk about a turnaround, but look at Super Kyle, gonna go ahead and use the steel cables. A little bit of mobility in his favor, is gonna be able to pull back and live to fight another day.
Looks like a little bit too much of an overconfidence coming in from FaZe, knowing that they did have a Lord in their favor, but hold on, looks like they're still looking to contest a little bit more.
Super Kyle gonna take that wrong. Bomba unstoppable now, got a cable out of there. What micro are we seeing right now? And that was a 3v1, able to get a full pick off on one of the members of Dark Immortals, Rock Bomba to be exact, on this Julian. That is just insane. And this is what happens when you don't have direct suppression for a Fanny.
Yeah, let's take a really quick look at Fanny, right? Knowing that the items are pretty much locked in almost for the side of FaZe, he actually opted in for a hybrid build, knowing that he actually has a little bit more defense than he does attack speed, or actually a 10 in general. So a little bit of blade armor and Athena coming in from Kyle, but Joy actually locking in also hybrid. So Oracle has been built in, and the same with Jay. Actually, Jay is building actually full defense instead of damage, which is actually pretty surprising with the current patch. Does work well with damage, but looks like Esme did spot out Kyle, and Kyle's going to go back, but we do have to focus on Kyle real quick. He is sitting at 503, no shutdown coming in from the side of Immortals on him, so if he does get a shutdown, right, there's gonna be a little bit of gold coming in. The gold gap was there a couple seconds ago, but looks like they are catching up. Immortals is really kind of taking advantage of the economy, but I also want to focus on King Kong, giving a little bit of vision, but looks like he's gonna get vision. Looks like he's gonna get revenge on A-Post, but I don't know. They're kind of playing a little bit of a card game, right? It's kind of like blackjack when it comes to these two teams. Knowing that it's either you get one and we win, or we lose when we lose it all. But looks like they're gonna look for something, Wheezy.
Ooh, the Amma offended, but the Numenon Blast with the flicker for the double stun. Eipel shutting down Kyle. Now he does have the decimation. Killing spree has been activated. You are seeing the Bulwark Shield, not enough to stop Julian, who is gonna take down Jumo. Now, sorry, God bless, taking down King Kong. That is gonna be 3 members off the board for FaZe. I'm wondering what was going on. They were spread out in almost like a diamond formation surrounding Dark Immortals, but they did not opt in for any set potential, and Jumo kind of let the team fall on that engagement a little too late for that set potential, and that is going to be Lord from that mistake going to the side of Dark Immortals, and now 14 of 15, almost caught up on kills for the scoreboard.
It looks like Soy on this Ruby was really offended, knowing that Kyle really did pick up his one trick, which is Fanny. So he really did punish that, right? Ruby has a lot of CC when it comes to that late game, but same does Bomba with the enhanced chain coming in, right? Kind of is able to use any skill set, first, second, or third. Any enhance will kind of give him that damage. But before we get too much into this Lord getting stomped down in that bot side, let's take a really quick look at these items. We're looking at almost 20-minute spike coming in, right? So we do see the Esme locking in full build coming in, a lot of defense, but Proxy might just get caught out here. Gotta be careful, right? We do know that this Lord is not in their favor. Jumo needs to be careful when he's overextending these fights, and that he is the set potential and the fight potential for the side of FaZe, but looks like they are going to defend it well. Lanes actually kind of have been semi-synced, knowing that the mid lane is going to get pushed up by Immortals, but looks like they did a good job defending it. They do still have the inhibitors up. Jay is kind of zoning out the back lane, but looks like A-Post is split pushing that as well. But FaZe has to be careful when it comes to these team fights, knowing that they just lost their Lord. They just lost all their towers. Mind you, they were actually favoring the turrets in the early game. The objective focus, the macro focus was all into the hands of FaZe. But if you look at the score now, FaZe still has those turrets, but it's 6 turrets all back up in the side of Immortals. Note that they're only down to inhibitors. So they have to be careful how they decide to kind of pick off these teams and do these 1v1 fights. But Wheezy, you're the coach for FaZe, right? If you have to give these two key pointers or 2 cents, right, when it comes to these team fights, knowing that they're kind of under your rotations, under your team fights, what would you say that they need to be careful, who they need to protect, who needs to be fronting? And we do know all those answers, but it all comes down to the micro macro management of each member. So Wheezy, what are your little thoughts when it comes to these team fights for your side, which is FaZe?
I gotta say, definitely Jumo being a little patient with this Numeon Blast. He does have some counters he has to work against. Not only do they have the Dairoth, or not the Dairoth, the Ruby to be able to grab him with that I'm Offended, or even any of her CC skills can displace his ultimate, but not to mention, you do have Rock Bomba, who is running this Julian with the enhanced chains for that knockup. So you have to keep both of those in mind before you engage, and also needing to be in a situation where you can kind of provide that utility for your team. If they can't provide that utility and they don't have the set potential, you are going to see this Ruby be more of the key factor, the X factor, working on Dark Immortals' favor. And now you are seeing Jay taken dangerously low. Gonna go ahead and escape with 1 HP. Hit with that torn apart memories. Fanny trying to rush in with the blue buff. Not able to get there in time. Concealed play has been opted in from the side of FaZe, but not going to be able to make anything out of this. Both of these teams down to the wire. You are seeing Dark Immortals with only the 1 inhibitor on their side, and FaZe, they are holding on to 3 of their inhibitors, but that doesn't even matter this far in. Like, one of the things you can do is opt in for the split push. You do have the mobility, you have that Fanny, and you also have the Joy, so definitely have the favor in split pushing and possibly finishing that way for the side of FaZe. But if not, they're going to have to take these team engagements on these objectives, and we've been seeing time and time again Dark Immortals having the stronger presence on these 5v5 clashes.
Yeah, talk about 5v5 clash. They are kind of starting up this Lord, and Fanny is not there yet, so this Lord might be to the hands of Immortals. They're really going in with that erection. Whoa, hold on! King out gets the Lord!
He is going to take the Lord, but God bless is going to take out Proxy and Kyle for the double kill, and now FaZe onto the back end trying to retreat. Falling Star Moon connected onto Super D's. Can he get picked off? Corrosive Strike is going to rush in to get a little bit of that distance between him and that Esmeralda, but with that Lord in their favor, it is going to be able to keep them in this game just a little bit longer, but this is looking tricky. You are seeing Dark Immortals having an easier time. Right now, Marta's sitting at 8, 3, and 4. KDA on fire right now, leading in terms of kills for everybody in this match, and now the aggression is in. They are pushing for a possible finish there. I'm offended by Ruby, but you're going to see the Abysm Strike Immortality being procced over there, but Eye Post with the Decimation is going to find his way into Jumo, taking out the roam for FaZe, and also claiming the inhibitor turret for the mid lane. Dark Immortals now going for the finish. Look at the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, wait a minute. They can't stop them, and it looks like they are going to be able to secure the game for this series. Dark Immortals claiming victory.
Yeah, well played to the side of Immortals, right? They did have a little bit of a struggle early game when it came to these team fights, knowing that they did have the advantage with these neutral objectives, but they did, FaZe did have the advantage, though, towards the early games with the macro advantages with the turrets, but looks like they fell a little bit short, and the MVP does get locked into A pose on this Marnus. The Decimation really did put a big menace in those team fights. But speaking about team fights, 70% team fight participation coming in from A pose, and right behind him is Soy and Bomba, and actually Melissa, 82%, knowing that she was kind of around the map with Soy and was able to push a lot of turrets. 53% turret push coming in from God Bless, and the most amount of damage dealt actually coming in from that Marksman. And right behind the Marksman is actually Jay, knowing that Jay actually built full tank build, was able to kind of tank a lot. 31% damage coming in, and Jay also did a decent amount of damage, but looks like FaZe fell a little bit short in these team fights. But congratulations, Dark Immortals. You do take game 1. I'll see you in the next match.
Man, what a great game from Dark Immortals. Able to claim victory over FaZe. Honestly, I worked my butt off for that draft, but that Ruby was the X factor. Was able to get in there and also get a lot of sets, giving that Lolita a hard time. And that is a direct counter for that roam. So definitely a smart pick in the draft for the side of Dark Immortals. And now with 1 win at their favor, they are going to try and go in for a possible sweep. But will we see the side of FaZe find their momentum, find their team synergy, and be able to take this to a game 3? As ladies and gentlemen, we are officially on Series 2 for today. And I appreciate everybody tuning in across the land of Dawn. But don't go anywhere, as both teams are getting ready to embark back in side of Series 2 for game 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now, You can't ever break us down, I'll be speechless for the stars. Come and show me what they know, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. We fight in our eyes, and we are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little Flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eco team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They've brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and talk about a match. You're able to see Dark Immortals prevail over FaZe with about a 20-minute game, but the CC was too much to handle with the power of Ruby and the I'm Offended and the Julian with the enhanced chains. And talk about the Jujutsu Kaisen skins, giving them a little bit of that momentum boost. But speaking of these two teams, they are currently competing in a best of 3, and right now, Dark Immortals taking game 1 has match point for a possible sweep, but you can't count out FaZe as they possibly have a game plan to turn this tide around for game 2. Joined on the desk inside of the drafting phase, we're going to have a little bit of a trifecta. We're going to have Eunice kind of breaking down some of these heroes, as well as Raz, who you've seen in the Valentine Dash, and then also Gosu Yue with the special appearance for that trifecta desk for the drafting phase. And then jumping into the game, I will be your play-by-play to break down these engagements, and Gosu Yue will be handling all the analytical portions. How you guys doing today?
We are doing good. We are getting straight into the draft, knowing that I have two amazing analysts right by my side. We do have Yue and Raz right behind me, but I'm pretty sure if you guys have been watching, we did have a pretty good, interesting game coming from both sides. Immortals versus FaZe, right? FaZe is a team directed by Wheezy, actually, which is our play-by-play, and we do know Immortals is kind of like the other team branched off of the actual Immortals squad itself. So we do see the same leader kind of drafting for all of this Immortals team. But enough of me talking. Yue and Raz, how are you guys doing today? You guys excited?
I am so excited to see Steph Weezy's squad going in. Dark Mortal versus FaZe. That was an exciting match last game. Back and forth from both teams. Love to see that Fanny being picked up so early and played so well, but just didn't really get too close to that victory. Raze, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing fine. At the edge of my seat last match, Team FaZe was dominating early game, but we did see Dark Immortals taking that victory, making that epic comeback with the end of the game, able to push right to the Nexus with that Melissa. This game just looked very interesting. But, just looking at the drafting phase last game, and all the play-by-plays, who do you think will be a good ban for this matchup, Eunice?
I mean, I did get to analyze that last game, and if I really had to put it right, we did see Kyle play a pretty mean Fanny. Was actually dominating in that early game, knowing that he was sitting at like 1 or 2 assists in that early game. So kind of a little bit of a struggle coming inside Immortals, right? But we do see right now Glue and Kaja getting banned, and Arlot. I don't see too much yet. These are pretty common bans in the NA, and we do know this as well. But, I mean, we did see that last match. A lot of comfort picks have been picked up, especially by Kyle, knowing that his main assassin is Fanny, and they kind of let that walk. So I'm kind of seeing Immortals maybe possibly thinking about banning out this Fanny, knowing that Kaja is also banned out. So if they don't ban out this Fanny, might be a little bit of an issue in the jungle area, because we do know that A-Post went Martis, but that early game was a little bit of a struggle until he did unlock the decimation, that level 4 coming in, right? But Yue, I do know that you've been kind of being quiet and kind of watching this match behind the scenes, right? We do know that you kind of saw how these matches went for the side of Immortals and the side of FaZe. And just like Raz said, right, if you had to give up another ban, right, we do know that these bans are pretty meta right now, and these picks, these champs, their skill sets, utility is all up there. If you really had to slot a ban right now, this is their last ban on side of Immortals, right? If you had to slot one ban, who would you ban and why?
Well, here's the thing, right? We have that Joy being banned out by the side of FaZe. A lot of things are still open. There's not really any particular targets towards a mage ban or even a marksman ban, and as we come in, we do have that mage ban, so it does seem like they actually maybe want to prop for going for that Eve on that second pick phase coming in from the Dark Immortals side. There's a lot of things that are really open right now that are extremely strong. All the assassin junglers, the Fanny, even like the Barats from the tanky side, and even the Akai are still available. And again, there's just no marksman bans being come out. I do want to see if we might be able to see a 1-1 or even a carry being picked up early, or even an Eve coming in from that mage slot. Now, Raz, what do you think they're going to be picking up for that first slot in terms of FaZe's draft right now?
As you do see that who is open, they did leave a lot of marksmans open, so we do see these picking up that Brody. As you know, Brody late game is very, very much of a menace, especially for pushing towers with that high damage, because he does need, the core items he needs to be able to take over that game. And we do see a lot of mages open. As a mage main, I would like to see someone pick up that Yve, because Yve on the battlefield could be really a lot of menace, especially in team fights with that world manipulation. And we do see Dr. Modus picking up that Natan. As we do see with the recent buff, Natan is a real menace, especially with that attack speed boosted with his ultimate on his first skills. It's just really good overall. And we do see Bomba picking up that Xavier, when Xavier's late game potential is just so magnificent. The CC is there, and able to give a speed boost to the team. And not only that, burst from afar. He doesn't have to necessarily be in a team fight. He can burst from afar, which is really, really good. And then, as Team Phase did leave Fanny open, it would be questionable to pick up Fanny, because, they still do have that single suppression target open like Franco or Chow. But who knows, they may lock in, Kyle might lock in that Fanny, or who knows, may switch it up a bit, may go for a different route. As you did say that Baratz is open, the Kai jungle, but we do see Kyle locking in that Fanny, Comfort picks is key. He's showing that he's not scared, but he might be scared now, because we did see Darker Models with that Kufa. If he targets Fanny with that magic ball and that Tyrant's Rage, could be really a menace to that Fanny. But who knows, as you do see Team Phase does not have their EXP laner, or who knows, this King Kong isn't EXP laner, so this might be a Glock Gates playing, but we do see that mid laner or possibly roams to open. So Eunice, I know you are a mage main. In your own opinion, looking at this lineup, who do you think could be a good possibility counter against this Natan and this Xavier?
I mean, looking at this draft right now, we do see the 6 bans have actually been finalized, right? So we do see Kyle. The Cutthroat is really going to be a really big menace, especially on God Bless him this Nathan, right? He does have Entropy on his hands, right? When it comes to his ult with Inspire, but and once Kyle locks in that target, it's kind of dead. And Bomba, knowing that Xavier is going to be able to shine, especially with Dawning Light, kind of being able to kind of ult anywhere around the map, like of Moscow, Sphere of Destruction, is really going to be the same kind of thing for the side of Immortals. But kind of worried for Kyle right now, only because there's a Kufra, right? We do know that his Magic Ball does counter all dashes, and his Tyrant's Rage is really going to be a big issue when it comes to Kyle getting CC'd under all these walls. And Kyle does need walls, though, to start using his cables. So if Soy does get into the way, might be a little different, but enough of the sixth draft pick, right? If I had to pick a mage, knowing that I am a mage main, it isn't one of my main roles when it comes to playing this game, but I do see a Yve getting banned out. But I don't think I really want, in this situation, a big AoE, knowing that Kufra is going to be able to jump. So I kind of want a very mobile mage getting slotted in, possibly to counteract the Xavier, knowing that Kyle is responsible, yes, for getting that backline, but once the backline is kind of suppressed by the Kufra, kind of zoned out by him, might be a little bit of an issue. So honestly, I wouldn't mind slotting in potentially a Kadita, being able to kind of camp out the Xavier, or single targets, right? We do know that there's a single target mage is locked in here, but I would like to see a possible camping mage getting locked in by FaZe, because we do know that Xavier is going to be mobile, right? And being able to walk around the map kind of freely might be a little bit of an issue. So I would like to see a actual burst mage to able to burst out Xavier, because he is a long range sustained mage. Sorry, my bad about that. But yeah, so he is going to be really careful in his positioning, so which is why I'm kind of debating about no, you're trolling us, right? Oh, I see no dead right now getting locked. Maybe Alice is going to be locked in, and Jumo, this is a Alice side potentially getting locked in, or it could be Kadita Rome, but we do have to see when it comes to finalizing these bans. But Yue, I know you do play yourself a really good Kadita, right? We do know that you are known for the sardines, that you do like to say a lot in Atlanta Dawn. But if you kind of had to, I know that there's a flex pick with the Grok and the Alice and the Kadita. It's kind of tripping me up a little bit. would you rather put Kadita on Roam or would you rather put the Grok on Roam?
Well, in terms of what's happening right now, right, I really do think that the Grok Roam would be the right choice just because he's able to block out that jump coming in from the Kufra and just invincibility time frame, just be able to negate that CC coming out from Kufra. Now here's the thing, right? There is no Purify on the side of on the side of Dark Immortals. So that Kadita camping in the bushes with the Petrify and the Knock-Up and also the Rough Waves should be able to shut down a lot of the members, especially on that Nathan and on that Xavier. Now here's the thing, Xavier has to scale into that late game, right? And Alice, with the recent buffs, she's actually a early game damage dealer. Just throughout the game, she's just really, really good. She does not have to go into that late game phase. And we do have an assassin versus an assassin in the jungle, right? So in terms of objective focused, I do think both sides are going to be a little bit more kill oriented rather than pushing for turtles. They're probably going to be sieging towers, 4-man, pushing that top lane or pushing that gold lane out and, just trying to kill a lot of the members from both sides. So this game should be a relatively bloodthirsty game. And, the analyst cursed, we do see that Grok going into that bot side, going against that Hilda. Right, traditionally in a lot of the pro plays, they are picking the Hilda up into that roam position. And talking about the Hilda, he does have Festival of Blood, which I do disagree. I do think Hilda, slotting in on that side should have that high and dry. And just painting that picture, it does feel like it's going to be a bloodbath, right? The mid lane, both sides are going to be scaling, and we do see that we have a pause coming in. Steph Weezy, welcome back. I'm sure you are coming in with me here.
Yeah, a little bit of a technical difficulty on the side of FaZe. They're going to go ahead and figure that out. But yeah, you kind of mentioned that Hilda going in for that Festival of Blood. I believe typically it's a high and dry, right? If you are going to run it on the bottom side to be able to have that initial burst damage on the 1v1 fights. But without having that high and dry, he is going to run the Festival of Blood. So he's going to have some spell vamp to kind of potentially keep him alive and also hiding in that bush. So I'm still going to expect King Kong to play a little safe. He can kind of wind up with the power of nature, but not sure if that's going to be enough to burst down that Hilda, who can stay in that bush and kind of get all that HP back. So as you were kind of mentioning, it is going to definitely be a bloodthirsty game, right? You are seeing the Natan being slotted in. You've seen Natan got a recent buff, able to be a little bit stronger now in the early phase. And I want to really see how this works out. Is this a Natan versus a Brody? And Natan opted in on that Inspire. Nothing out of the ordinary. I mean, he does have that entropy to be able to kind of get in and get out. It's like his ultimate is basically a flicker in itself. So that does give him mobility in his favor, but he's going against the Brody. And I think right now, Brody is just one of the best gold laners to kind of slot in. So he doesn't really have too many heroes that can go toe-to-toe with him, as he has a very far range he can fight from. And not to mention, iPost did pick up that Ling. We know Ling can kind of rush in. He does have the mobility, and also he has the ability to kind of try and pick off these side laners. But when you try and pick off a Brody, right, he does have that corrosive strike. So when you dive in off of that Finch Poise for the Ling, he can stun you, get a free stack on you, and possibly take you down if you are not careful. Not to mention, if a Wind of Nature is in effect, it may be an easier time with that Brody going against that Ling.
Yeah, honestly, the torn apart memory coming in from Brody, he's just really able to dish out a lot of AoE damage early on, as long as he's able to get a lot of stacks in that lane. But honestly, Nathan, with that Inspire and the new buff coming up and the Entropy, honestly, he should be able to scale well. He should be able to scale really well into that late game phase where, teams are being grouped up and, they're building up a lot of the defense. Nathan is one of those heroes right now that is able to build that both magic and physical damage. So he should be able to scale pretty well. And, just talking about some of the junglers right now, we love to see that Fanny, especially on that new Valentine's Day skin. There will be a lot of split push coming in from both sides. And I do want to see that both of the EXP laner towards that mid game, maybe 5-6 minute marks where all the lane minions are full gold for the jungler. I do want to see them group up a little bit more and allow the split push and a little bit skirmish happening right now at the crowd.
You're going to see the lethal picked up by Kyle. Now going to try and get a kill. Can he do it though? Soy in the bush is hit by the cutthroat first blood, going to the Valentine skin, Fanny.
yeah, 1 minute 23. First blood already happening. Fanny is already level 4, you could really tell. And a little bit of a fight coming up at top, but it does look like Kadita is able to get away. And a little bit of skirmish happening right again, but again, nothing really happening out here. 1 minute 42 marks right now. Again, this should be a relatively bloodthirsty type of game, kill oriented, you know, having assassins and a little bit of Petri being popped out right here, but again, nothing is happening. The turtle is spawning in 5 seconds. You do see Fanny going back, and you do see Ling hovering over that blue buff. They should be both getting into that position of grabbing their buffs before fighting for this objectives. And with the Kadita being level 4 right now, while the Alice is getting that bot side, the Kadita, you know, one of those heroes where you really have to get that level 4 in order to be able to scale well, in order to be able to, you know, wreak havoc and start camping those bushes. And, you know, as you guys can see, the turtle is being spawned right now. The positions is being grabbed up by Team Dark Immortals. Who do you think is going to be able to get this turtle right now, Steph Weezy?
Now, it's going to be an interesting one, right? Because they are running the double assassin. Usually, assassins go for that blue buff and try and go for some pickoffs, and that is the plan for FaZe, as they are rushing in. 4-star got blessed with the entropy to escape just in time. D's on the chase, so is going to go for the kill instead of taking the damage on this turret. And I'm not sure if that was the right answer, but the recall effect is going to be able to burst him down, but you are going to see Iples taking the turtle, and also a lot of members falling for the side of Dark Immortals. King Kong taking out the Kufra, and also I think Jay was able to get out there with barely any HP. 4-1 right now, but wait a minute, the recall just in time. Super Kyle definitely out for blood.
Yeah, even though Dark Immortals was able to pick up that turtle, you know, knowing that Fanny is on the other side of the map, they did lose a couple of members. Now, we do have that new item, that little crossbow that Link does have, increases his attack speed after every single hit. The Kadita in the roam position is trying to build up into that, that Clock of Destiny right there, along with that Alice coming in with that. Brody is already picked up his Blade of Heptasis, so he is going to be doing so much damage. That's one of the things about, you know, Brody, is that he can just one-shot people with that Blade of Heptasis early on. We might see a lot of damage coming in from that gold lane, a lot of bit of pressure, and also the Kadita, you know, camping. Traditionally, these roamers are trying to camp onto that gold lane, but Kadita is just one of those fishes, right? She could swim around in the pool and just camp one of these rocks and just make sure that, hey, if any of these fishes come near here, I'm gonna eat them, like a little bit of shark. And a little bit of Kufra coming in, a little bit of knockup coming in, but again, nothing really happening so far.
Yeah, definitely nothing happening, but on the top side, Super Kyle finding the action when it matters is going to take down, sorry, God bless, the marksman for Dark Immortals, and currently leading the way 5-1. You are seeing them get online, controlling the early tempo. Dawning Light raining down the mid-river, a little bit of mobilization onto Super Proxy, but you are going to see Super Kyle rush in, kind of stuck on the turret. You see the Finch poise over there by Lean to try and take him down, but not able to. But right now, I'm not really seeing any answer over there to this Alice, and the further they get farmed up, the harder it's going to be to burst her down over there inside of that Blood Ode. We are seeing Turtle spawn in, and the question is who will be able to take this objective. You've seen FaZe focus on the gold lane instead of the objective for the Turtle on the first one in the beginning phase of this match, but now with that tier 1 turret down, I wonder if they're going to shift their focus over to it. But Ocean Odyssey rushing in, G1 picking up the kill with the Petrify, takes down Kufra. It is going to be the roam for Dark Immortals, creating the opportunity to possibly take this Lord, as you are seeing Super Kyle already pulling in the aggro, and no contest right now from Dark Immortals.
Yeah, Clock of Destiny being picked up by the Kadita. We also do see that 3 of the members from Dark FaZe has that Blade of Heptasis. Now I wonder, is this some type of strategy? You know, everyone on their team is picking that item up. For those of you guys that don't know what Blade of Heptasis does, it does increase that next auto attack after, you know, maybe 30 seconds in, and it typically means that someone is going to die when the Blade of Heptasis is being picked up by the user. And also some of the core items being picked up, Nathan is able to pick up that Feather of Heaven and, you know, just really try to proc some of his auto attacks, and a little bit of a skirmish happening.
You're going to see the tips of blades kind of pulled out by Ling, and they're going to go ahead and take the blue buff. Really good contest from FaZe right now, but looking at the side lanes, you are seeing Natan recall and Hilda at the same time, and maybe a chance for Super D's to kind of try and take control of this lane, but sorry, God bless, is going to stay there. He is going to go ahead and try and push in this lane. He does have Soy as a little bit of backup. He is in that bush, and I wonder if Super D's has spotted him out, but Super Kyle's is going to go ahead and work his way over to the top side. Look at Ipo's taken kind of dangerously low. It's going to force the recall out of him, but Kufra winding up Tyrant's Revenge is going to give a little bit of appeal for this turret, which is hanging on by about like 10% HP. And Super D's is definitely going to go ahead and try and burst this down, but look in the bush. Soy is there winding up Tyrant's Revenge, but D's is going to take it and get out. He is not going to be able to take him down, but the Curse Seal is going to kind of take a little bit of his HP, but D's, oh my goodness, the Tyrant's Rage, what is going on? Wait a minute! Super D's is gonna take him down. Killing spree activated by Fanny is gonna find a kill as well, taken down. Sorry, God bless. Definitely, I'm kind of questioning what were we setting right there, as we are seeing FaZe taking advantage and dominating the early game. 7 minutes in, 9-1 on the scoreboard, and also taking the tier 1 for the bottom lane.
Yeah, a little bit of misplay coming in with the Tyrant's Revenge. The Kufra just is unable to connect that stun. Now, it does look like they are trying to really siege into that side lane position. The Kufra does jump in, and they are able, FaZe is able to grab that bottom tower before that next turtle spawns. You know, 7 minutes in, it does really look like they are FaZe is snowballing out of control, and a little bit of skirmish once again.
Petrify onto Jay, who did try and take out D's, but now taking down himself. Super Proxy taking out Cooper as well for the double kill. Rock Bomba gonna take out Super D's, find the backline marksman, but Proxy with a triple, and a Maniac takes down Rock Bomba and Ipos. The man is online, the Alice for the mid lane of FaZe.
Man, this just shows you that that Alice buff, they changed the damage from level 1 at 30 damage into that level 2 60 damage. Instead of that, they have it 60 all across the board. So, you know, Alice is really able to scale up even without any too much of magic damage items. You do see that dominance being picked up by that Alice. That Maniac is just, you know, keeping the people at bay with the Alice ultimate coming in right now. The Lord is spawning. And it does look like FaZe should be able to grab it, and the rough waves coming in.
Rough waves just in time to give Jumo most of his HP back, and Proxy Unstoppable is gonna find a ton, but hit with the Tyrant's Rage. Jumo taking out Jay, but look at Proxy Blood to get out with the flowing blood. Tyrant's Rage are not able to hit the mark, and he is gonna be able to escape out of there, but look at the Finch Void. Ipost is gonna possibly dive in. Proxy is gonna have to get out. He is gonna be able to get out of that, though, as Ipos didn't opt in on that bush, and I'm wondering if that was the right decision. But nonetheless, right now, 8 minutes in, still in the early game, FaZe leading 15-2.
Yeah, the Nathan pick really is not working out. You know, Dark Immortals really right now, they really just have to try and scale through, especially with that Xavier coming down at the mid lane. You know, he's still 1-1-1, but he should be able to grab a couple more items coming in. You know, maybe that book to complete his 45% cooldown reduction and really able to scale into that late phase. Super Kyle honestly picked up both his penetration items, right? The Malefic Roar and also the Blade of Heptases. This just means that the Fanny will have that impact anywhere he goes, should be able to one hit. And also talk about impact, right? The Kadita pick, man, the Kadita in that roam position, that is something unique to see. That is a treat, you know, picking up both of his core items, and also that penetration should just be able to penetrate any of the units that come in from that Dark Immortals side. They do have this vision on this blue buff. Super Proxy is trying to go in with that Alice. Again, just making such a big impact, forcing that Retry in. And, you know, with the Lord marching down, they are able to grab one more extra kills before this big team fight is about to happen. I believe, you know, FaZe is going to start off with that wild charge coming in from the Grok side on King Kong's. And as they go through this tower, let's see what happens in this team fight.
There goes a wild charge for the double knock-up. Airborne for some hang time. King Kong taking down Sorry God Bless. Kyle taking out iPost. And now shifting focus to the Nexus. Ladies and gentlemen, FaZe takes game 2.
Man, King Kong coming in with that wild charge. You know, Super Proxy getting that Maniac towards that mid game. He is able to complete all of his items, right? The mana regen, the slow coming in from that Dominance Ice, and also the Kadita Roam. We do see that Tough Boots being picked up on that Kadita Roam, and it just really shows you that he is, you know, confident in killing people even without a penetration item in that booting and in that movement slot. Super Dez also did extremely well at that 5-1-4, picking up both the penetration items, right? They're rushing both penetration and also a Demon Hunter Sword, which is something a little bit more rare on that Brody. Typically, they would be building like a BOD or something like that. And you know, in terms of the towers damage dealt, you could definitely see that Brody is able to really push through. And also look at the body back from Super Proxy. 45%. That just shows you, you know, Super Proxy's impact, the ability to tank and just spot out the enemies. He did extremely well. Now let's talk about Dark Immortal's side. You do see Rock Bomba with that 38% damage dealt. You know, the Xavier being able to scale well and hit through the enemies with that dawning light all over the map. You know, good try, Dark Immortals. GG, Team FaZe. I believe the score is 1-1, so we will just have to see what happens in the next game.
Definitely going to see what has to happen in the next game as both these teams tied up for Series 2. We've seen Dark Immortals dominate for Game 1. It was a 20-minute game, but they were able to close it out with the power of that Ruby and that Xavier to be able to, or actually no, the Julian to be able to work in their favor. But Game 2 is a different story. We've seen FaZe win 20-2, 10 minutes in with them having first pick, and it looks like they were able to kind of sort out some of the weaknesses that they were having trouble with Game 1. So definitely a lot on the line. But ladies and gentlemen, with both these teams currently tied 1-1, the votes are out there. The polls are live on YouTube. Let us know who you guys will think takes this series to close it out. Appreciate Gosu Yue on the desk as well, handling that analyst side of things. Definitely breaking down these items and some great points to what both teams kind of need for claiming victory. But moving forward, as we are going to be seeing these two teams get ready for their final game of the day, who are you voting on, Dark Immortals or FaZe, to close out this series? Appreciate everybody tuning in. Don't go anywhere, as both these teams are currently working out their game plan for their final match in Series 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking, tell me on me, but you know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something has gotta give. Cause it's just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Call me, show me what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the destruction now. You and I, we can make it on the go. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes and let me are strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
now. This is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh, it's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again.
That's right. That's I like that.
We dare.
And action.
We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
You say hi. Hi.
3 wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
3 wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Sharp. I'm Legend for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Mobazane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eagle team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy and talk about an insane series. Series 2, two amazing teams competing. Team FaZe up against Dark Immortals. Both teams having one win under their belt and now taking this to a Game 3. Who is going to be able to claim victory to close out Series 2? Is it going to be Immortals, Dark Immortals to be exact, from the Immortals franchise, or will it be Team FaZe, the team that I've been working on behind the scenes, paving their way up to NACT Spring Season? Same with Dark Immortals. All these teams getting ready for the NACT Spring Season. Registration is currently open, so make sure you guys sign up now to be able to go toe-to-toe with some of these teams you see today and so much more. But speaking of today, we are going to run that trio desk for the drafting phase. We have three amazing influencers on the desk. Number one, we have Eunice, who is an NACT caster, my dynamic duo for the spring season. We'll be joined by Gosu Yue, and you will be seeing him inside of NACT as well, and I'm excited for that with his team competing. And then we also have, all the way from the Twitch side, across the Land of Dawn, ladies and gentlemen, Kookman is joining the scene for the draft. How you guys doing today?
We're all doing amazing, and I'm so glad that I do get to cast the last match for this series. I'm pretty excited. I have been watching all these matches, and Wheezy, your team did dominate Dark Immortals for this match, but I'm actually pretty excited to see what is going on for this last match. We did see pretty nasty plays coming up from both sides, but Kookman, you are our guest appearance for this match, just in the draft phase here, but how are you doing, and are you excited to see these two teams go up against each other right now?
I'm doing good. Yes, I'm very excited to see this last game between Team FaZe and the Dark Immortals. The past two games have been very, quite interesting to watch, so I'm very excited to watch the last match.
Awesome. Yes. And as we go into that first phase, again, welcome Kookman to that MLSA casting desk along with me. You know, it's our first time both being here. So guys, you know, make sure to hit that like. As you guys can see, the draft is starting up. You do see that Fanny being bammed out, right? The first two games, they were FaZe, on the side of FaZe, were able to pick up that Fanny in that first phase of draft. So, you know, I'm actually pretty certain that, you know, after 10 minutes, a domination coming in by FaZe, the Dark Immortals team really is going to be focused on banning out that Fanny. And now with another jungle ban, right? Fredrin, do you think we're going to be seeing a lot of jungle bans being come out, Eunice? Or is it just going to be, you know, the standard bans, just everything but the mages and the marksmans coming out onto this draft?
I mean, looking at all these matches, I've seen FaZe play multiple times in MLSA, right? FaZe kind of focuses their draft towards comfort picks. So they actually ban out a lot of these one tricks, these really comfort picks coming out from the side of Immortals. And like from last game, they did let a Eve walk multiple times, and they did let a lot of EXP learners actually walk as well. It's more towards they want to limit the pool of the side of Immortals coming out, but speaking of Immortals, I do see Glue getting banned out, and Glue's also a big menace, knowing that King Kong does play a really good EXP lane. So I feel like right now, it's not more towards like the marksman mages ban that's coming out. It's more towards the comfort picks coming from both sides. And we do know that the jungler side, towards Immortals, they do like to play those tanky jungle areas. They do ban those out. And I feel like the only initial ban that I see coming out of FaZe that's like a pretty neutralized is the Kaja. I don't know too much about the roamer side of Immortals, but looks like they are just going to ban out that Kaja, knowing that it is a really big meta pick right now. Can be slotted pretty much anywhere, knowing that a couple patches ago, Kaja was literally in the mage area, the EXP area, the roam area, the jungle area at one point, and they actually ban out, this is one trick. So like I was saying, they do ban out these comfort picks, and Koopman, I mean, looking at this draft right now, right, we do see these comfort bans getting banned out. Would you have rather banned out more of the meta picks that are going on right now, or would you rather draft out the comfort picks if you had to, if you were in this position right now?
I think the banning out comfort pick is the right move to go, especially the Brody and the Fanny. We saw last 2 matches, they were insane, the amount of damage. Also, they just banned Joy. Joy also going on backline, dealing damage to the backlines also was an issue.
Yeah, electric beats coming in from that Joy is really, really strong. Just like Coupon said, you know, is able to dish out a lot of the damages towards that back line, especially with that vengeance spell, right? We do see that new hero being popped up, and you know, it's actually one of my first times seeing Aatrox being put into this game. He has a lot of stuns, a lot of high bursts. I actually went against one a day ago, and I went like 0 and 4 every single time he hit me. He would just one hit me, and it was just absolutely tragic, right? And you know, coming out from these bans, right, the Brody is being banned out towards FaZe's side, and the Brody was picked up again on that game too, so early. It was that first pick Brody. Now there's still a lot of heroes on the board. In terms of the mages side, you do have a Valentina available, you have the Eve, you have the Farsa, the Kadita is also on the table for grabs. And again, some of these marksmans, right, there is a marksman being banned out, so maybe the carry is going to show an appearance, maybe the 1-1 is going to show an appearance. Now in terms of the jungle side, right, you do see this Martis and Grok being picked up, Eunice. Do you think Martis will be slotted in that jungle slot, or maybe just the EXP lane?
I mean, knowing that it's Kyle picking up Martis right now, I feel like they do want to try running a jungle tank kind of around. I mean, you can still slot Martis in the EXP lane, and you can still slot Martis in the jungle lane, actually, just building damage. But, I mean, looking at their draft right now, they did pick up Arlet, right? And Arlet, we have been seeing banned out multiple times by both sides. Every single MLSA match with the current patch out, I've seen Arla banned. I mean, you and I casted the EU tournament as well, and you've seen Arla banned out pretty much every single game. But now we're seeing it actually in the Atlanta Dawn and MLSA. And I don't know if Arla has been slotted yet. I don't know if it has been played or even by any teams right now, but it looks like it's open right now. But actually, Diz is going to opt in for this Claude, and we're going to go to the second phase of the draft ban phase right now. But looks like, looking at this draft right now, I do see Kufra, see Valentina, I do see Claude and Kyle in with Smartness and King Kong and Grok. There's a lot of free space right now for the Valentina, and using the IMU is really able to copy any of these ults and kind of put it to good use. And Koopman, I don't know what role you specifically played. I'm guessing you're more towards the mage or the roam area, but as a mage player myself, every time I see a Valentina on the enemy side's draft, it puts a lot of pressure, right? Looks like a ban actually got skipped by the side of FaZe, but looks like they're gonna just let a ban walk. But I mean, having a Valentina on the enemy side, Koopman, if you just saw a Valentina getting drafted, like, you feel a lot of pressure, don't you?
Yes. I think Valentina... Oh, Eve. I did not expect them to ban Eve, actually. Since they have Valentina, I thought they would let Eve open to copy her ult and use it later on. But even without the Eve, they already have so many good ults to copy, and I think that will be a big issue later on for FaZe, possibly.
Yeah, just like what Koopman said, I do agree with her. The Eve being banned out, it just takes one good ability away from that IMU onto their own side, right? And, you know, I just want to talk about how cool FaZe is drafting right now. Last game, they picked up that Kadita, they picked up that Grok, and, you know, it really juked me. Like, I had no idea where any of those heroes were going. And again, we see these flex picks being come out, right? You see that Grok being able to be slotted in both both for the jungler side, the EXP side, and even the roam position, and also the Martis being able to flex on both the jungle and the EXP side, right? So it's just really, really hard to figure out what FaZe is trying to draft here. We do see that 1-1 being taken out right now, right? In terms of the 1-1 and the Claude matchup, I would just have to say that Claude is going to be losing that early game, especially with 1-1's Inspire. But towards that mid to late game, Claude should really have no problem dealing with any of these, dealing with 1-1's crossbow tang, or even the marks that he is trying to give, because Claude, you know, built in Flicker along with that Purify is just able to negate a lot of those marks coming in. And right now they are, FaZe is looking for that mid lane, and I believe the Alice is going to be showing up again. Super Proxy on that Alice last game, body bag 35%, 45% damage taken, along with that Maniac coming in from that mid lane. You know, Super Proxy is just really, really good with that Alice pick, right? And, you know, we do see that Barat's being picked up, Eunice. This Barat, it should be relatively objective focused, right? Do you think the Martis is going to be the one that's going to stand against the Barats, or do you think they're going to pick up an assassin jungler like they have been the last 2-3 games?
I mean, if we're speaking about Assassin Jungle, I honestly wouldn't slot it because there's a lot of tanky people already on the side of Immortals, and knowing that, like you just said, Barat is an objective-focused jungle, so you want to get all the neutral objectives, you want to go for the team fights. When you kind of shove them all into a 5v5, Barat is going to kind of be responsible, and looks like it is a Martis going into the jungle position. It's going to be probably a tank fighter build, Martis into the hands of FaZe, and I wouldn't slot an assassin. They did make a good read coming in from the side of FaZe. I mean, yeah, you can kill the Valentina. Yeah, you can kill Harith on Bomba on this Harith. Yeah, go ahead. But like going up against Soy and God Bless and Apos, knowing that all of them are pretty tanky, I honestly wouldn't have slotted an assassin myself, but we are getting into the Lana Dawn. Thank you, Yue and Kukmon, for kind of slotting in here and kind of helping us draft these two teams and giving us the keys to victory. But we are about to head into Lana Dawn. This is going to be the third match, actually, so match point is on for both sides, and I'm really excited to see they did put up really good games for both sides. So is it going to be the Immortals franchise taking over this win, or is it actually going to be Steph Wheezy behind the team of FaZe kind of dominating the side of Immortals? But we are going to the matchup here, but let's talk about a little bit quick about these lineups, right? So we do see Harith getting actually slotted into the gold lane, right? It's up against an actual marksman from the side of FaZe, but knowing what the current meta right now, we have seen Harith and Lunox getting slotted into that gold lane position, and it's kind of a big menace towards that gold lane, but I do see Arla is getting slotted in up against Grok for both sides right now. So a little bit of minion stalling coming in from that Grok, which is actually pretty good. You see Soy coming in with the Tyrant's Revenge coming in, and Juno missing a hook, but Proxy coming in with a little bit of a damage here, coming inside the mid lane. But like I said, right, these early games, can't say too much, gotta see, but hold on, looks like Soy is looking for something, but got caught out. Flicker has been burnt, but Wheezy, I know you're directing this team. I mean, you're looking at your team right now. Looks like a little bit of a struggle, Wheezy. What do you have to say about that one?
Definitely a little too over aggressive in the early phase, and that's gonna be first blood for the side of Dark Immortals. Gonna go ahead and take down Super Proxy on this Alice, and that is gonna be Jay picking up that kill for the Valentina mid lane. Right now, with that slight advantage, they are going to be leading in terms of gold by about 300. Still not, can't really count it as a game changer right now, but if you see Dark Immortals make these kills and use them in their advantage, they may be able to get the snowball and take the tempo in their favor for the early game.
Looks like they're running a 1-2-2 comp coming in from both sides, but hold on, Juno was looking for something. Kyle coming in, looking for a little something, but I guess not. Looks like they're gonna just kind of back off, and they're putting already a lot of pressure towards that goal lane, right? Kyle's already giving that pressure on Soy on this Kufra, and this hold on hook getting called in by Juno.
You're going to see Super D's dangerously low. This Harith definitely being able to find the backline. And now Super D's taken out by Jay. Valentina picking up yet another kill, but the suppression with the Bloody Hunt on to Kyle. Now dangerously low is going to have to get out. That was the IMU from Valentina, who was pulled into the turret by Jumo to pick up that kill. Now the decimation. Super Kyle trying to pick up the kill, but wait a minute. Hold on. That was a basic attack, I think, from Kufra to be able to secure the kill over on Kyle, who did kind of go in for that final kill, but unable to hit the mark. And right now on the board, Dark Remodel's leading the way 3-2.
Looks like Cooper's passive did actually end up killing Kyle on this Martis, but I honestly thought he wasn't going to get out, but looks like he did end up picking up a kill, and it looks like the turtle has not, I don't know if it has spawned yet. It probably did and got picked up, but looks like the next neutral objective is going to come up in about a little over a minute, but looks like Jay is really not leaving this alone on this quad.
Yeah, Jay definitely hitting very hard right now. He's able to pick up 2 kills in the beginning and also pick up an assist as well, leading the way in the KDA for the early game. And he is definitely going to be a secret weapon. Not to mention Harith already having some good damage for the early phase, something we typically see slotted over in the C region. Definitely that MPL Philippines has been kind of showing its presence. But speaking of presence, you are looking at Dark Immortals 4-man stack on the top side against the 3-man of FaZe right now. They definitely have the numbers, but will they be able to translate this into a possible kill? Looks like Proxy is going to make his way back to the mid lane to clear these minions. But right now, you are seeing Soy wind up. Tyrant's Revenge getting the stun onto the wall. Super D's taken down in the middle of his blazing duet. And right now, not able to see good synergy right now from FaZe to be able to kind of answer back. And now Mortal Coil is activated in the Bloody Hunt to respond from that Valentino with the IMU. And now Jumo has been taken out by Rock Bomba. He's going to proc in on this Vengeance, and Super Kyle, not able to take him down, is now going to be forced to have to rush out. And right now, Dark Immortals, this is the thing, when you have that Valentina, when you opt in like on a tank like Franco, you're giving him a free Bloody Hunt. That is a free suppression that you cannot take lightly, and we've been seeing Valentina opt in on that every single time to translate that into a kill for the side of Dark Immortals. But now, speaking of kills, Tyrant's Rage winding up. Is able to connect to Jumo inside of the tier 1 turret, but he is going to go ahead and provide some of that zonage as you are seeing IPOS pull the aggro for this turtle.
Yeah, looks like it's going to be into the hands of Immortals once again. But let's take a look at this EXP lane kind of having a little bit of a brawl moment, right? We do see 3v1 kind of happening at bot lane, but Immortals did respectfully back off there. But we do see a little bit of items getting slotted in. We're kind of in that 5-minute early game power spike mode. We do see Valentina already locking in that clock, knowing that he does have 2 kills on the board. So a little bit of a gold advantage towards that mid lane. Looking at about the same amount of gold as that Harith, which is actually pretty good, knowing that Golden usually is in the lead when it comes to the gold gap coming in. But looks like she did get that first item. Harith also locked in Calamity will give that good amount of damage, just like Weezy said. But Claude is still looking for an answer on that first item, knowing that Claude really can't do much damage until he locks in the Demon Hunter Sword. And look at Jay kind of setting up for a potential gank down here, but looks like he's not going to find nothing too much, but looks like there's a lot happening in this top lane.
You're going to see the Synchro Fission going in, and now you are going to see D's get out just in time. The Bloody Hunt did stop Rock Bomba from picking up a kill. Now Martis trying to seal the deal with the low HP. He's going to rush in with the Mortal Coils, able to get the decimation. Down goes Rock Bomba on this Harith for the gold lane, giving the advantage to the side of FaZe. But wait a minute, Kufra winding in with the Tyrant's Revenge is going to connect onto D's, who is dangerously low, but you are seeing Kyle kind of kite the damage, doing a lot of damage over there to Kufra. But on the mid lane, you are seeing Dark Immortals able to take the tier 1 turret, definitely having their eyes on the prize, and with that tier 1 turret being bursted down, is going to open up the map in Dark Immortals' favor.
Yeah, looks like they're going to open up a lot of vision, knowing that once that mid lane turret is down, right, it opens up too much vision, and knowing that they are able to take out a lot of economy, but looks like APOS is kind of punishing Kyle's jungle right now in the red side here.
Yeah, definitely a lot of punish right now as Dark Immortals having a great early game, but look at D's rushing in, blazing duet, but now the Zaman Force. He is going to go ahead and use that Battle Mirror image to get out just in time. But Kufra winding up is going to go into the turret. Not able to get the knock up and hit by the Bloody Hunt. The suppression, too much to handle. Super D is going to take him down off of that assist provided by Jumo.
I mean, look at Kyle. He's just sitting right in that bush and is able to now start this turtle. And looks like Diz and Franco Jumo is going to kind of walk their way over it. Aggro has been pulled by FaZe, but APOS is possibly looking for a 50-50 retry here, Weezy.
They are going to have to shut down APOS, or he will be able to retry this. Wait a minute, Mortal Coil's going in. Retribution into the hands of Super Kyle for the turtle. Now, Zama Force activated Sequel Fission, taking down Jumo on this. Franco picking up a double, takes out Super Kyle, and I call that a great trade in favor for Dark Immortals. Yeah, they weren't able to take that turtle, but they were able to turn that clash into 2 kills on their side to even open up this map more in their favors. You are going to see the windup from the Tyrant's Revenge and the Tyrant's Rage. So they're going to pick up that kill without even needing Hera to assist him. And that is going to be the tier 1 turret falling into the side for Dark Immortals.
I mean, knowing that the aggro is towards Immortals right now, knowing that they have the kill lead, they have the goal lead, sitting about 2k gold damage right now, Jay is still looking at a really good KDA. Same with Bomba and Apos, not securing any kills, but those assists is coming in with a little extra support coming in, and so he's actually looking at 3-1-2. I don't know if that's the marksman or the jungler for the side of Immortals, because he is looking at a pretty good, decent KDA, but Soy's running over the Tyrant's Revenge here.
You're going to see the bouncing ball onto Jumo, doing a little bit of damage, and Jumo hasn't been able to hit really barely any hooks this game. And without him having that strong presence for that roam, you're going to see right now Dark Immortals dominating as Soy's been hitting the mark with these Tyrant's Rages. But looking on the top side, Super D, Super Proxy, 2v1 situation. Now a 2v2. Can they take this turret? Definitely going to have to focus it, but the Battle Mirror Image to get out. Super Proxy dangerously low. Rock Bomba going to shut him down, activating the killing spree. And they were able to defend that turret, hanging on by about 10% HP. But speaking of HP, you are seeing the engagement over there by the blue buff of FaZe. Kufra winding up. Tyrant's Rage is going to dash out. You are going to see the 4-man stack of Dark Immortals to fight them down. They are going to go ahead and contest this blue buff and possibly take it. Yep, that was able to be picked up by Ipos with the Retribution. And now Kufra winding up yet again is going to go ahead and disengage from this fight. You are seeing the early game won by the side of Dark Immortals.
Yeah, let's take a really cool look at these items though. No, we're not done, Wheezy. Did land an Iron Hook there, but Soy is gonna look for a little bit of revenge, but looks like the revenge is not gonna land on anybody.
Oh, but the Bloody Hunt able to hit the mark. Soy in a dangerous situation. Wild charge from the back line. Jay gonna take out Super D. Super Kyle gonna take out Soy to respond with the decimation, and now running like a full linebacker is gonna try and possibly get a kill, but now the decimation is not in play, and he can not have that advantage in his favor no more. But speaking of favor, Harris with the Zombie Force rushing into the tier 2 turret. Iron Hook out of nowhere, not able to connect to anybody, and Jay's going to go ahead and burst down this Franco, who's not been able to really get online. Jumo definitely having a hard time. The roam for the side of FaZe. But speaking of FaZe, Super Proxy, no contest, is going to make his way onto this tier 1 turret, taking advantage of the separation, and he is going to be able to take that for the side of FaZe, as we are now almost 10 minutes in. Ladies and gentlemen, we have officially hit the mid game, and you are seeing Dark Immortals leading the way. I'm going to go ahead and pick up this Lord.
All right, Weezy, please, you and I had the situation. Every time I say items, I hope not that. Okay, looks like there is a Clash of Bomba to pick up Proxy on this Alice, and looks like he did get knocked out, and Proxy's KD is not looking too hot right now. 0-4-0 in that mid lane, but looks like Soy is going to use his Magic Ball kind of zone out, and the blue buff is going to be into the hands of Immortals, and King Kong's getting a little bit of vision in that tri-bush right by the blue buff, but looks like nothing's going to happen too much yet. They have the Lord in their favor. Oh no, they're going to go in with the revenge here.
Not going to use the Tyrant's Rage, though. They are going to be a little passive. An Iron Hook into the minions, and again, I'm kind of questioning this Franco pick, as they've been giving this Valentina the Bloody Hunt. She's been on fire with the KDA, currently sitting 5-1-4, and now the engagement for the tier 2. Sorry God Bless going to take down Super Kyle. Proxy going to take out Soy on the coup for Super D. is going to take out Sorry God Bless. King Khan taking out Jay. 3 members out for the side of Dark Immortals to 1 member falling on the side of FaZe, but you are going to see Rock Bomba shift his focus onto the tier 2 turret for the bottom side, but now bursted down by Super D's with the Blazing Duet, and Proxy is going to go ahead and clear out this Lord on the top side.
A little bit of a flip on the switch for the side of FaZe, and they just take out 4 members on the side of Immortals, and they do really need to take this time, right? There was a shutdown on Harith coming in from Bomba, sitting at 5-3-4 now, and that little bit of shutdown gold did give them a little bit of a boost with gold, now sitting at about 2-3k lead, coming in from Immortals still, but they should take this time and kind of proxy all these turrets, do a little bit of macro work coming in all together, and I feel like they do need to start prioritizing a lot of economy as much as they can before Immortals does come back up. But looks like a pause has been called out by the side of FaZe. I don't know if that's an actual pause, but oh, there it is. Looks like a little bit of an issue coming out from the side of FaZe, but let's talk about the draft right now, right? We do see 2 teams actually putting up a good amount of work. We did see a little bit of a punish coming in from that early game. Bomba on that Harith was really able to punish Diz for picking up that Claude, but we both know, and everybody knows, right, as a marksman player or whoever does play that marksman role, Claude really does scale in that late game, knowing once he does get his damage items, is really going to be a menace for that backline. And we do know that Blazing Duet, along with Dexter, is going to put a lot of pressure towards that backline. And I do wonder if this can really get online, right? When it comes to these 5v5 team fights, yeah, Franco might be missing a little hooks here and there, but once the suppression goes off, right, coming in from Jumo, might be a little bit of advantage when it comes to these team fights. So we do have to see and kind of wait. We are only at the mid-game power spike right now, so we kind of need to wait for the late game. We do need to wait for Alice to start picking up the items and start kind of zoning out the rest of the team as well. But Wheezy, I mean, you're looking at this. You did draft this as well. I mean, you do know that the Claude is going to scale, Alice is going to scale, and you do also have a Grok coming in with damage, especially with High and Dry. We do know that damage is going to be there once that team fight starts to really happen deep into the Land of Dawn, especially when these Lord fights happen. So was that the intention that you were going for? Were you trying to go for that late game 5v5 clashes, or were you kind of trying to see if you can snowball using your comp in that early game stage?
Well, one of the things I noticed is we slotted in the Claude nice and early, which guaranteed the late game presence, so we needed to kind of focus on what we had in the early, right? Now, the Alice was kind of questionable. We kind of talked about it as a team. I really wanted the Lilia. I feel like the Lilia would have had a little bit more burst potential, and it wouldn't have allowed it would have gave the Valentina even a little bit of a harder time, as we didn't see the Alice get online a little early. But speaking of the teams, they are ready to jump back inside of the Land of Dawn. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing Dark Immortals go up against Team FaZe, and Dark Immortals having the advantage right now, 14-9, 11 minutes in, and kind of dominating in terms of turrets for the map.
Yes, talking about dominating, they do have a lot of ground control, right? In Immortals, did lose a couple members right there in that clash, in that blue buff. A little bit of an altercation coming out there, but they did come back up, and they're already punishing a lot of economy again for side of FaZe. But let's take a really quick look at these items, right? I did talk about that Claude coming online, right? We do see the Corrosion, and it's the Trinity build that's actually been locked in. So the DHS, Golden Staff, and Corrosion has been locked in by the Marksman, but Harith is still sitting with all those damage items, the Holy Crystal with a little bit of Magic Pen coming in, Lifesteal coming in as well. I do see Arla actually locking in some 3 core items. Looks like more of a sustain build, right? Endless and Bloodlust is going to give a little bit of that lifesteal once Proxy starts getting online, with a little bit of Magic Pen coming in. The Clock and the Enchanted was going to give that little bit of a push. Winter also has been locked in, so if he does get dropped dangerously low, he can just proc the Winter really quickly and get the lifesteal back. But looks like they're kind of setting up for a opposite siege coming from FaZe, knowing that they can't get this Lord, right? They do have more ground control towards Immortals, so it looks like they're going to go for a split push, but I don't know what's going on, because I do see Kyle coming into that bot lane, but we do know that he's a Joan, but Proxy is really doing an A pose, but he does lose a Lord.
A lot of engagement on the way. Lord is going to go to the side of Dark Immortals. Now the fight on the way. You are going to see that Blood Ode activated by Super Proxy for the AoE damage. Speaking of AoE, shut down! Super D's rushing in with the Blazing Duet, but Rock Bomba having other plans is going to send him back where he came from. And I got to say, you're definitely seeing the side of Dark Immortals having an easier time. This Harith that was opted in to kind of counter this Claude has definitely been working out really well. I mean, you got to give props to these teams that have been kind of taking notes on, you know, what's been happening in MPL and making it work in the NA region. But speaking of things that are working, you are seeing a heavy engagement on the way. Who may be able to get this pick off? King Kong taking out Sorry God Bless on the R line. Super Kyle going to take down Soy. 2 members off the board on the side of Dark Immortals, and I'm not really sure that was the right option, but you are going to see the 1v1. Jay on the Valentino, who's been online since the early game, is going to go ahead and take a kill. It's going to burst down Super Proxy, who is now 1-5-2 on the Alice. And now, wait a minute, contest over the blue buff. You are going to see Harith, Zombie Force being activated, Synchro Fission going in, Iron Hook not able to hit the mark yet again. This may create the opportunity for the side of Dark Immortals to take this tier 2 turret for the mid lane, as you are seeing Super D's burst down this Luminous Lord on the top side.
Looks like a little bit of overextension coming from Immortals. They did have the Lord, but looks like they did lose a couple members, kind of preventing them from pushing up these lanes, right? But we do know that FaZe was able to defend actually all 3 of their inhibitors. Looks like they only lost a member, which was Proxy, I believe, on that Alice. And I'm kind of worried right now because I do have a little bit of a recall coming in from FaZe, but looks like I feel like you drafted this towards a late game. So we do see Proxy coming in, not the best KDA, but the items will start to get slotted in. We're still not into that full deep late game. We're looking at the 20-minute mark when it comes to that late game, right? But we're looking at some items still able to be kind of moved around, played around with. We do see Martinez almost locking in the full tank build. Grok still coming online with a lot of damage items, but looks like it's going to go for a little bit of defense as well. Claude is looking for a defense item, but he didn't lock in Malefic, so a lot of physical pen is going to come in, but I can't snooze on this Harith, knowing that he has his full build coming in from the side of Immortal. Same alongside with Barat, did lock in the full jungle build as well. Valentina is looking for the last 2 items. Same with the Kufra as well. Actually looking for last 3. Looks like he's going to build that last item into Antique for a little bit of a sustain coming in from Claude. And like I said, right, the only mage damage dealer on the side of FaZe is Proxy on this Alice, and I feel like the set wise, Immortals does have a little bit of a balance, but looks like a suppression coming out from Proxy.
A lot of damage being taken right now, but can he get a kill? Wait a minute, Blaze Duet able to find 1. Down goes Jay. Can he get 2? The suppression, Winter Truncheon going in. Martis with the Mortal Coil's Decimation being activated. Super Kyle taking a kill. Burst down. Harith. Rock Bomba has fallen, but now Super Kyle, 3v1 situation, make that 3v3 as you are seeing King Kong join in for the triple knockup of the wild charge to allow Super Kyle to escape. And now the flicker being used from King Kong trying to get out, but the slow over there from this Barat to kind of stop him from retreating. And now Frank with the Bloody Hunt, not enough to stop them. Look at this chase down. You are seeing FaZe kite the damage. Mortal Coils being out for some additional CC. Franco with the flicker, and they're able to get out. And that is what you call some synergized kiting in favor for Team FaZe.
Very well planned out escape coming up from FaZe. They did play a little bit of a rat chase over there like Tom and Jerry, but looks like they did get out. Diz making his way, split pushing all of these turrets, kind of not minding the team what's happening. Gotta be careful. Valentina came right back on the board. Jay's looking for a little something. Whoa, that's a lot of damage, but this Lord fight looks like they're really brawling it out here. And Wheezy, you might not be able to breathe the next couple of seconds, but go ahead.
Here we go, fight on the way. Lord is in play, half health, and both teams fighting in the Lord pit. Super Proxy taking down Sorry God Bless on the R-Lot XP. Wild charge for the stun. Rock Bomba inside of the Zombie Force taking out Super Kyle. That is going to be the jungler down for the side of FaZe, and a double kill. Super Proxy taking out Jay right now, but not before King Kong was taken down, and now getting the triple is going to take out Jumo. Might be a full wipeout. Super D's left alone. Is going to use the Blazing Duet, rushing back in, but wait a minute! Immortality being Proxy joining the fight, trying to get a kill. Is going to go ahead and use the Blood Ode. Mega kill over there by Rock Bomba, shutting down D's, but Kyle's going to shut him down as well, and the Lord still stands. But look at the top side. You are seeing Barat, who is focusing on the split, is going to go ahead and make his way toward this inhibitor, but minions are there to try and take it down. Blood Ode being activated by Proxy, but not sure he can get it in time. Trying to do the most he can, and it looks like he was able to defend it. And talk about an engagement. Neither side able to take that Lord, and look how many bodies are hovering around in the Lord pit.
Yeah, speaking about Lord Pit, I did mention that Alice is really going to get online once he starts getting those tank items coming with a hybrid build, right? So knowing that he did kind of drop everybody low and kind of finish off those kills, but Immortals has a jungler up a little bit early for the side of Immortals. They are missing marksman, which is Diz and Juno kind of zoning out this Lord, and looks like they're going to try to bring everybody back into this Lord fight, and round 2 Weezy for you is about to come up in a couple seconds, but it looks like they're doing a little bit of a dance around this Lord, knowing that both sides are starting to fully come, and look at King Kong getting a little bit of vision from the backside. A-post kind of low right now, but looks like the Guardian Helmet is really going to bring his health right back up. Conceal play? Don't know if that was a conceal, but looks like Proxy is shoving this lane coming down to the mid side. So we'll have to see. Hold on, Rage coming out from 2.
You are seeing Proxy giving some of that pressure in the mid lane, which is going to create the opportunity for FaZe to be able to get a kill. But again, an Iron Hook not connecting, and he does have Bloody Hunt. Definitely needs to get a set. He's going to opt in on the Kufra instead, but not sure that was the right answer. He was barely able to burst down any damage on his HP, and another Iron Hook not able to hit the mark. And now the Arcean on the bottom side, the suppression from the Winter Truncheon. Rock Bomb is going to shut down Proxy and now make his way up to this Lord, but can he get there in time? Super Kyle taking out Soy, and now getting another. They are going to take down Jay. Double kill into the hands of the Decimation on this Martis. But wait a minute, King Kong taking down Ipo. Sorry God Bless taking out D's. Find out over there. Mortal Coils has been activated, trying to stop Sorry God Bless on this R-Lot from rushing in, but he is going to be bursted down himself. R-Lot a little too strong to handle, and it looks like it looks like King Kong and Jumo are going to make their way back to the base. And again, similar to what we've seen in the last Lord push, neither side able to take this objective. And Eunice, I believe this is just one of those games. It's going to come down to the wire. And one of the X factors into winning these keys to victory, winning these fights, is definitely going to be on Super D's, right? He is that marksman, that late game damage dealer, but if he's picked off early, they're not going to be able to use him to take these lords or be able to split push and take these objectives. And I think this might be a fight where you have to split push it out and wait for the team to go for the lord to possibly get the Nexus push and finish, but either side can pull this off. Definitely looking at Rock Bomba on this Hereth as well. This man has been a problem. KDA currently 12-5-5.
I mean, Wheezy, I thought that was a Lord pit, but looks like it's a graveyard at this point. 2 fights have happened into that Lord pit, but all we see were bodies on top of bodies. And knowing that if you guys look at the items right here, everyone's at their full build. We're looking at this late game, right? We're at this 20-minute mark. Luminous Lord. This is the second Luminous Lord that has been up now for a pretty long time, but no one's actually been able to contest this. And speaking about split pushing, Proxy's really taking the time. Oh, no, Wheezy, your turn again, Wheezy.
Rock Bomba gonna take out King Kong, and now they're gonna take out another member. Jumo hit with the immortality. Rock Bomba gonna pick up a double, takes him down. 2 members off the board, but look at Proxy. He is going for the split push. No members are, oh no, 2 members recalling. You are seeing Hereth make his way down there, who did burst down Super Proxy before. He is gonna go ahead and use the Flowing Blood to escape. And now looking at iPost shifting the aggro of this turtle, but Arlott gonna shut down D's. What are you doing? All alone with no protection. And that is gonna be yet again that X factor that we talked about. The marksman needing to stay alive for these objectives, and with them being bursted down, a huge advantage for Dark Remotos to take this victory. Renestruction going in by Super Proxy, but a mega kill picked up by Rock Bomba is going to shut him down. And now you are looking at 3 members out for phase, and Hypo's able to pick up the retribution and take this lord. And look at Kyle overextending, hit the decimation, but they need to defend as this is 21 minutes in. The respawn times are about 50 seconds, and looks like they're not going to let their foot off the gas. They're not going to let him make his way back to the base to terrify from this Valentina. The damage, too much to handle. Guardian's Barrier going in with the wild charge. A little bit of a knockup onto Ipos, who is inside of that inhibitor. And now FaZe trying to defend for their lives. Can they do it? Arlott zooming through, trying to get another kill. Down goes the inhibitor for the mid lane, and fight still on the way. Arlott able to pick up a kill, takes down Jumo, not able to hit the Bloody Hunt, and the Petrify going in. The stun onto King Kong. A lot of CC working against him. You are going to see Ipos get that kill, and now Dark Remoto sitting strong against 2 members of FaZe. Going to possibly close this out, but minions are only in the mid lane. Can they do it? You are seeing Cooper wind up. Tyrant's Revenge. Now possible Tyrant's Raise, but no option on the Magic Ball. Blazing Duet to clear the minions, but hit with the suppression of the Valentina with the IMU. Taking Jumo's ultimate on that Franco. Super Kyle taking out, sorry, God bless. A shutdown. Summon Force being activated, Synchro Fission going in. The side of Dark Immortals dangerously low. Super Proxy taking out Rock Bomba. You are seeing Jake taken down. There goes a double. And now FaZe contending, fighting off the side of Dark Immortals. Now going to focus on this Luminous Lord, who is going to crash into the inhibitor for the top side, and down it goes. But minions are still in Dark Immortals' favor, but they don't have the push potential. So they only have Kufra and Barat, and it looks like the side of FaZe was able to defend. What a play!
Wheezy, what did I watch? I don't know what just happened there. There was a whole brawl session coming out under your Nexus, but looks like FaZe did a really good job defending it. And we're looking at a 24-minute game right now. FaZe really is hanging on to their last threads right here, knowing that they're at the match point. It looks like Barat to pick up the blue, and Proxy's really coming out online with this Alice kind of split pushing and kind of finishing up all these kills. And look at Proxy. Look at him. He's just not losing any damage, but still able to sustain a lot of that, right? Just got eaten by Decimace's welcome coming in from Apos and kind of taking everything at this point, and looks like they're gonna go back. And look at Alice still walking out with full HP. None of that really affected Proxy on this Alice, but I'm gonna have to say we're gonna look at this 25-minute game. Lord is coming up in about 40 seconds, right? And we do know that these two teams are really on the edge of their seats, really trying to take out everything to their fullest potential, but we're gonna have to talk about win conditions right now, right? We do know that we're coming to that 30-minute game. Possibly it could be as well, knowing that these fights are pretty intense right now. And with this Lord coming up, I feel like it's gonna really determine who really gets this win right now. The lanes are in the favor of Immortals, and looks like if you look at the items right now, a lot of selling going on, right? We do know that this is a late game, so we do see some things getting swapped around, some items getting swapped around, some shoes being sold. They are in for this game, Wheezy, and I'm so excited. There is a possible potential clash coming in. Looks like Revenge misses, but looks like they're gonna back out, and Kyle just really wants this buff to be able to fight with his Lord, but a hook actually lands on Apos.
Oh, the suppression going in. That is a juggler taken down. Super Kyle with the decimation. Fight out over the wild charge for the knockup from the IMU from Jay. Blazing Duet going in by Super D's, trying to make the most, trying to get to the back line, but wait a minute. Super Kyle picking up a double, takes out Arlot, picking up a triple. Down goes Kufra. Soy is out. Super Proxy taking out Rock Bomba. Wait a minute. FaZe might have done it. They have cleared out 4 members of the side of Dark Immortals. They don't even need the Lord. They can take this win by pushing in the mid lane with only Jay to defend. He's definitely going to have a game plan. He did just use that IMU as well, so I'm not sure if he will have it again in time. Maybe still in D's Blazing Wet, maybe the plan, but the Iron Hook, the suppression, the bloody hunt, the decimation, the synchronization of the synergy of FaZe prevails, and ladies and gentlemen, they have taken this game with a full wipeout against Dark Immortals in the 5-man recall for the bonus damage to the Nexus, and ladies and gentlemen, they have taken Series 2.
Round of applause coming in for the side of FaZe. We did see them lack a little bit sleeping coming on from all the members from the side of FaZe. Don't kill me, Wheezy, but we do see they did come online. They were actually able to secure that win coming in, right? A lot of good sustain coming in from Proxy, and he was doing a little bit and struggling a little bit in that early game, knowing that he was the not the favorable KDA coming in from that beginning game, but looks like they did come out and sweep this game. FaZe Kyle locking in with MVP 1258 on this Martis, and Diz locking in with 29% damage right alongside Proxy. 25% damage taken in. I mean, look at the damage taken, actually. Proxy right behind Kyle, and they did put up in that work. They did put in all the fights. The last of the last fights, the team fights, the bloody sweat and tears did make up for that win. So congratulations to the side of FaZe. This has been the most intense game that we have seen tonight. Very close to a 30-minute game, and you guys did take that win on the edge of your seats. And guys, whoever's watching this, I know you guys favored Dark Immortals in that early half, but FaZe really did flip the coin, and they did take this win. So congratulations, FaZe. You do take the win for this series.
Man, what a win. Literally everything aligned. All the stars coming together for the side of FaZe, because their backs were against the wall. And honestly, Dark Immortals did have an option to close that out. And that Harith was on fire. I still got to give him credit. The man was a menace. Definitely when I'm drafted next time, I don't know. I think the thing that has to not be slotted in for Dark Immortals is that Kufra. I got to give credit over there to Soyuz. That man was a menace. And they locked in that Kufra nice and early. So, you know, I'm adding that to my coach's book. Dark Immortals, I see you. But that was FaZe able to prevail. Good game overall from both teams. Definitely a high adrenaline rush, and even from the casters as I was trying to catch my breath on those engagements. But, you know, definitely well played indeed. Team FaZe is going to prevail and take Series 2. And ladies and gentlemen, that is not the final series of the day. We still have one more on the way. We have the team spearheaded by Coach Deku, only the squad, going up against Zen X, a team we've seen compete in Season 2 for the MLSA time and time again. And I'm looking forward to seeing how these matches go in the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Appreciate everybody tuning in. Man, hopefully this game gets even better than the series we just seen, but it's going to be very hard to top. But appreciate everybody tuning in. Let's get ready for the final teams of the day. Only the squad and Zen X, who are going to fight it out in a best of 3, and definitely place a vote on who you guys think will take the final series for today. We'll be right back with you guys momentarily as both of these teams are getting ready to embark for Series 3.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that that journey must start at home.
Valley are going to end
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me. You know they'll never win. I'm controlling all my victories. And something that's gotta give. Cause this is just what I made it now. You can't ever break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not. And I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fight in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your age? You know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I kept the control. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make you proud. Don't let me down, don't let it all fall. I've been on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. Fire in our eyes, we will be strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
The sky is so vast, isn't it? My little flare.
Papa? Can you reach the sky and ignite the stars?
Of course, Honey Bunch.
Papa never returned home. He's among the stars now. But what about me?
Have faith, little flare.
Now this is a wonder to behold.
Time. Oh. It's time to make the most of the moment. I'm Hoon, I'm mid lane for the Valley, and I'm ready.
I graduated high school a few months ago. Yeah. We dare to be great.
Dude, that's perfect. One more second.
Hello, my name is Fly Chicken. I'm XP lane from the Valley. Let's go.
Hey, it's basic. Again. We dare. We dare to improve. Hey, it's basic. Coordinator for the Valley. Let's go.
Say hi.
Three wasn't good enough.
There you go. One more time.
Three wasn't good enough.
One more time. You got a better one again.
Hi, I'm Chuck. I'm late son for the Valley. Let's go.
You see my chapped lips on the camera? Like here a little bit? Don't disrespect the US of A. One more.
Hi, I'm Moba Zane, Jungle for the Valley, and we're ready.
I want to fight Yahweh from the Eco team for Philippines.
Definitely RRQ. They've done so much for Mobile Legends, and you could tell just by the amount of fans that they have. They've also been so driven. I mean, they've been in Mobile Legends for years and years and years, and they've always been pretty good. They've always, even when they weren't doing as well, even in this MPL, they bounced back in the second half of the season. And I have a lot of respect for them. They brought a lot for Mobile Legends. And in the Philippines, it probably blacklist because they're actually the first team that, even after winning a World Cup, they just stayed driven, stayed focused, and now they're on their way to having a chance of getting their second World Cup win.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home. Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. Man, some insane series already. Had to catch my breath after that last match. We were able to see OTS kind of prevail and get the 2-1 on to Dark Immortals, who was putting up a great fight, but in the end, We were able to see the synergized combination of FaZe prevail to take that win in that 25-minute game. And now, moving forward, we have the last series of the day. 2 amazing teams competing it out. Only the squad, coached by Coach Deck. You saw Team FaZe, and now you're going to see another MLSA team with another coach on their side from the MLSA staff going up against ZenX. ZenX, a team that just registered in the NACT spring season, so looking forward to seeing them compete there. And also a team that we've seen compete in the MLSA Season 2 since the beginning of when we opened up those gates. Joined on the desk with myself, all the way from Team Gosu. Ladies and gentlemen, we have Yue in the building to break down these items and keys to victory for the analysts, and I will be your play-by-play to kind of break down these engagements, so definitely buckle your seatbelts as it may be a bumpy ride into the land of Dawn. How are you doing, Yue?
Yes, sir, Wheezy. Thank you for that beautiful introduction. I'm so excited, honestly, to be able to see Coach Deku's squad coming in. You know, I want to see a lot of good things from them. You know, I know Deku as a caster, he does extremely well to play-by-play. Deku, can you breathe? You know, he's always been so good on some of the... And I do want to see what is in store for their team. Now, in terms of the draft phase, right, we've been seeing a lot of Fredrin bans. We also did get to see that Fanny ban out a couple of times. I wonder if there's any Fanny players coming in from both teams, Wheezy.
Oh, yeah, you make a good point. Fanny, definitely one of those heroes. If you don't have a game plan, can shut down pretty much anybody in the early phase if suppression is taken off of the board. But speaking of heroes that can also shut things down, Arlot, the new hero that just came out that kind of uses CC in his favor, has now been taken off the board for the first ban on the side of ZenX. And in a direct response, another jungler kind of slotted out nice and early, something we typically see. The Fredrin taken off the board, that walking Petrify, that jungler who's been able to dominate. He took like the place of Ballman. Remember when Ballman used to be like the golden child for the jungle? Now it's more of Fredrin nowadays, and I'm glad to see at least both of these heroes being banned out. I think we're in store for a good draft.
Yeah, Fredrin is just so dominant in the jungle. I know a lot of you guys like to say he is that walking Petri, right? Fredrin has such a fast clear, such a fast CC, has the mobility and even that ultimate, just like Ballman, you know, to be able to just slam down and retreat those turtles. You do see a standard glue being banned out. A lot of these teams, even after the nerf, right? The glue is still being unable to show up into these draft phase just because everyone is banning him out. Now, honestly, I would like to see a couple more mage bans, a couple more marksman bans, right? A lot of the heroes like Wanwan, Eve, Valentina, those are just really, really, really strong. But a lot of the teams here just aren't really prioritizing those types of heroes. We do see this Kaja being banned out, and as a roam player myself, like, I know Kaja is one of the strongest roamers right now. He does have some counters like Atlas or even like a Ruby or even a Grok to immune some of the CCs. But, you know, the divine judgment coming out from that Kaja is just a little bit too much. Now, with the recent patch, right, we got this Nathan buff. We got this Julian buff. There's also a couple other heroes that have been buffed up. I wonder if they're gonna be banning out this Julian or even picking it up, because, you know, they did come out with that new skin, and, you know, with all good skins, there's a secret buff that goes behind those skins, right, Wheezy?
Yeah, definitely right. Having a little bit of that momentum boost when it's needed, especially on those 1v1s. But hero that was able to walk through the draft, Joy, as they did opt in on that Kaja for the side of only the squad, and now without that suppression in their favor, they may have to slot in a Franco. If not, you are going to see the electrifying beats kind of make a whole mixtape in the land of Dawn moving forward. But it looks like the side of OTS going to go with something you don't typically see this early in the draft. They're going to go ahead and take up this Lunox and also pick up the Marksman. So both of the back lines being revealed nice and early. But one thing I do like about this is the Brody, right? Brody's a solid first pick for a marksman. He pretty much can go toe-to-toe with anybody in the game for the gold lane. So you definitely have to keep your eyes on Ergo. But looking at the Lunox, I'm not really sure how I feel about this so far. We'll see as we do progress through the draft. Lunox does have the burst potential to be able to melt down the beefier heroes, but is it the right decision this early in the draft? That's not really the biggest flex option. It could have been flexed into the gold, but when you lock in the Brody, you're kind of letting the team know, hey, this is our mid laner, unless they plan on pulling out a Kyrie from Onyx and putting the Lunox in the jungle. But I'm not sure if that's what we're gonna see today, but you never know. Time will tell as we are prevailing through this draft.
Yeah, I honestly, I thought you were going to bring up that Brody, being on your team, doing so extremely well, such a dominating game with Brody that last series. He is actually a priority, in terms of these heroes being picked up. Now, in terms of the Lunox, correct? This Lunox and Joy matchup is super, super cool because you wouldn't really think that Lunox would do well against a Joy, but actually Lunox is one of the biggest counters along with Carry. The single target DPS just outshines the way Joy has to body people with electrifying beats. The kit is just not enough. And we do see a Fanny being picked up. Now, this is a really, really interesting Fanny pickup for me, right? They have the Grok, they have the Selena. And traditionally, during I would say M2 days, the Grok and the Selena combination was used a lot by these Asian teams, right? The clear speed coming in from the Grok and the rotation, the vision, the traps, the stuns coming in from that Selena. It's just a really, really good combination. Typically, I would not favor a Selena picked in these meta in these days right now, just because I believe that fast clearing mages are going to be prioritized. For example, fast clearing and fast mobility, fast rotation. So like a Farsa where she could just, use 2 of her spells, fly down, and then feather airstrike some of the enemies, or even an Eve, right? That doesn't really need too many peels, or even the Kadita that was picked up earlier was able to use that first skill and clear waves really, really fast. Now, why I think, this Fanny pick isn't going to be necessarily good is just because Selena and Grok do so well early on. Just one stun and the Fanny just goes bye-bye. The buff is going to spawn in 2 minutes after, and the Fanny's just going to be a sad Fanny. But the one thing that is going for them is that there is no suppression yet so far. We don't see a Franco coming out. The Kai is going to be banned out, so that is one of the counters to that Fanny pick, right? So, in these next phases draft, what do you think is going to happen, Steph Weezy?
Well, I think you made some excellent points and a blast from the past over there with that Selena and that Grok combination, but something we got to keep an eye on is this Joy can still be flexing the jungle, meaning there could still be a Kufra available to kind of slow down the Fanny, and not to mention the Franco, who has not been banned out yet. The Grok can definitely go in the XP lane. The Joy can be ran, and, well, no, they can't put the Joy in the mid, so the Joy can still go jungle, though. And if they put this Joy in the jungle, Selena can be the mid laner, Grok can be the XP, and they can still slot in a Kufra or a Franco to give Azrael on this Fanny an even harder time. So I am kind of up there with you on agreeing that not really the easiest time for a Fanny to rush in, but it's going to depend on how the draft gets finalized from the side of Zinix, as they are deciding on that last ban. They are going to go ahead and take out this Atlas, and I am a fan of that. If you're looking at their composition, they don't really have anything to stop him from rushing in with the Fatal Links, and Joy kind of opts in on trying to have that Vengeance at his disposal. Definitely don't want to put a Purify on him, so it's not the worst option to take out that Atlas, but with Franco still being on the table, I'm wondering if that's something OTS is going to pick up, because if not, it's going to give a possible suppression into the hands of Zinix if they do go that route and slot this Joy in the jungle. But if not, I'm really wondering how Zinix is going to finalize this draft.
What I think Zenx can do right now is probably fill in a physical type of jungler. Typically, I would like the Barats, but with that Lunox being on the board already from the only squad, it's going to be kind of hard to play against that. And especially now with that Franco, right? If you're playing the Barats against the Franco, Barats just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and the hitbox for that Franco's hook just gets even worse for them. They're hovering over this Ballman right now, a very objective, focused jungler. Again, doesn't do so well with that Lunox. There's a chance that maybe we will see a Hayabusa being come in, or maybe even a Ling, but he does lock that Ballman. So I'm actually excited to see how this Ballman is going to be able to deal with this Lunox, because I do think that matchup coming in, especially with the Bloody Hunt coming in from Franco, it's just going to be really, really hard for that Ballman to be able to do too much against OTS's comp right now. And we do see this Moskov being locked in. In terms of the Moskov-Brody matchup, who do you think is probably going to win in terms of that?
Well, I expect Moskov to be more the aggressor, considering he opted in on that Inspire, but Brody like we said, he was picked for a reason, right? One of the hardest marksmen to go toe-to-toe against in the gold lane, and he can definitely get the job done, but I'm expecting Urgo to play a little safer, especially on that Moskov, but he does have the Fanny at his advantage to be able to get to that side lane and possibly pick off this aggressive Moskov. As ladies and gentlemen, we are 3 seconds away from jumping into the Land of Dawn. Two amazing teams competing out for the final series of the day. We have ZenX against Only the Squad, and I'm liking the way the draft looks on both sides, but you kind of mentioned the Ballman, right? The Ballman might have a slight problem up against this Lunox with that burst potential damage, not to mention if the Franco can get that Bloody Hunt and shut down this Ballman on these neutral objectives, you may be able to see an easier time for the early phase on the side of Only the Squad. But we'll see how it goes. I was kind of wondering, a little bit of a difficulty for a split second, but I was wondering one thing, right? And maybe I'll shoot this question over to you, Wade. Couldn't a Saber have possibly could have worked here? I know it's not typically pulled out, but the Saber jungle could have had that suppression that they needed since they didn't have the Kaja who was banned out. The Franco was taken off the board. I still feel like Saber could have been the saving grace on this Fanny.
Saber could have been the right pick, but again, maybe it's just the play style of, you know, ZenX's squad. I think they are a new team coming into that NACT, so we actually don't know if they actually like going for these utility objective focused junglers or not, right? But if we just take a look at both of these teams, right, the picture that we're trying to paint is just basically Fanny is going to go for a lot of kills early and another stun coming in.
And you're going to see Joy pick up a kill, first blood onto Fanny, and that's not what you typically see. He's supposed to have the advantage for the early game. Now the Petrify rushing in with the Furious Dive, and the Dragon Tail is going to pick up a kill, taking down Tokyo. Battle in the mid-river, Cyclone Sweep over there by this Ballman, but Fanny rushing in with the steel cables is going to find her way into the tier 1 turret, bursting down Keep on this Grok.
Yeah, both teams coming in with aggressions early. That's kind of what I predicted earlier, right? Selena, one of those heroes that does not need that level 4 in order to do a lot of damage. And Grok, you know, just wave clearing with that first skill, you know, just being extremely annoying. And on top of that, you know, the enemy team has that Fanny being picked up, one of those heroes that are so good at level 2. Now, in terms of that turtle fight that is going to be coming up in a couple of minutes, right? There's going to be a lot of level 4s that are just extremely good. The Bloody Hunt coming in from Franco with that solo single suppression and a little bit of spike coming in.
Wow, Fanny, that was almost a one-shot bursting down this Moskov. Guardians Barrier going in, trying to stop the side of OTS from pushing forward, but you are going to see them get a kill. That is Lunox taking down Keep, and now picking up a double is going to burst down Tokyo, and this is a great start for Only the Squad, leading in kills by 5-1. And now looking at the turtle, you are seeing ZenX be able to take this objective to kind of keep them alive, but they are still down by about 2,000 gold 2 minutes in.
Great objective from ZenX, but just a little bit of a over aggression on that bottom side gold, especially going against a Franco and a Lunox and a Fanny. It's just really hard to deal with, right? Only the Squad really has some key win conditions right now. Franco getting a hook onto an enemy with the suppression coming in from Lunox. That's just a guaranteed kill right off the bat, right? And for ZenX's side, they're really just waiting on this Selena to hit a good stun. And there goes one of the stuns.
You're going to see the Bloody Hunt, now the Iron Hook to connect, and now Mage is going to go ahead and pick up a kill. Lunox taking their 3rd kill of the game, but Moskov responding back is going to take down Fanny on the jungle, now sitting at a 2-2-2 KDA. And right now, you are still seeing Only the Squad leading the way, up by about 4 kills. And Fanny already having 2 of those kills in favor. And look at the quad cabling right now. But the shutdown, you are going to see Joy pick up a kill, takes down Lunox to respond. And it looks like ZenX is starting to get online a little bit. Can't count him out yet, but definitely the early game still leaning into the favor of Only the Squad.
Yeah, it looks like a little bit of a red buff invade. Fanny is able to get out. Hopefully all of the members from Only the Squad is able to come out. There is a Petrify into the ultimate of the Dragon form.
Boop picking up the kill, takes down DD on the Ballman over there with the Shaw Essence and Shaw Residue on that Black Dragon, and now going in onto this Joy. They do have suppression, but the Furious Dive, knock up, and gonna possibly get a kill. That is Joy picking up a kill onto Brazilian and taking down Foop, a 2-for-1 combo, and you are gonna see Lunox taking down Keep, but wait a minute. Brilliance being activated for an escape. Can you get away? Lunox in a tricky situation. The Abyssal Arrow unable to hit the mark, and now the turret damage. Can't. Mage is going to burst down this Joy on the over-aggressive play, and Fanny rushing in from the back line is possibly going to take down Tokyo. Now going to get that speed boost, but where are you going? that is going to be Fanny picking up that kill. She did use that retribution, though, to secure it. And this is going to be another objective on the opposing side of the map into the hands of Zinx for this turtle.
Yeah, another objective looks like it will be uncontested, right? So just let's take a look at the items coming in right now. Moskov with that Demon Hunter sword, 2 rapid boots coming in from both the jungler and the roam. That is so crazy. I've never seen a rapid boots onto that jungler. We do have that glowing wand completed by the Joy. The electrifying beats is going to be doing quite a bit of damage. Lunox able to complete the that yellow item. and Yuzong
Clock of
is
Destiny? Yeah.
Clock of Destiny, and Yuzong has picked up the Hunter Strike. Typically Yuzong is able to just pick up that Hunter Strike and do a lot of damage and building tank right after. Now, Steph Weezy, I just want to tell Ali this, right? I've played a lot of ranked games myself. I played with a lot of different teams myself. I just want to appreciate how many fannies we're getting in these last couple of series, because it just seems like every team in the MLSA is just, you know, really trying to play these mechanically high hero, because even in the highest, even in some of these major tournaments, fanny's really hard to be able to pull off.
Yeah, definitely something hard to pull off. Definitely one of the highest elo heroes that are available, and you kind of see that more in the C server, but now trickling its way onto the North America region. You gotta love it. I know everybody's seen, we do have a team, whoever wins the spring season has a ticket to MSC now, and maybe we'll be able to pull that out there as well, where it matters. But speaking about what matters, you are seeing the invasion onto the blue buff. Boop with the Black Dragon rushing in. The wild charge. Newman on blast going down. Cyclone Sleep over there by this Ballman. But look at the shot. Essence. Boop going to take down Tokyo. Cat Maid's going to take down Keep on this Grok. And now Ergo going to take down DD on the Ballman. 3 members falling for the side of Zinx, and all members standing tall for only the squad. Now going to shift their focus onto this tier 1 turret for the mid lane. But you are going to see Joy clear out that minion and deny them that push. But on the bottom side, Fanny resting in, still cables. Now Brody with the torn apart members is going to connect and get the kill on to this Moskov. This is going to open up the opportunity for only the squad to take this tier 1 turret for the bottom side.
Yeah, Zenix really has to try to figure out a way to shut down Camp Mage, because although his name is Camp Mage, he is just dominating in that mage position right now with the 6-1-3. Turtle being up right now, 6 minutes in. A lot of the items are being completed from both sides. You do see that Curse Helmet being completed up, being picked up by that Ballman, so it does mean that he will be able to get these objectives really fast as a uncontested Turtle coming in once again, coming from that Ballman, right? Only the squad, they are just taking with this Fanny. They're sticking with their, just picking these comps, and you know, the Franco with the suppression and along with the Lunox. They're just really trying to go for these kills. What I would like to see is them being a little bit more objective focused and a little bit of a fight.
Yeah, fight possibly on the way, and you kind of mentioned the objectives, right? All the turtles have gone to this Ballman, as you are seeing that Fanny rushing in more for the kills, but Foop getting the kill is going to take down Moskov on the bottom side. Now going to rush in with the Black Dragon to clear these minions and possibly take the tier 1 turret into the favor. No, actually, no. He's defending his tier 1 turret, but looking at the top side, Abyssal Arrow connected. Keep taking down Camp Mage on the Lunox, shutting him down. Tokyo taking down Ergo. 2v1. Top side, Brazilian Sauce trying to get a potential set, but by himself, he's not going to have any damage, and it looks like he is still going to maintain that pressure, not allow them to proxy this minions. Definitely a good read, but right now, Zinx definitely having the advantage, can possibly take this tier 1 for the mid lane, but look at Fanny rushing in, still cables for the damage to clear these minions. Really good defense from the side of OTS, but on the bottom side, you are going to see Yuzong overextending and picked off over there by this Joy.
Yeah, Zenix right now really able to find the targets to shut down. One on Ergo, one on Camp Mage, the other one on Foop. Those are the 3 targets that you want to prioritize. So I would say Zenix is doing a really good job, you know, making sure the keys to success is being put into play, right? And, you know, in terms of the fights that are going on right now, Zenix is really able to get these objectives. Only the squad is trying to get these kills here and there, and the steel cables come out.
You are going to see a possible clash on the top side, too. Ergo tried to rush in, but was denied over there by this Moskov, and also Keep on the Grok. And right now, you are seeing Joy pick up the tier 1 on the bottom side, kind of bullying Foop in the XP lane, who did have more of the dominant position earlier in this game, but now as we're getting closer to the mid phase, right now, it looks like Zinx is starting to turn this momentum in their favor.
Yeah, the swing of the momentum has been going into Xenex's side. With this Lord being up right now, there is a small invade coming up, and I do think that this Ballman should be able to take this buff really, really easily. And again, with the Lord coming up right now, I do believe Xenex has the more objective focused fights. They should be able to contest this Lord relatively easily. As you guys see, there are some movements coming into that top side. The Fanny is looking at that Moskov, and it seems like they might be going for a little bit of a fight right here.
You're already going to see Brody take the tier 1, and now the rush in for the fight. Bloody Hunt activated, but no, it's going to go out of that fight now. Guardian's Barrier from Keep. Cyclone Sweep over there by this Ballman. Still not able to find any kills. Lord has spawned in now. It looks like the side of Xenex again is going to focus on these objectives, and you are going to see majority of the team recalling back. Fanny needing that energy, but with that separation, yet again, you are going to see Xenex pick up the next objective, Lord, going to their side.
This is what we call being objective focused, or even being strong in macro. And a pickoff happens for Fanny. Again, just using the steel cables and a stun.
Oh my goodness, a stun and a kill! Tokyo taking him down! But you are going to see the mid lane pressure over there from Only the Squad taking the tier 1, but a lot of damage on to them over there from this Joy, who's now going to rush out, but definitely handed all of them a mixtape on his way. Keep is going to take out Ergo, though. Down goes Brody, and now the fight, the 1v1, now turning into a 2v2. Abyssal Arrow connecting from far. The stun! The finish! Tokyo taking down Cat Mage on the Lunox. With this Lord in their favor, they are going to be able to take some of these turrets as well, as they are going to burst down the tier 2 for the bottom side, and now needing to shift focus to the middle lane as well to open up the map. You are seeing Xenex slowly taking this lead. Black Dragon hovering over. Still cables from Fanny, trying to give some pressure onto this Lord, but stunned! And wait a minute! Burst it down! DD with the Cyclone Sweep takes him down, picking up a double. Also connecting and sending Brazilian Sauce to the caster's desk. And now, tier 2 turret for the mid lane has fallen, and the inhibitor on the bottom side not looking too strong. DD taking it down. And right now, we might be seeing a finish. Foop taking out Joy, though. A little bit of a response from Only the Squad, but isn't enough. Still leading 17-13, Only the Squad. But in terms of turret, Xenex was able to turn this around, as they are going to also take this in tier 2 turret for the top side.
Yeah, some of the keys to victory that we said in the beginning of the match, right? The Selena has to hit her stuns in order for Xenex to really do well, and Tokyo has just been doing that. Only the Squad right now, I would say, they would honestly just have to group together. Fanny has picked up some of his core items, that Malefic Roar, on top of that Blade of Heptases, and moving on to that 100 Strike, he is ready to go. But Moskov has already picked up, and another stun comes in, and Tokyo does not choose to fight that. But Moskov has completed both his Demon Hunter Sword and the Croatian Scythe, so he is able to dish out a lot of damage, and I'm assuming he is going to be moving up into that Trinity Force build, where you also get that purple item. In terms of that tank, in terms of Franco, right, he has picked up that and another stun coming out.
You're already see the Bloody Hunt in the way. Cat Mage is going to go ahead and take down this Moskov, the marksman for the side of Xenex, and now the fight on the way. Torn apart memories, unable to seal the deal, but the Cyclone Sweep for the sustainability. Guardian's Barrier to block off the team of OTS from rushing in, but the Iron Hook snatching back Keep, forcing out the Flicker, and now the Flicker to the chase. Ergo picking up a kill, takes down Keep with a mega kill activated, and Foop has been taken down as well. And I gotta say, definitely some heavy engagement on the way. Ballman in a trick situation is gonna use the Cyclone Sweep, hit with the torn apart memories, but able to get out of that fight. But with the mixtape, Joy rushing in, gonna go ahead and use the electrifying beats. Ergo taking some serious damage. Lunox with the Cast Assault is gonna rush in to kite the damage and force the retreat on the side of Xenex from securing that kill. The Abyssal Strike. Right now, Tokyo is just hitting nothing but bullseyes with these Abyssal Arrows.
Yeah, and hitting the bullseyes with the Abyssal Arrows, he's just able to stun the targets over and over. It's almost like he has this like auto aim ability or map hacks going on, because Tokyo is just crazy, stunning the Fanny, stunning the Lunox. Like, it's just, he's just everywhere on the map. Only the Squad right now really has to try and group up and try to use Franco's suppression, right? He has that Bloody Hunt along with Lunox's dark form, they should be able to burst out someone along with the torn apart memory coming from that Brody. You know, they really have to try and pick off one of the members of Zenex before the Selena stun lands. And right now the mid lane is being shoved. They are kind of syncing the waves together. The top side is being shoved by the Fanny, so the Fanny's mobility is really showcasing right here. Joy is coming out back to that top side, but again, the mid side is being shoved. So I don't know what kind of lane syncs they're doing right now. Steph Weezy, what do you think the only squad has to do in order for them to come back to this game?
Well, I think you're definitely right on the money. This Franco is the X factor. He needs to get an Iron Hook, a Bloody Hunt, but you are seeing the Selena having a little bit better of a time with the aiming of this skill, and right now the Abyssal Arrow is hitting a lot more than the Iron Hooks are, but looking at the Lord pushing into the Nexus, bursted down from only the squad, and it looks like they are going to try and take this inhibitor in the mid lane for Zenex. Wild Charge connecting. DD picking up a kill, takes down Foop. Killing spree has been activated. The stun, no! You're going to see Moskov take the inhibitor as well on the bottom side. Picking up a kill, takes down Brazilian Sauce on the Franco. Double kill picked up by this Ballman to pick up and take down another member of OTS, and down goes Fanny as well. Ergo left by himself with a hope and a dream, rushing into the base, and ladies and gentlemen, DD is gonna shut him down, picking up a Maniac, and Zenex takes game 1.
Victory!
Maniac indeed. Xenos really is able to pull up ahead in this match. You know, DD being down 0-2 in the beginning was able to come back with 6 kills and 5 assists on that MVP streak, right? And we cannot forget Tokyo with the stuns over and over onto different targets, onto that Fanny, onto that Lunox, onto that Dragon at the very end. It's just so crazy. In terms of some of the damage taken, right? Keep has been able to body bag most of the damage, while Saint is just able to come in with that melody beats. And in terms of OTS, right, I really think they did really well. The Fanny's able to dish out a lot of the damage. Lunox also did 34% damage, so he is able to scale into that late game along with that Franco, but it was just a little bit too short, right? I do think, you know, maybe the next phase, in terms of the next game, they could probably look to ban out that Selena, or maybe even take out the Joy, because some of those heroes are just a little bit annoying to deal with. Right, so let's see what OTS will be doing in these next game fast, Weezy.
Yeah, definitely got to see what they're going to do in match 2. Is game 1 is going to go to the side of Zenex. I got to say one thing, though. You kind of mentioned OTS doing a great job. I kind of agree with that, right? We've seen the Franco come online nice and early. Fanny was popping off with the damage. Not to mention that Lunox was kind of living the tail, bursting everybody in the early phase. But I think the issue came in when they slotted in that Franco. He was great for the early phase, but without those objectives in line, that was just a lot to handle, especially with that Grok to go up against them. But I gotta say, definitely, I think they have the capability to pull this off. Maybe take the game 2 and take us to a series 3. I don't like seeing one-sided stories, so that's what I'm hoping for. But if not, they are having their backs against the walls. Right now, the momentum and the victory went to the side of ZenX, so they have a possible match point for a sweep. As ladies and gentlemen, we're seeing 2 amazing teams compete. Only the squad, coached by Coach Deku, and also ZenX, a team that has registered for the NACT spring season, and a team we've seen competing in the MLSA since we opened up our gates for season 2. Definitely don't go anywhere, as both these teams are getting ready to jump right back into the land of Dawn for match 2.
You can travel the world to find yourself. But that journey must start at home.
Now we are going to end war!
Because you can't know who you are without remembering your past experiences.
Basic is returning to Asia for his redemption. The BTK trio wants to prove M3 wasn't just a fluke, and Hoon looking to win back his fans.
I got basically kicked, but they still call me traitor for, I don't know, for pursuing my dream.
I thought living that comfort zone and then try new things was a better way for me to pursue the win.
We're coming and we're gonna compete. We're gonna put a fight, that's for sure. I'm coming for you, M4.
This is what we have all been waiting for.
You push us, we push you back. You respect us, we respect you back. You doubt us, we will bleed to prove you wrong.
Everything on the line, right here, right now.
Definitely, they're not underestimating us as much as they did in M3. People probably see us and take us more seriously now, especially considering our accomplishment back then.
I want to be the first in the world. I want to win a world championship. And the only way to really do that is day in and day out. There's no relaxing. You have to keep going.
Here comes the Valley.
It's my time, I'm a ball. I'ma get this money right. I'm gonna live my best life. They been talking to me on me, but you know don't never win. I'm controlling all my victories, and something that's gotta give. Cause this shit just what I made it now, I made it now. You can't ever break us down, break us down. I'll be speechless for the stars. Promise I'll be what they not, and I'll never ever stop. Won't never stop, yeah.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. Can you take your aim? You know that this is. I've been down, been waiting so long. I'm here for the crown, I'm here to show off. Greatness time, just waiting to show y'all. This is your time to remember.
So many times I lie in the basement waiting for greatness. No, I won't listen to anyone hating on me and telling me I wouldn't make it. Cause I did everything that they said I couldn't. Caught my footing and I got the controls. I stand for something, I ain't running now. I'm the greatest now. I just wanna make it down. Don't let me down, don't let it all. I'm on the road, accomplished all of my goals, and I ain't gonna let you down.
Touch the sky, you're made of silver and gold. Touch the sky, you're the greatest option now. You and I, we can make it out of the cold. Hang tight, we gonna reach for the greatness. We will always rise, we will never fall. The fire in our eyes will be us strong. Even though we know our backs against the wall. And again, pick your aim, you know that this is.
Coming for the game, cause we ready for the victory.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of the Dawn. We are the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy, and man, talk about a game. The power of Fanny and a Franco on the same side up against a Grok and a Selena, but you were able to see the side of Zenix prevail and take that win over against only the squad. And now, both of these teams getting ready to jump into match 2. The question of the day is, will we see Zenix be able to get the sweep with match point currently holding in their favor, or will we see only the squad turn this around and be able to take us to a game 3? The team spearheaded by Coach Deku. Joined on the desk with me, I do have MLSA staff member Master Rim to break down these keys to victory and also items as your analyst, and I will be your play-by-play to paint the perfect picture for these engagements. How you doing, Rim?
I'm doing great. I'm at the edge of my seat to see how this next match in this series is going to go, right? Both teams already setting that dominant tone for what's to come in the future, right? But SunX did have the upper edge in the last game with their draft composition, right? Behind the scenes here on the counselor's desk, we were talking a little bit about the Franco pick into that Selena and Quack, right? So the side of OTS definitely has to work on that drafting just a little bit, right? They did have that early game pressure coming in from Camp Mage on this Lunox, as well as the Fanny pick in that early game, right? But like I said, when you lock in that assassin junglers, you have to kind of have that scaling towards that mid to late game, right? As the Fanny as well as the Mage is going to be steering your team into that direction for your ADC or your gold laner to, you know, lead the way in terms of that late game composition, right? But a balanced draft also has to come down to what you slot in as your own positions there, right? You have to be able to have someone that can kind of engage on top of that, especially if you go for something like the Franco, right? If you're going to lock in that Franco, you need some more secure or burst potential consistently throughout the match, right? Because you can hook someone, but you could hook them into your own team's death, right? Sort of like the Atlas with that Fatal Links. You can hook somebody with that ultimate, but then you can be punished as well, right? But speaking of things to be punished here, we're going to see this out of OTS ban out this Joy. We did see it give them a lot of trouble, even though they did have that suppression on their side, right? So it's a good ban, a good answer. They're taking notes from the last game. We are seeing that Fedrin being banned out, solid standard ban. We are seeing from the side of Zenex banning out this new hero, Arlot there. I always say new hero first because I can never remember his name. I don't hear the lady in the draft pronounce it too often, so it slips my mind. And we're going to go ahead and see them banning out the Glue as well as the Scotch. But we see there's still a lot of strong picks open on the board right now.
Well, I'm just kind of stuck on, wait a minute, you said the lady in the draft, she says the name of the heroes?
Yeah, but does she? Oh, it's only when you pick them. So if
What?
they open
Are you serious?
yeah, I think so. If when you pick the hero, she'll say like Katsukacha or something like that. Mhm.
Oh, no way. I never noticed that. I'm definitely going to be keeping my ears open a little bit better now. I'm learning something. But yeah, you mentioned a lot of meta walking on the table. Currently, the Valentina is still available. The Faramis being banned out. Not sure if that was the best answer, but we've seen it in NPL. Really kind of prioritized over there by Blacklist. So I'm not really sure if they're opting on an OTS going more of that Ube strat. But you are going to see Ergo lock in this Grok as the first pick for the side of OTS. That flex hero at its finest can definitely be the roam or the XP lane. Also has that CC with the Wild Charge to work in his favor, and also the Guardian's Barrier to either allow or deny the entry of the enemy team. But looking at the side of Zenex to respond, already having 2 direct counters. Not only do they have the Julian, who recently just got a nasty buff, having an easier time in the early phase, only needing level 3 to have those enhanced skills, is a direct counter to the Grok inside. I almost said the Glock inside the X. Oh my goodness, the Grok, the Grok inside of the XP lane. What is going on right now? But you are gonna see this Julian be a great answer, right? He does have the enhanced sight to be able to do damage from afar. Not to mention he has dash in his disposal with the enhanced sword and also the enhanced chains for the knockup. A jack of all trades if you must, but keep definitely gonna have some of an advantage as well with the Ocean Oddity to be able to dash in and out of the wall that Grok is going to put down, and also is going to have that rough waves to be able to get a lot of that HP back and possibly set potential with the Breath of the Ocean. But looking at the side of OTS, right, they are going to take up again on this Lunox, who we've seen profit in game 1. Even though they didn't win the game, you got to look at what did they win overall, right? And that Lunox definitely was shining in the early phase. So looks like that may be a comfort pick over there into the hands of Cant Mage, and I wonder how this is going to work into the composition they're going against.
Now, it's interesting that you mentioned that being a comfort pick, because I'm not comfortable with that Lunox pick, right? I do think, but before I get to that, right, Ergo, on this Grok, I'm going to fear if they do swap around later on and flex that into the EXP lane. As you do know, when you go typically that Grok in the EXP lane, they build him for the full damage, right? And usually when I'm on mage and I have to take a response to that, I would go for that Kadita to kind of burst him down, because while he is building full damage as the mage, a burst mage especially, you can just kind of melt him down before he can get anything done, right? But now to address Cat Mage on this Lunox, right? Last game, they didn't really have much to worry about in terms of hard CC, right? But that's a Lunox that's potentially going to be setting up for that Ruby DD combo that's going in to this Kadita with this Petrify, and then you have this Julian pick there with that enhanced change, that's that CC, as well as that additional burst, and then that's not accounting for that third pick that they prioritize with this Chow, with that Way of the Dragon, as well as that CC that's going to be coming in from his first skill, right? I think this out of OTS in terms of their mage, I would have preferred them to lock in that Lilia, right? That Lilia and that Grok combination offers so much utility, as much as early game pressure. They're going to have that constant pressure throughout the entire match. And looking from last game, we saw the side of Zenex locking in that boundment, right? So that already lets you know that their jungler's comfort is gonna be one of those heroes that kind of has to be more on the offensive side in terms of sustainability, right? They're gonna go for something a lot more heavy based in that front line, and I do think that Lilia would be a constant answer for that, right? But they did go ahead and lock in Cat Mage. It's not going to be flexed into the gold lane as they already do have this Brody pick here, but they do still need an EXP laner, right? One of Foop's comforts is that Esmeralda pick, and we do know Esme holds her own in terms of the current meta that we're in, right? So I would like to see them slot in something in the EXP lane that would help them be able to roam around the map, right? Don't go for something that's going to be targeting the backlines. We do see the side of Zenex. They have these heroes that's basically all dive, right? They have to dive, they have to burst, so they have to find something with a little bit more sustainability that can kind of take some of that damage off of the board for them, right? But speaking of damage, we're going to see them locking in this Saber pick here for the side of Zenex. We are seeing a direct response there.
I'm sorry.
You were muted again, right? You were muted.
You are going to see this Saber locked in. One of those 3 heroes with the suppression. Now, we did notice Kaja was taken off the table. Franco was still available, but it looks like they have the Cho as their CC potential. So, still going to opt in for the suppression. Is it the right answer? Time will tell. Now, one thing that the side of OTS does not have currently slotted is the Purify. And that will be an easier time for Saber to get that triple sweep for a possible pickoff. But if not, Saber is going to have a hard time closing in for these objectives, as he's kind of a one-trick pony when it comes to that skill. It's going to rush in with the orbital blades, use the triple sweep, hope for the kill, and then try and get away. And he doesn't really have mobility, so I'm looking forward to the way this draft is going so far. You kind of mentioned Foop's comfort pick being that Esmeralda, and it looks like that is the game plan for the side of OTS, as they have locked in not only Esmeralda, but her counter pick as well, taking up this Dairoth, and that means this is going to be a Dairoth in the jungle. But wait a minute, Rim. Did they just slide in a Changu? What is going on? No, okay, this is not something we typically see. Not only the Saber making a special appearance, but also the Changu, and I'm definitely going to be watching how this kind of works. You know, Changu can fight from afar, and she also has that Meteor Shower to be able to rush in and do some damage, but I wonder if that's going to work against the side of OTS. Both teams have a very aggressive composition for the early phase, and it's definitely going to be a bloodbath over these neutral objectives.
Now, I definitely do like this Chang'e pick there, right? What we're going to see a lot from her, she's going to be using that Meteor Shower to clear those waves as the game scales on, right? That's going to give her the more mid lane pressure in terms of this Lunox on this on Cat Mage. They're on that Lunox pick, right? But looking at what it's going into, the side of OTS, they have these frontline heroes as well as these melee heroes, right? As their main focus and their composition. She's going to be able to dish out so much damage to them, especially when she locks in that Ice Cream Wand. That's going to be the utility checked off. Then when she locks in that Flowing Wand as well as that Genius Wand, plus that Divine Glaive, that's going to be the damage just checked off, right? But they also have Keep there on this Kadita that's going to have this burst potential. And I do like the side of Zenex, but wait, that is Chang'e in the gold lane right now, Wheezy.
Oh, wait a minute, it is. You're right. Now, this is going to be an interesting thing to see, but on the bottom side already, the 2v1 situation, Foop, a little bit of that overextension, proxying that lane. No, he wasn't proxying the lane. He was getting his lane proxied, but was able to hold them off. But look at the orbital blades going in from the Saber. Looks like he was able to pick up that Lethal Wanderer in his hands. That's going to give him a little bit more farm over this Dairoth jungle for OTS.
In terms of what only the squad has going for them right now, I do think they have the burst potential coming in from their side, right? They do have this Dorada that's going to be able to secure kills with that ultimate, right? But looking at Zenex right now, they have the more early aggression in terms of their composition, and we see that aggression happening here against Foop in this bot lane as they're setting up for potential gank here.
You did see Keep trying to rush in, not able to seal the deal, but going in for a second time. Petrified going in, triple sweep. DD picking up the kill for first blood, but Keep is going to fall into the turret. But That was a turret not allowing the assist to go into the hands of Esmeralda. His Foot didn't do any damage over there to this Kadita. You are seeing on the top lane, though, the Changu in the gold lane falling to the side of OTS. And there's going to be Ergo, the marksman, picking up that kill, and now stripping off majority of that gold for that tower.
Now, I like the even trades across the board, right? They said you took our Esmeralda. We're going to take your gold laner here. We already see the side of Xenex setting up to take this first neutral objective, right? OTS definitely does have the position to potentially contest for this, but no, they're going to let them have it as the Wrath is kind of making his way there back to his jungle, and that's a good idea, right? We see them giving up the turtle, but there's still a lot of pressure being applied there in the top side, as we do see 3 of the members on the side of OTS looking for another pick off here.
You are going to see the power of nature winding in from this Grok with the meteor shower for some serious damage. Torn apart memories. Ergo picking up a second kill, but Ocean's Oddity, Rough Waves going in, trying to get a pick off. Keeps going to take down Camp Mage on this Lunox to respond. And it looks like the side of Xenex is able to defend OTS from taking the tier 1 turret for the top side.
Now that is just trades across of the board, right? I feel like we're watching a game show happening right now. It's like you take something, okay, we're gonna take something back ourselves, right? Now that it's slow, I wanna take a minute to look to see what these heroes are building into in terms of their early components, right? We do see, in the top lane, that gold laner falling again, and she's not having that potential start that she is supposed to be, picking up here. But we did see Ergo there on this Brody locking in that Blade of Heptases. He's gonna have that additional burst damage coming in once that passive is procced, right? We do see Lunox building into that Clock of Destiny. Grok going in for a lot of possibly early game magic defense there on his side. We do see this Julian locking in that glowing wand, which is going to help his burst potential, right? This saber, I think he's building in to that Blade of Heptases as well for that additional early game burst, and there another one coming in for Azrael there on this Wrath, right? So a lot of early game core items are starting to be picked up. Speaking of things being picked up here,
You are seeing the fight on the way. The orbital blades over there by the saber, but look in the bush. Airborne, keep picking up a kill. Takes down Ergo, the marksman for only the squad, who's having a beautiful KDA, now 3-1-0. And you have to keep your eyes on him. He definitely is the member that can kind of lead the pace right now with the most amount of kills. But you are seeing Keep slowly matching up to him, 2-1-1 on the KDA.
Now, I do like the response coming in from Xenex, right? Now that I actually look at their composition, they have this saber that's going to be able to strip down some of that physical defense, right? That's going to be coming in when those targets are hit by those blades, right? But then you look at this Julian and this Kadita. Both of those mages have to build in that Genius Wand, and that's just going to enable more overall damage for this Chang'e's Meteor Shower. But speaking of damage here,
you are going to see the Brilliance activated by Lunox. Airborne, Captain going to pick up a kill, takes down Brazilian Sauce, and going to pick up a double, taking down Ergo, definitely leading the ship right now. DD going to take down Camp Mage on the Lunox. 3 members from the side of only the squad falling on this engagement, and now you are seeing Xenex leading the way 6-3. But wait a minute, Retribution has been used by Dara, chasing Keep, going to go ahead and try and burst him down, but now you're going to see the conceal play activated. But wait a minute, you are seeing Keep in that bush, may go in for a possible pickoff, still has the Petrify in his favor. And right now, even though only the squad was leading a little bit in the early game, the momentum and the tide has been shifted into Xenex's favor.
Absolutely, right? But speaking of things shifting into their favor there, looking at the side of Xenex, they have, that is a damaged Chow. So as this game goes on, who's going to be the one? Oh, but before I get into that,
oh my goodness, did you see that Rough Waves? Look at all that damage. DD taking out Brazilian Sauce, and down goes Kant Mage. And they were almost able to burst down Keep, but once he used that Rough Waves, he was able to get all of that HP back, not to mention the Breath of the Ocean for the knockup. And I gotta say, this Kadita is turning into a problem, now sitting 2-1-6, but the matchup on the top side, Brody getting all the marks, torn apart memories, and down goes Captain in the top side. And this is going to create the opportunity to maybe take this turret. But wait a minute, Keep is going to rush in. Going to go ahead and use the Ocean's Oddity to take down that last minion. But here comes Dyrot breaking the armor. Abysm Strike. Oh my goodness, the Rough Waves to respond yet again, escaping, but nobody to join that fight. But looking at Xenex, they're in the mid lane. They're going to be able to take this objective, but no, they're going to go ahead and shift for the fight instead. Not really sure if that was the right answer, as that turret is gone, and now Keep is falling as well with the 4-man gank. And Looking at DD, he's going to rush out. Looks like Tokyo did shift that focus over to the turret for the mid, and they were able to take that. And I call that overall a good trade. You lose your top side, but you take the mid, and that's definitely the most valuable turret for the early game.
But Weezy, Chow in a bad position here.
Is in a bad position. Going to be hit with the retribution for the slow meteor shower over there from Captain to kite the push with the damage, and now you are going to see the immobilization onto Azrael, forced on the retreat with the Dairat DD, picking up the turtle on the opposite side of the map, and it looks like the fight's still on the way. The way of the dragon, sending Brazilian Sauce airborne to the J-Kundo to shut him down. Cat Mage is going to burst out Tokyo after that amazing play, though. Orbital Blades over there from this Saber, who has now joined the fight to get a possible pick off, but looking at the bottom side, Ergo now on the bottom lane is going to find the damage onto the tier 1 turret, and it is going to fall into only the squad's hands.
But Esmeralda in the top lane, trying to be chased down here.
Trying to be chased down, not giving me any room to breathe. Orbital Blades going out is going to do some chip damage. Half HP, Esme able to get out just in time. 6-9 though, I gotta say, you are seeing an interesting game. Even though they lost the mid turret, you are seeing only the squad holding on to the bottom and the top side for tier 1. So it's a little bit of a mirror matchup in terms of the jungle, almost looking like a puzzle piece.
Absolutely right, but looking at the positioning from Keep right now.
You already can see the breath of the ocean for the knockup onto Brazilian Sauce. A lot of CC not working in his favor. Ergo picking up a kill though, takes out Tokyo. Azrael taking out Keep on that aggressive push. 2 members down for the side of Xenex, but triple sweep, and Captain taking down Azrael with the meteor shower, and that is going to be 1 member down for only the squad, but they were able to take 2 on their side, and Xenex still leading though in terms of kills, 10-8, but look at Foop in the bush, possible play on the way. Isn't going to wait for the right opportunity. You are going to see Sane kind of rush out. He's very low. He's going to have to go back to the base. The immobilization onto DD now. Need to get away. That is the Saber hit with the retribution, and the 4-man team of only the squad. Foop going to shut him down with this Esmeralda.
And now we're approaching that 10-minute mark, right? We see the side of OTS not only picking up their pace, but picking up some items as well, right? We do see Brody locking in that Blade of Despair. We see a lot of defense and sustainability coming in from this Esmeralda and this Grok as well, right? We see Lunox building into her burst here, but looking at Zen X right now, Chao is in a very dangerous position. Gonna go ahead and use that ultimate to safely disengage, right? But I'm looking at their composition. Who's going to be the frontline presence for this side of Zenex? That is a full damage composition right now. I would have expected this Chow to possibly build in, maybe even hybrid, right? But right now, he's going in for that full damage. And I do think that the side of only the squad may punish them for that as this game goes on, right? At Isachanga in that gold lane position, who's going to be the frontline presence to protect her? As the side of OTS, they do have that dive composition, right? I'm looking, speaking of dive here, gonna go ahead and commit a lot of resources there to take this tower. But speaking of taking things here,
Tokyo gonna kick back Azrael with the way of the dragon, but Ergo rushing in like Superman is gonna take down Tokyo for the bottom side. And you kind of mentioned it, right? Looking at the items, there is no defense to hold off only the squad. The later this game goes, they are still opting in on damage for OTS as well. They have the Lunox. If you know, this full damage composition is caught off guard, pretty much only the squad can burst any of them down. So I do agree with you there. Tokyo definitely should have went for the defensive Cho instead of the attack route, or even a hybrid, but still, even hybrid not as effective as a full defensive route. But that is an advantage inside of the favor for only the squad, as you are looking at both teams competing it out. Both of them down to their tier 2 turrets on their lanes, and I'm wondering who will be able to take this Lord. As you are seeing the conceal play going in, Cat Mage taking out DD, bursting him down with the swiftness. That is the jungler off the board for the side of Zenex, and now the rough waves over there by Kadita to get out with the Ocean's Oddity Meteor Shower for the damage onto this Grok. Is going to use a power of nature. Petrify Airborne, Breath of the Ocean, and the Lord to deal damage. Keep is going to burst down this Grok, but wait a minute. You are going to see Dyrith rush in, canceled out by the Breath of the Ocean, knock up and bursted down by Julian. But Esmeralda, Foop on fire, full HP. It's going to take down Julian. A little bit of a knock up and keep in a bad situation. Ergo going to take her down, picking up the mega kill into the hands of Brody. And right now, still, again, with the full damage route, they don't have the sustainability, and the longer this game goes, you're going to see these engagements slowly turn to the favor of only the squad for a potential ending.
Now, I think Xanax's game plan right now is you can't burst us, you can't out sustain us, you can burst us, if we're gonna burst you down first, right? As we do see them locking in some more core damage, and we do see Khadija not building into that full burst, and she's already securing that divine glaive, right? We do see a lot of penetration items being built in, and they need that. They're looking to strip down on some of the defense and sustain from the side of only the squad. But like you said, BZ, they need someone that's going to be able to tank this damage, right? Yes, you can combo the passives of these items, but at the end of the day, only the squad has such a balanced composition, right? They have Foop that's going to be able to go there into that backline, right? Securing that Oracle as well as that Antique is going to help her sustain a lot of that burst magic presence that we see coming in from the side of Xenex. But speaking of things coming in, the side of OTS setting up to take this Lord.
Fight inside of the Lord Pit on the way. Meteor shower over there from this Chang'e, but look at Saber with the Orbital Blaze, possibly going to get a pick off with the triple sweep. Lord down to about 25% HP now. Tokyo is going to go ahead and take a turret on the bottom side. The split push is real. Azrael able to get a possible turret as well. You are going to see Saber pick up that Lord last minute with the Retribution. Not only did they get the split push potential from Tokyo, who did take the tier 2 on the bottom side, but to be able to take this Lord as well, definitely working in their favor. Now getting a kill is going to take out Dairoth. But wait a minute, the way the Dragon connecting, Tokyo trying to take down Grok. The flicker in from Urgo, trying to do some burst damage, getting 2 stacks. Mega kill, Lunox is going to find a kill, taking out DD. Urgo unstoppable is going to take out this Cho, all while Lord has spawned in, making his way on the bottom lane.
Now that Lord would have definitely went into the hands of only the squad there. If only their Darath was more focused in terms of who he was targeting, right? He did run back to try to secure that kill on Keep. He did have his Retribution online there, but he did not go ahead. He wasn't in range of the Lord to steal it, you know, from under the side of Zen X right now. But they do have the items at their disposal to burst down this Lord, right? We do know Lunox in that Dark Ultimate, that Chaos Assault, she can deal a lot of damage to high HP targets, right? But speaking of dealing damage to high HP targets, there we are seeing this Grok being able to, you know, filter out the members of Zen X from that comping position, right? I love this Antique pickup there from this Brody, right? Gonna be able to mitigate some of that burst damage that's gonna be coming in from that Saber, right? And as like I said, we are seeing some more defense being built in for the side of Zen X, right? But they still have so much damage. I think Cho is probably gonna opt in for that immortality right now, right? But we do see Saber looking in for some magic defense as well. And I think they still need a little bit more. Now that is 2 Antiques working against this Saber, right? We do see Grok already building in that component as well. So they're going to be stripping down some of that overall physical damage that he's going to be doing, right? But speaking of being able to deal damage here, we did see this Julian locking in this Divine Glaive, right? But like I said, they have so much burst. I'm just missing some sustainability for the side of Xenex.
They are able to take the tier 2 on the top side. Now, Breath of the Ocean, mobilization. Julian picking up a kill. DD taking out Brazilian Sauce. 2 members off of the board as Urgo was taken down by this Julian. But wait a minute. Mobilization Foop in the wrong position. Is going to be bursted down with the triple sweep. DD, though, is going to dash out just in time. But wait, Camp Mage is going to burst him out to the caster's desk. That is going to be a 1-for-3 trade. Still leaning inside of Xenex's favor, as you are going to see them take more turrets on the bottom side. Now taking the inhibitor, and the way the Dragon connecting is going to shut down this Lunox. 4 members off the board, only Dairoth to protect them. You are seeing Brazilian Sauce spawn in 4 seconds. Not something they can kind of push in. They need to be a little patient now. But Rim, I got to state something that's been kind of on my mind right now with these compositions. There is no dominance ice built for the Esmeralda at all from the side of Xenex. Like, nobody.
Actually,
did they get it? Oh, I was about to say, yo, bro, we are 15 minutes in, and he just now getting dominance ice. This is insane.
And that's what happens when they opt in for this damage, right? They don't have anyone that can kind of dance a little bit of utility, but is that enough though, right? They still have so much going for them. They're going to go ahead and secure this Lord here potentially as an engage is happening.
You're going to see Urgo pick up a kill, takes down the Julian, but look at the Lord. DD picking it up for the side of Xenex, and now the aggressive play. Keep taking down Urgo. DD taking out Ezreal. Dairoth off the board as well as Brody, but wait a minute, can still play to escape. Can they get away? Meteor Shower trying to stop them. It's going to go ahead and flick it to the side, and wait a minute! The flicker in. Tokyo takes down Brazilian Sauce. It does not stop there, though, as it looks like they did pick up this Lord, and now With these members down, 20-second timers, they could possibly take some more of these inhibitors if they do push in these minions, but no, looks like minions are not in their favor, so you will be able to see the side of only the squad spawn in for a potential contest against the full team of Zenx with a Luminous Lord and possibly sync lanes.
Now, like I mentioned, right, this Chandler, that ultimate that she has there, now that she's picked up that ice cream wand, as well as that glowing wand, right, as well as the genius, we see the damage that's coming in from that meteor shower, right? And I talked about how they're comboing these items to make it stack in terms of shredding down the defense coming in from the side of only the squad, right? That's Kadita with that magic penetration. That is that Julian with the penetration, as well as her locking it in to her kit, right? So they have a lot of burst potential here. But speaking of having burst potential, only the squad not too worried about this Luminous Lord, as they are going to burst that down pretty quickly themselves, right? But I do think if the side of Zenx overextends here, they can definitely set themselves up for failure. And speaking of failures, Weezy.
Falling Star Moon from Esmeralda is going to find the mark, and down goes Keep, but not before they take down Lunox on Can't Mage. But look at the Nexus! Ladies and gentlemen, the backdoor play! Zenx takes the series on only the squad with the sweep.
Beautiful game there coming in from the side of Zenx, right? As a close game, it's 21-19 there. But looking at the overall composition, it's not what we're used to seeing, right? They did slot in that Chang'e up there in that gold lane, as well as this Chao being that full damage, right? We did see the burst coming in from Keep there on this Kadita as he went ahead and secured that MVP in this game, right? Looking at some of the statistics that's going into this game and what kind of led them to victory, right? We did see Tokyo there opting in to be that one doing a lot of that pushing in terms of securing those objectives around the map, right? He did has that 65% overall turret damage in the game, and following behind him there is Same Suji there on this Julian there, right? But looking at the damage coming in for the side of Zenx, right? Kadita being able to secure that overall damage there with at 25%, and right behind this Julian there with 24%, right? The side of OTS, they did have a lot of things going for them. Looking at Ergo there in that gold lane, he has a balanced team fight participation. He has the majority of the tower damage coming at 87%, as well as the overall team fight damage there. But that is tied up with that Esmeralda though. So in retrospect, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing? I'll leave it up for you guys to decide. But speaking of good things here, the side of Zenx feeling pretty good as they were able to close out this game.
Man, talk about a closeout with an unorthodox draft. Not the group of heroes I would have expected to see together. Not only did we see the Saber, but we also got to see the Chang'e to seal the deal as well. And I gotta say, definitely overall, great micro and macro as we are using the force to shift over to the right. I gotta say, definitely a good play indeed, and I'm looking forward to seeing what Zenx pulls in the future. They're one of the teams that signed up for the NACT spring season, and they're showing you their dynamic power drafting, unorthodox way as well, prevailing. Not your typical picks, but I'm definitely impressed to see how they pulled it off, especially with not only was it unorthodox picks, but it was unorthodox itemization as well, as there was barely any defense to go up against the team of OTS. So definitely a good game from both sides. I look forward to seeing Coach Deku's team prevail throughout the season and also in the NACT spring season as well. And ladies and gentlemen, that is going to close out today's series. A little bit of a blast from the past. Looking at the schedule, you saw Ohana Esports going up against Second to None able to prevail. Then Series 2 was Team FaZe up against Dark Immortals, 2-1 finish, FaZe leading the way. And then for the final series of the day, we were able to see Zenx get the sweep over on Only the Squad, all live on the Mobile Legends Scrim Academy YouTube channel. Make sure you guys register on the MLSA Discord server as well to be able to compete with these teams to go toe-to-toe as NA is on the rise. First of all, ladies and gentlemen, it's been announced the team that wins the NACT spring season is going to MSC with a free ticket. So if that's not enough, I don't know what is. Not only do we have M4 or M5, but we also have MSC to be able to compete in, and definitely a huge step for North America. And speaking of steps, definitely MLSA stepping in the right direction as we are helping these teams progress and prevail for all these upcoming events in NA. So this is definitely the place to perfect your craft, as long with casters as well. Definitely a special shout out to everybody who tuned in on the desk. We had some MLSA staff in there. We had Eunice in the building, Master Rim. We had Raz kind of sneaking up on us, and Kookman did make that special first appearance along with Gosu Yue. So appreciate you guys tuning in. Hopefully you enjoyed today's show, and we look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow as we will be doing it all over